Now that we have created a BOM, let's go ahead and use it in an order and see how the BOM behaves in an order. So go to VA01, OR, enter your favorite customer, or you could take any order type you like. And the top level part is PC-101-1. If you get a message like this which says PC-101 and it's not defined for 1000, tens, and then language DE, the easiest solution to it is to go to MM02, enter your material, click on basic data, go to additional data, and then select the language that SAP has thrown the error for. In this case it's DE because it's a German sales org, and then I'm just going to copy whatever is here and then put it in here, save it. This applies to any materials where you get the same error. Okay, we're going to VA01. Again, use standard order or any other order of your liking, any customer that you like, that you have created maybe, and enter the material PC-101. What is the item category here? The item category is TAN, T-A-N. Alright, we don't know much about item categories yet, but there is some item category that you see, they are called TAN. A weird name, but we're going to explore the nomenclature in a bit. What has happened here? We have created a bill of material for PC-101. We are trying to order that material. But wouldn't it be nice if that bill of material that we have created, when you enter that in the system, it explodes into its components automatically? Well, in order for you to see that explosion automatically, we would have to do a bunch of configuration. Well, not really a bunch, maybe a couple of fields here and there. And before you go there, we should first start to explore item categories. So what is this item category? T-A-N. And what does it control? Just like the way your order is controlled by the order type, OR, ZOR, QT, IN, the line items in an order are controlled by the item category. Now we have seen the controls at the header level at a very detailed way. For example, we have seen what are number ranges, we have seen what are quotation messages, we have seen the different document types that are attached to the sales document type. We have seen somewhere close to 14 or 15 different controls in a document type. An item category is almost equally important, but luckily we don't have so many controls. I'm going to highlight or summarize a bunch of controls and kind of relate it to the same example that we have been seeing, the PC example. You will see one version of it and then you will understand the remaining things as we go forward. Alright, so here is our PC, and then here are our quantities, which we are not seeing yet, but we will in a bit. And then when you enter PC, the item category that came up was TAN, T-A-N. The name TAN might sound a little weird, but ideally it's actually simple if we were doing it the German way, which is OR in Germany stands for TA. OR in Germany stands for TA, and then they have just added a N to it at the end. Like if you do a VAO1 TA, that's still a standard order. It's just that TA is a German name, whereas we use OR, the standard English name for that document type. Similarly, if you use QT to create a quotation, let's say VA21 QT, enter, and enter your customer, enter a material, say PC 101 quantity 1. What is the item category here? AGN. So why is AGN coming up as opposed to say QTN? Well, you've guessed it already. QT is the English equivalent for the document type AG. So you could as well type in AG here and then start doing your regular quotation. So that's the nomenclature behind QT, AG, and the respective item categories, say TAN or AGN. Alright, so we have TAN as the item category, and TAN or AGN, all of them have a bunch of controls behind them. What are the important controls behind an item category? And in order to understand that, we have to go to SPRO. So go to SPRO, IMG, Sales and Distribution, Sales Documents, Sales Document Item, and click on Define Item Categories. So here are our different item categories, and you can just go to Position and select TAN, AGN, or whatever item category you like, and go into the controls behind it by clicking on that magnifying glass. Alright, what are some of the important controls here? So let me just quickly go here and then try to capture a screenshot. Okay, this doesn't look good. We go here and try another screenshot. Okay, this is much better. Just resizing it. Okay, we have a screenshot of the item category. I'm going to quickly highlight the important fields here. Schedule lines allowed. 1. Item relevant for delivery. 2. Returns relevant. 3. Billing relevance. 4. Credit active. 5. Pricing. 6. Completion rule. 7. Special stock. 8. Billing block and billing plan. Let me call this as 9. And structural scope. 10. Along with application. Delivery group. 11. And most of this, like incompletion procedure, partner determination procedure, text determination procedure, are important, but we're not going to go there yet. So let me just call it as 12, and status profile is 13. Now I'll highlight what is important at this point. Let me change the color. To I don't know how to change colors, but anyway, let me highlight some of the sections by going to the previous screen, and here we go. This is 1, billing relevance. Okay, so 1 is billing relevance. So let's go step by step. Some items are relevant for billing and some items are not. For example, this PC is relevant for billing or its components are relevant for billing. You don't really want to price both at the header level and at the line item level, isn't it? Meaning both at the top level, part level, and at the component level. You want to make sure that you either price at the top level or at the component level, which means the PC is $650 and it includes a monitor, CPU, memory, blah blah blah. Or you're going to say, here is your PC, and depending on the way you choose it, the monitor costs $100, the CPU costs $250, memory costs $10, so on and so forth. Right? And the next one is pricing relevance. Very similar to what we have discussed. You can price either at the header level or at the top level or at the component level. Some of them you don't really price, some of them you price, some of them you give free of cost. For example, let's say we are not giving out this PC, or we are not pricing this PC at the top level, rather pricing it at the component level. So PC is not relevant for pricing, but the components are relevant for pricing. Let's say a monitor is $100, CPU is $100, which includes the memory component of, let's say, $50, and then an extended service warranty of let's say $50 for 3 years, and printer, let's say, is given out for free because it's part of this package. You must have seen this already in Dell. So you buy this printer, you buy this PC, you configure it in such a way that if it exceeds a certain amount or under certain conditions, your printer is given out for free. Or even as part of a regular package, the printer is given out for free for all the materials that belong to a certain category, let's say PCs. When you're giving out for free, it definitely is still relevant for pricing. Only thing is, it's given at 100% discount. Alright, next is a mouse pad, which is not relevant for pricing, maybe because it's too trivial a quantity. You don't really want to say that you have given a mouse pad for free, or it's not relevant for pricing because it's too trivial. Maybe it's like giving away a very small piece, more or less like a complimentary thing. But a printer is much more price worthy. Maybe it's worth $100 if you buy it separately, but because he's buying it as part of the package, we are giving it at 100% discount, which is essentially free of charge. Now this will be shown in the bill because we want to show what is the top level part. This will be shown in the bill, this will be shown, this, and this will also be shown in the bill, but with a $0 saying, hey, you know what, the printer is $50, but I'm giving you it at $0 because I'm giving you 100% off. But a mouse pad maybe is not even relevant for billing, so it won't even go there. Or you might want to take a mouse pad down to the billing and say, hey, you know what, here is your bill and here is your mouse pad. I'm not charging anything for the mouse pad because it's not really chargeable. Okay, so it could, if you want to make it pricing relevant or billing relevant, you can make it. If not, you don't need to. And we're going to look at these controls step by step, but I'm just going to go over the details first, and then we're going to visit the respective flags. in the item category configuration. Next is delivery relevant and schedule line relevant. These things are very much interrelated. The same material PC 101 could be schedule line relevant in an order and schedule line relevant in a quotation, but in an order PC is delivery relevant, whereas in a quotation this is not delivery relevant. A very subtle change. An item can be made delivery relevant or not at the item category level, similar to the way an item can be made schedule line relevant or not at the item category level. When would you want to make anything or any item delivery relevant or schedule line relevant depends on the nature of the product and on the nature of the business process. Sometimes you make some products delivery relevant. Sometimes you make some products schedule line relevant. Most of the time when you have schedule line relevance, you mostly will have delivery relevance, with some exceptions like the quotation example that we have seen. Keep going. Is this schedule line relevant? Yes. 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 Is this schedule line relevant? Well, it's an extended service warranty. It's a service item. Why do we need schedule lines for that? Not necessary. Same thing here. It's not even relevant for delivery. Printer, although it's given 100% for free, it is relevant for delivery and it is relevant for schedule lines. And same thing with a mouse pad. Okay, remember, you cannot do a delivery unless you have schedule lines. But if you have schedule lines, that does not mean that you have to do delivery. And that is controlled by the delivery relevant flag. So we have seen 4 different properties: billing relevance, pricing relevance, delivery relevance, schedule line relevance. As you can see, there are more properties as I've highlighted here, like weight relevant, credit active, special stock, completion rule, billing blocks, and so on. And like I said, not all of them are important at this point. We can slowly go step by step as we explore the other business processes and concepts. But as of now, if you understand these 4 different properties that we have discussed, along with the 5th one which we are going to see, which is the structural scope, that should be good enough for item categories. So let's look into the structural scope, which talks about the bill of material. Now TAN does not have anything here, it's blank, and that's the reason why if you go inside the document type, you'll see that. Let me just log in again. Looks like I have timed out. There we go. We were trying to create an order. OR 1000 10 00 1000. Okay. And then we have PC 101 quantity 1. The item category is TAN, and TAN, if you look at the properties of TAN, go to SPRO, IMG, sales and distribution, sales documents, sales document item, define item categories. Go to TAN, select it, click on the magnifying glass, and in the structural scope, both these fields are blank. Now I'm going to talk to you about a couple of item categories, especially TAP and TAQ. which have the structural scope and application set to A or B. And I'll tell you how it's going to make your items come alive with its components. But before we go there, I need to tell you something about item category group. What is an item category group? If you go to your material master, MM03 or MM02, select PC 101 and then select the sales org 2 view. Remember, sales org 2 view. Click OK, enter your plant and sales org distribution channel. Here we have the sales item category group. Forget about this is not important, but this is the one that is important. Okay, there is this subtle difference that you got to keep in your mind. Item category group. So we have item category group of norm for this material. Just for a bit, I'm going to change it to ERLA, or you can change it to LUMF. Okay, ERLA or LUMF. Let's change it to LUMF for now and save it. Alright, and then go back to VA01 and enter your material, then type in PC 101 quantity 1. Oops, what happened? Okay, I don't know why the plant is not coming up. Let me put the plant here, and ooh, why aren't they being copied? And here we see an error message again. Monitor 101 is not copied from the bill of material. The system is trying to copy the components from the bill of material into an order, and it says it could not be copied. Now go to help and see if there is any message that you can make out and correct. And I can't seem to make out anything from here, because it says when the bill of material was exploded, it was established that no sales document item could be created for this material. Well, that doesn't really make any sense to me. So what I'm going to do is click OK, and then click OK to all the components, and then try and see where we have gone wrong by entering that material MON 101 and enter that material as 1. There we go. It says MON 101 is not defined for the sales, or the same error that we got for PC. So what we are going to do is go to MM02, enter the materials, go to basic data, go to additional data, and then make sure that the material is maintained in the respective languages. In this case, German. Again, let's try to create this order here. VA01 1000 and PC-101 1 quantity. Now the monitor is coming up properly, and I'm going to do the corrections that we have done already for the monitor for all the remaining materials. Right, now that we have corrected the material descriptions for all the materials in German, as soon as I enter PC-101, the quantity of 1, we got all the materials that come up beneath them as components. Now the CPU is not exploding into memory, which is a sub-level component. That is because the item category here is not TAP but instead TAN, which does not result in explosion. So how is this controlled? As usual, if you go to the item category and look at the structural scope here for TAN, this is blank, which says do not explode. But if you go to A or B, it says explode. When do you use A versus when do you use B? You want to use A when you have a simple level bomb and you only want to explode the top level components, which is what is happening in our case for TAP. So go back and check TAP, select it, click OK, and I think here we go, TAP. We have A, which is explode single level bill of material. Now if you go to TAQ, select it and look at the controls behind TAQ, it also says single level bill of material. If you want to explode multi-level bill of material, you could use an item category that has B as the structural scope, and under application make sure that you always choose SD01, which is the sales view of the bill of material. Probably by now you remember that these are all the different views that you had when you created the bill of material. Okay, so first is the structural scope, second is the application. Alright, so we have two different item categories, TAP and TAQ, and TAN, of course, the initial one that we started out with. So in total we have seen three different item categories. In some cases of our order, TAP is determined, and in some cases TAN is determined, some cases TAD is determined, and we are not entering them manually, but they are automatically picked up. So what really is causing this? Why is it coming up this way? So there should be some kind of a determination that's happening behind the scenes automatically. What are the controlling parameters? The controlling parameters in deciding the item category is called, or rather the fields are sales document type plus item category group plus higher level item category plus usage. All these four parameters put together will decide the item category. Okay, this is called, okay, let me go here, change the name to item category determination. Oops, where did I write it? Here, right? I think I named the wrong one. That's fine. So here is item category determination. Sales document type plus item category group plus higher level item category plus usage. These four parameters determine the item category. Now usage is something that is very rarely used, so we are not gonna worry about it at this point because it's not really very configurable. It's mostly something that you can change in user exits or somewhere in the coding. So we are not going, and it's very rarely used as well. So you really don't have to worry about usage. You can always claim that you have never used it. No worries. But you just have to remember that there is a fourth parameter called usage. Now, these three parameters, order type, let's say OR. And then item category group, the one that we have seen at the material master sales org 2 level. Okay, so let me open up another page and show you the configuration behind sales document type. So go to SPRO, IMG, sales and distribution, sales documents, sales document item, okay, and then assign item categories. So this is the equation where you determine item categories. Go to assign item categories, or I can take a screenshot here so that you can. This is all under SPRO. Go to assign item categories, or the transaction for it is VO, O for orange, V4. You can either do that or go to this menu path, and here we have the determination of item categories. In our case, OR item category group of LUMF or norm or whatever. Then we have TAP, the first piece of configuration. Right? First piece of configuration is this for the first line item. For the first line item as shown here. Okay. I think I've got to open the items just for a bit. PC-101-1, and then here we go. Okay, and the configuration for this tab is determined by this, which is an order of type OR, plus the item category group of this material is LUMF. Where do you see the item category group? Go to the material master, sales org 2 view, and then you can see the item category group of that material there. Right? You can see the item category group of the material in the material master in MM01, 02, 03. This item category group is coming for the material from the material master group. So a property, one of the property comes from the document type, the second property comes from the material, and it's called the item category group, and the third property is the higher level item, which we don't have anything in this case. So let's open something, a new sheet, and then see how this works. Now we know that for line item 10, this is what has happened. So what about line item 20? For line item 20, look at this little column over here. I'm going to drag this guy here so that you can understand what is a higher level item. Okay, so here we go, higher level item. Look at this. Oops. This field is called the higher level item. That means that these are all components of the higher level item 10. So 10 over here refers to this 10. So in this case, the equation goes something like this: order type OR plus item category group for MON 101 is norm. How do I know that? I go to the material master, the line item, or you can go to the material master directly. But another easy way to go to the material master right from the sales order is to highlight that material and hit F8 and go to sales org 2 view, and you'll see that the item category group in this case is norm. Okay, plus higher level item category is TAP. So what about this? OR plus norm plus TAP. So let's go here, click on position and type in OR plus norm plus higher level item is TAP. The equation says that the resulting item category should be TAN. Right? Now paste that here. Here we go. Because of this little equation, we got the item category for this line item 11 monitor is TAN. So similarly, we can decide the line items, or rather make sure that we understand how the line items have been determined based on that little equation of ours called the item category determination, which essentially consists of 3 parameters: document type, item category group, higher level item. Now higher level item is not always mandatory, but at least the first 2 fields are mandatory: document type, item category group. If you know these 2 parameters at the line item level, you can determine the item category. And we have seen the item category controls a whole bunch of properties at the item level, like delivery relevance, schedule line relevance, billing relevance, pricing relevance, returns relevance, credit relevant, completion rule, so on and so forth. But we have only seen 4 or 5 different fields. The fields being billing relevance, delivery relevance, schedule line relevant, pricing relevance, and structural scope, which decides how the bill of material should explode. In this chapter, we will talk about schedule line categories. What is a schedule line? We have talked about document types like OR, ZOR, QT, IN, which control how the document in general behaves. You can also call it as controlling the header, because most of the properties that the document type controls are in the header. Now, what controls the line item? Item category. Example: TAN, TAP, TAD. One is for the standard item category, one is for bill of materials, one is for service, and so on. So they control how the line item behaves. So we have the header here, we have the line item here, and then what's left out? Schedule lines. These are the 3 main components of the sales order. Go back to the sales order deep dive chapters if you need a refresher on this. Now, CP, CN, these are some examples of schedule lines. We are going to talk about them going forward, but they control how the schedule line behaves. Let me give you a quick refresher on schedule lines. What is a schedule line? A schedule line, in plain English, is a schedule of delivery. Let's talk about a business scenario. Here is a customer. He goes to Dell.com and is looking at configuring a computer. If he selects a part that is not readily available,
there will be a warning message that says that the shipment is going to be delayed by, say, 2 weeks. Why does that happen? Because the part is not readily available. Maybe Dell procures it from another vendor and it's going to take 2 weeks. In the case of Dell, it's not very relevant. But typically in B2B businesses, the customer most of the time asks for a date. The date when the goods needs to be delivered by. That date is called the requested delivery date. Say today is the 3rd of October and the customer is asking for the goods by the 10th of October. So today is when the order is happening in VA01. The customer places an order of type OR, line item 10, material M01, quantity 1. So we have the header controlled by the document type OR and the line item controlled by the item category. And if you go to the line item, you have a section called schedule lines. There is a separate tab called schedule lines, and there you would have information on the schedule of delivery. Say the quantity at the line item level is 15, and what is the date the customer asked for? It's the 10th of October, and the quantity requested by the customer is 15. And then there is another column called quantity confirmed. So, can the company deliver the quantity that the customer has asked for by the 10th of October? What does it depend on? Of course, the available stock quantity. How much stock do we have on hand as of that date? There's a separate topic on it called scheduling and availability check, but we're going to learn about it in a much later chapter. For now, let's say that we don't have the quantity of 15 in stock by the 10th of October. So SAP puts a quantity of 0 in the confirmed quantity column. Say we can deliver the goods by the 20th of October. So we put a confirmed quantity of 15 in a new schedule line row for the 20th of October. So anybody can understand by just looking at the schedule lines that the customer originally asked for a quantity of 15 by the 10th of October, and the quantity could not be confirmed by the 10th because we see a 0 there. However, on the 20th of October, the quantity confirmed is set to 15. So let's not worry about how we arrive at the date, the 20th October date that the system has confirmed the goods for. We would not be able to understand it until we cover the availability check and scheduling chapter like I discussed before. But for now, just understand that the schedule line is where the confirmed quantity and the dates are available. Now that we know how the schedule lines are created, we can understand the schedule line category better, because that's what controls how the schedule line behaves. Now that we know how the schedule lines are created, we now need to understand schedule line categories better, because this is what controls how the schedule line behaves. Typical examples of schedule line categories are CN, CP, CS. Like how an item category is 3 to 4 characters, schedule line category is 2 characters. Now, what is a schedule line category? What is the purpose of it? Let's talk about the controls behind the schedule line category. Schedule line category is not as big as the item category in terms of the complexity. It just has 5 important controls. Let me quickly log on and I'll show you all the 5 controls. So before I go further, I have to tell you that there is a quick shortcut to remember the transactions for configuring the sales document types, item categories, and schedule line categories. What is the transaction code for sales document type config? VOV8. What is the transaction code for item categories? VOV7. And of course, the transaction code for schedule line categories is VOV6. In case you are curious about the other important shortcuts, VOV4 is for item category determination, and VOV5 is for schedule line category determination. You don't need to really remember these transactions though. Nobody's going to ask you in any of the interviews or otherwise. You can very well use the SPRO menu path to get to these. But since you're going to use these transactions so often, these shortcuts will just save you some time. Coming back to the controls, go to VOV6 in SAP, select something like CP, and double click it. So what are the important controls here? Number 1, delivery block. Number 2, movement type. 3 is order type and item category. Number 4 is requirements. And number 5 is availability. Let's talk about these one by one. The first control is the delivery block. Where else in the configuration have we seen delivery blocks? In the document type, there is a block. What does this do? Blocks the delivery of the entire order. In the item category, is there a delivery block? No, there is no delivery block in the item category. So what does the delivery block or the schedule line category do? Blocks the delivery of the line item. This is a little tricky. One would naturally tend to think that there will be a delivery block at the item category and it would block the delivery of the line item. But no. Blocking of the delivery at the line item level is controlled at the schedule line category level. Just go pick the type of delivery block and the line item would automatically be blocked for delivery. The next one is movement type. This is not SD configuration, so you don't have to really configure new movement types or learn the configuration of the movement type. So who does this configuration? consultants. But we should understand what a movement type is. Why? Because we have to configure it here in the schedule line category. So what is a movement type? A movement type represents a change in value from a company's perspective. Yeah, I know it sounds too generic, but what the hell does it really mean? I'll give you some examples. A change in value could happen because of a variety of reasons. For example, take an order and its delivery. The goods are packed, loaded, and the truck is gone. But from the system's perspective, the stock is still available. Until you do what? A PGI. When you do a PGI, what happens? The accounting is affected. How is it affected? What are the accounts? Cost of goods sold, inventory. Inventory goes down, cost of goods sold goes up. I'm calling this a change in value. Up until that point, there is no change in value. It is picked, it is packed, it is loaded. There are a lot of things happening physically to that material, but that does not matter. Is there a change in value? No change in value. It's still the same material, same value. By value, I mean value from a company's perspective. It is worth the same from the accounting perspective. But when you do a PGI, that's when we are instructing the system, hey, the goods are gone, they're no longer ours. The value of the goods that the system valuated as inventory is now sales value. That's why we use the term cost of goods sold. They're sold. This is an example that's very intuitive for us because we understand the sales cycle already. Let's take another example. Say meat processing facility. In a factory like that, food could be rotten, right? And you have to throw it away. Some of these examples of food companies are Cisco, SYSCO, or Tyson Foods. Say there is some chicken lying in a bunch of Tyson food trucks and it's got an expiry date, say 3 days from now. There is a heavy storm in New York and trucks are not able to move. So what do you do with the chicken? Sell it? No. You throw it in garbage. Say this chicken is worth $1 million. So the value of the chicken changed from $1 million to garbage. And what's the value of the garbage? Yeah, 0. So we can throw a rotten piece of chicken in our house, okay, but for a company to throw $1 million worth of chicken as garbage has to, of course, happen with proper accounting. And how do they account for it? There will be a special movement type, say 560 or 580. It's typically a 3-digit number. And what happens when you use this movement type to garbage the $1 million worth of chicken? The inventory goes down and typically a wastage account will go up. Why not the cost of goods sold? because we have not sold the chicken. We have wasted it. So the wastage account goes up in this case instead of the cost of goods sold. Now you might have another question. Why don't we just debit and credit the accounts, these accounts, instead of introducing a new concept called movement type and using it to again do the same thing, debit and credit the accounts? Because the person in the warehouse is doing this activity, the activity of throwing the chicken into the garbage. He doesn't know accounting. He doesn't know what's an inventory account, what's a cost of goods sold account, and all that. He is not from an accounting background. So he's not bothered about accounting. So this is the missing link between accounting and warehouse activities. So all the person in the warehouse has to know is the right code. So this 3-digit code, that's the missing link between movement type and the accounts that the movement type affects. This might be an extreme example. Let's take another more, a simpler example. So think of the Philips or the Samsung warehouse. Say there are plasma TVs, very delicate stuff. Say somebody is transporting them from one bin to another in a forklift, and suddenly, due to a human error, the plasma TV gets dropped onto the floor. Once a plasma TV is dropped, it's as good as garbage. So that particular one plasma TV, which costs say $1,000, has to go to garbage. So what should the warehouse manager do? It's a human error. Just use a certain movement type to junk the plasma TV. What is really happening behind the scenes? This movement type will be configured by consultants in such a way that whenever somebody uses this movement type, these accounts will be affected. Inventory goes down, the garbage account or wastage account goes up. So all the warehouse folks need to know is what code to use for wastage and what code to use for cost of goods sold, etc. We have just seen these two examples. Now let's take another example, say an intercompany example. Think of a plant in the US, another in Canada. If there is a request for goods from Canada and say the weather in Canada is so bad that the factory could not make it, the plant in US can supply that material. Right? Simple scenario. So goods are transferred from the US plant to Canada plant. It's the same Tyson Foods company, but the company codes are different because it's different countries. You cannot have the same company code in two different countries. It's legally two different companies. So one in the US and one in Canada, purely from a legal perspective. So these plants need to have their respective accounting. This scenario is called intercompany stock transfer. So in this case, is it as simple as just sending the goods because it's the same company? No. There needs to be a PGI here, a PGR that happens here. An invoice is raised from this company to this, and this company could have to pay for it. It's like a regular sale. The only difference is it just doesn't happen at list price. It happens at cost price. That's the only difference. That's why you always maintain the cost price in the material master. Now, coming back to the movement type, here, what movement type will be used? some 3-digit movement type will be used. What are the accounts affected? Inventory goes down. Okay. Does the cost of goods sold go up? No. There is a special account, intercompany account. Why? Because this scenario is not really a sale. It's an intercompany transfer of goods. So it's not the cost of goods sold. Instead, it's the cost of goods transferred. So there are many other movement types, but for now, just remember these 3 scenarios. There are around 900 plus movement types that SAP delivers right out of the box. Not all of them are relevant for us, but you understand the picture, right? Whenever there is a change in the value of goods, it needs to be documented in the system and accounted for using the GL accounts as usual. And the key for this is the movement type. Long story, right? Now, we understand movement types, but does this have anything to do with schedule line category? Why associate the movement type to the schedule line category? So take an order OR. It has a line item, and say it has a line item category 10, and it has a schedule line category CP. To CP, say we have assigned a movement type 601. Now let's try and deliver this order. Where is the 601 used? We know that the movement type is associated with the schedule line category, but where is it used? Let's do a quick hands-on. I'm creating an order, a simple standard order. What is the schedule line? CP. How did I go here? Go to the line item and click on this button, or you can just double click on the line item and go to the schedule lines tab. As simple as that. Now let's try and deliver this. Let's do the picking. I know I'm doing a lot of steps here, but these are steps that you already know. How to do the picking, how to do the transfer order and all that. Why are we doing a transfer order? Again, because this line item is relevant for transfer order. Saving the transfer order and opening the delivery again in change mode or display mode. And you can see that the goods have already been picked. Now all you have to do is do a PGI. PGI is done now. Let's again go back to the delivery in change or display mode and look at the document flow. This is the goods issue document. Select that row and click on display document. Look at the movement type here. It's 601. You understand the link now? We have created an order with a standard schedule line that has a movement type of 601, and we have delivered it and PGI'd it, and the PGI uses this movement type. This is where the movement type that you have configured in the schedule line fits in. The movement type that you have configured in the schedule line is used when the corresponding delivery is PGI'd. Why? Because that's where the change of value is happening.
What is the next control we talked about? Order type, item category, and account assignment category. We don't have to understand about configuring these entries, but what we have to understand here is the order type here, it's not a sales order. It's a purchase order type. That's why I said we don't configure it.
consultants configure it, we just use it. But what exactly is the business scenario here? This scenario is called third-party drop ship. What is a third-party drop ship scenario? Let's take an example. There is an order coming in the US company code, and that product is not here. What do? You just say to the customer that the product is not there and we'll get for you somehow in, say, 10 days. But the customer needs it right away. What do you do in that case? You don't want to lose the customer, right? You'll just say, give me 3 days, say, I'll deliver it somehow. Say today is the 3rd and you promise delivery by the 6th. But you don't have the material. What do you do? How do you get it? Since you are in that industry, you would be knowing a lot of vendors that make the same kind of product. So you'll immediately make a bunch of phone calls to these vendors. Say one of these vendors respond and says that he can ship it to you right away. You don't want that. Instead, you ask the vendor to ship the goods directly to some other address. We don't say that it's our customer. We just say ship it to this address. So you take the address from the customer master, pass it on to the vendor, and this guy will ship it directly to the customer. Look at what is happening here. This vendor is what we are calling as the third party. And he is dropping the shipment directly to the customer. That's why the term third party drop ship, or you can just call it drop ship. Now, what is the change to the order to cash cycle here? The one that we typically know. For this order, from our company's perspective, there is OR, there is LF, there is F2. This is our standard cycle, right? Order will be created for line item 10, material M01. Is there a delivery happening? No. Directly, we are going to bill the customer. Who is going to do the delivery? The vendor will ship the goods directly to the customer. But we don't care about it. As long as it reaches the customer, we are not bothered about how the goods reaches the customer. So how is this scenario configured? Very simple. At the line item level, instead of TAN, you have to put TAS. T-A-S. This item category is used for third-party dropship. TAS item category will automatically determine a different schedule line category, not CP, but CS. And how is CS configured? CS does not have a movement type. That means for this schedule and category, no movement type is relevant. So you cannot really do a PGI in the delivery. But there is something else here that is relevant. And that's the order type. So let's create an order. Customer 1000, M01, quantity 1. Change the item category from TAN to TAS and save it. Let's open the order now and see what's happened. I'm opening the order again. Go to line item 10. Go into the schedule line. Because of TAS, our schedule line category has been changed. It's CS now. And CS has triggered what's called as a purchase requisition. What is a purchase requisition? It's also called PREQ for short. A purchase requisition is a request to raise a purchase order. So the purchase requisition will be converted to a purchase order by who? Either the MRP process or the purchasing department. The PO will be raised with the vendor, and the vendor will just drop ship the goods to the customer. That's the configuration behind the third-party dropship. Now, this PO that's created here, what PO is created? So a purchase order will also have a purchase order type. Just like the way you have a sales order type OR or ZOR, similarly you have a purchase order type. That purchase order type is defined here in the order type field of the schedule line category. So NB is actually a purchase order type, not a sales order type. It's a purchase order type. Now don't get confused with the wording here, order type. It's a purchase order type. What item category to use, what account assignment category to use will be borrowed from the MM consultant and plugged in here. Period. So we don't worry about how they are configured. We just borrow them from the MM consultant and plug them in. Maybe he doesn't give you NB, he gives you ZNB. Just use it. The next piece of control in the schedule line category is availability. Availability is a much broader topic. You should just understand some of the basics now. Availability is the process of checking if the goods are available to be delivered. That part should be pretty easy to understand, right? Now, why would anyone check this off? This availability flag. Simple. In cases like CS, third party, availability is not relevant. We know that we don't have that material, so there's no point in doing an availability check. This is just one example of a scenario where availability check is turned off. Other examples are service. We don't do availability check for service. Example is a warranty product or even a service product. There's no point in doing availability on service products. We'll see one more example when we talk about an example at the very end of this section. But we don't need to understand anything more about availability at this point. All you need to understand here is that availability check can be turned on or off at the schedule line category level. The next piece of configuration is this guy here, requirement/assembly. Don't worry about assembly. Let's just look at requirement. What is a requirement? The word requirement here is a shortcut for a much bigger term. TOR. It stands for transfer of requirements. What is the requirement? Why is it transferred? Where is it transferred to? To understand this, we have to understand some of the basics of MRP. MRP is a very big concept. Consultant studied. So we're not worried too much about MRP. But to get a full picture, we have to understand a little bit about MRP. MRP stands for Material, Requirement, Planning. What materials need to be prepared? How much of the material needs to be prepared? Why it needs to be prepared? These are the questions that MRP works with. Why does any company prepare or manufacture materials? Because there is a demand for it. The word demand can also be called as a requirement. So these requirements need to be documented. Where does the requirement for a material come from? Sales. Some customer is asking for a particular material via a particular sales order. So as soon as a sales order is saved, the requirement gets transferred to MRP. That's one input. Another input for MRP is historic sales. Inputs from historic sales also go to MRP. For example, let's say Apple is launching iPhone 5. When they're launching iPhone 5, how many of those should be manufactured per month? They should have some kind of an estimate, right? They just can't manufacture 10 million iPhones at the same time. They cannot afford to manufacture just 1,000 of them. So how do they get to that reasonable number that they should manufacture? Simple, they get it from history. Historic sales. Okay, so iPhone 4S, how many did we manufacture for the launch? We manufactured, say, 3 million. So add buffer to it, say 25%. Maybe manufacture 3.5 million or 4 million for the launch. But going forward, on a day-to-day basis, how many should be manufactured per month? Maybe not 4 million, maybe 1 million a month. But we cannot just keep manufacturing 1 million a month, right? We have to also consider the current demand. And that input comes from the current sales. Say in the last month, there was a total of 0.75 million in sales. Then are we right in manufacturing 1 million per month? Let's see for one more month. So the next month there is only 0.65 million. Whoa, something is wrong. Maybe we need to cut down on the production. Go back to 0.9 million probably. The next month the sales rose to 0.9 million. Maybe it's a holiday season. The point being, the MRP process has to consider inputs from a variety of different sources to really understand how much can be manufactured or even procured. The key inputs being historic sales and current sales. Now that's about the inputs. What about the outputs? What are the outputs of MRP? Mainly two outputs. Purchase requisition and planned orders. It can't generate purchase orders, it can only generate purchase requisitions. PREQs or purchase requisitions are precursor to purchase order. They have to be manually or automatically converted to purchase order. Who does that? Typically somebody from the purchasing department. Once a purchase order is ready, it will be sent to the vendor. And the vendor will procure the material for us. Now, what's a planned order? A planned order, similar to a purchase requisition, is a precursor to production order. What is a production order? A production order is an instruction to the shop floor to manufacture goods. If we are Honda, the car manufacturer, and if we have a planned order, it means we plan to manufacture, say, a Honda Accord with these particular specifications. And that will be converted to a production order by somebody in the production department who understands their system well. So overall, you understand the inputs to the MRP and you also understand the outputs to MRP. Now, what is a transfer of requirement? Every sales order transfers requirements to MRP. The user who created the order would not know anything about it. As soon as the sales order is saved, a requirement will be transferred to MRP. If you want to really see the requirement that's transferred, I'll give you an example. Let's take a standard order. Some quantity, say M01, say 27. Save it, and the order number is 13404. Now go to the transaction MD04. That's where you can see the requirements that have been transferred to MRP. Now remember, these requirements have just been transferred to MRP. MRP has not yet taken any action on it. Just a raw list of requirements. When the MRP process runs, it will look at all the requirements, analyze them, summarize them, compare with historic requirements, basically do a whole bunch of logic. We're not bothered about that. But just remember that the list of sales requirements that we have transferred to MRP can be seen in MD04. Here you can see which element has triggered each of these rows. Is it a delivery? Is it a purchase order? And how much did each element transfer? Just keep scrolling down. Here is your order. 13404, line item 10. Has triggered a quantity of 27. That's why I entered an easy to remember number, 27, instead of 1 or a 10. So we can easily track it here. Now the MRP process knows that there is an order for M01 for a quantity of 27. And what action MRP takes, we don't care. Our duty as an SD consultant is to ensure that the sales requirements are transferred to MRP. This happens behind the scenes without the intervention of the user. Because we have turned on the requirements flag here in the schedule line category, just turning it on is enough to transfer the requirement to MRP. There are other pieces of configuration that control how it should be transferred. If they should be transferred individually or collectively, so on and so forth. We're not worried about it at this point. So for now, just understand 4 things. What is a requirement? Why requirements need to be transferred to MRP? How requirements are transferred to MRP? How to view the requirements transferred to MRP. That's it. Alright, what is a delivery document type? Just like the way we have a sales document type, say OR, QT, so on and so forth. You then deliver this order if there are deliverable items, of course. You create your order quotation in VA01 or VA21 and you deliver the document in VL01N. And this is a separate class of document. It's not the same as a sales document. Luckily, there are not so many delivery document types. Remember, there are many sales document types. OR, quotation, consignments, contracts, etc., etc. But in delivery, there are just two important document types. One is LF, which is for outbound delivery, and for returns, we have LR. This one is for inbound delivery. You don't need to go beyond these. Just remember these two delivery document types. One is LF and the other one is LR. Irrespective of what your sales doc type is, say order, scheduling agreement, contracts, you can still use LF and LR. These two document types can capture everything that you need in a delivery document type. In an order, the document type controls how the document behaves, right? And at the line item level, there is item category. Say TAN or TAP or TAS. These are sales item categories. Similarly, there are item categories at the delivery level as well. And luckily, they also have the same names. TAN, TAP, TAS, etc., etc. Same names as the corresponding sales item categories. These are sales item categories, whereas these are delivery item categories. Sales item categories have a bunch of controls behind them, like we have seen in the previous chapters. The delivery item category, on the other hand, is much simpler. At most 2 to 3 controls that are really important. Let's quickly go in and see the controls behind the delivery item category. Go to SPRO, IMG. For delivery related configuration, don't go to the sales and distribution section. Instead, go to logistics execution. This is where some of you could get confused. You could be looking all around in SPRO and you might not find this. So make sure you go to logistics execution for all delivery related configuration. Logistics execution, shipping, deliveries. We have the delivery document type and delivery item categories here. Let's go to define delivery types. Remember, we said the most important delivery document types are LF and LR. Go ahead, pick LF and go inside. What are the main controls here? I will highlight all the important controls. But again, not all the controls are important at this point, but these are eventually important. The first one is category. This is similar to the sales document category. What role does it play? It defines how the document behaves. For example, in sales, a quotation behaves one way, an order behaves in a different way, right? Similarly, standard outbound document has a document category of J. And standard inbound returns will have a different document category. Well, we don't care about the document category itself, but it plays a role. So, you might have a question here. If we just use two of them, why does SAP provide so many here? We have 92 of them. The reason is deliveries are not just used for sales. They could be used for other processes as well. Like, think of intercompany stock transfer. Well, it is related to sales, but it's really an inventory process. Sales just happens to trigger it. Anything where a recorded goods movement needs to happen, you need a delivery for that. We just happen to use a delivery document type for inbound and outbound orders. Overall though, we have very little use for the delivery document type. Compared to other logistics operations, Yeah, we need to use it, but compared to other logistics operation, our use of the delivery type is limited. That's why deliveries are part of logistics execution rather than sales. Okay, that was the document category. The next item is number ranges. This part is easy, right? We have internal number ranges, external number ranges, and item number increment. We have already seen them in the sales document type configuration, right? In sales, there used to be a sub-item increment here. You don't see that here. Why? We talked about sub-item increments in the context of BOMs, bill of materials. There's something you have to understand here. A BOM only exists at the sales document level. So when it comes to the delivery, what happens? What happens to the BOM? The BOM becomes flat. It loses its hierarchy, the parent-child relationship. But look at the problem here. If there's a PC, say, with 3 parts in it, CPU, monitor, keyboard, 10, 20, 30, 40, so on. 20, 30, and 40 being the components will be part of 10. That's how we define a BOM, right? And that's how it fits into a sales order. Header, one line, and then components, they're all linked together. Marker 19. Now, how do we see it in a delivery? In a delivery, what happens is the BOM gets flattened out. Into what? Into a delivery group. And that's defined at the item category level. If you remember the sales item category controls, there's a field called application scope and structure scope. And right next to it, there's a field called delivery group. So all the components of the BOM get flattened out. And how is the delivery group used? It just groups the components of the BOM together. Why? So that the components of the PC, like the monitor, keyboard, CPU, all go together. The delivery group is how the delivery document ensures that all the parts of the BOM go together. That's why you don't have a sub-item increment. The third field is order required. This is always set to X for inbound delivery or outbound delivery. Why is it set to X? These document types, LF, LR, are only created with reference to a sales document. You can't create them alone, like standalone. For example, if you go to VL01N and try and create a delivery of type LF without an order reference, it's not possible. See the difference? With order reference, without order reference. For all sales deliveries, be it returns or outbound, we always need a sales document reference. Meaning there should always be a demand document, which is a sales order or a return order, that triggers delivery. Logistics cannot act on its own. That's the summary of it. In sales, it's a sales order. In returns, it's a return order. So, always ensure that this flag is turned on for LF and LR. This ensures that somebody in the warehouse will not be able to create a delivery or an outbound delivery or even a return without an actual demand document, the sales order. You can only create an outbound delivery with reference to a sales order. Similarly, if we have a return document, meaning somebody authorized a return, then you can create a return delivery. These two documents should never be created without a reference sales document. That's what this field stands for. The rest of them are not very important. Output determination procedure, text determination procedure, route determination, partner determination. These are important, but like I said, not at this point. So overall, in delivery document type, there are three important controls: document category, number ranges, and order required. We will now move on to delivery item categories. Where is delivery item categories? Right beneath the doc type. Once again, SAP makes our life easy. They have the same names as the sales item categories. The controls are a little different. So, if you go inside TAN, you see, it's not as big as a sales item category. It's pretty small. Once again, what are the important controls here? Document category. Then we have relevance for picking and storage location related fields. And then text determination procedure. That's it. Very simple, right? You already know what the document category is, and it defines the way an item category behaves. For TAN, it's J. For TA and N, it's something else. We don't care. Relevancy for picking. What is this field? Let me give you a simple scenario. You'll understand this field very easily. You'd be tempted to think that every delivery item should be relevant for picking. Why would we even do a delivery without picking, right? Why would you want that item to be there? When you are delivering something, you would, naturally tend to think that all the items are physical deliverables, and hence, of course, they would require some kind of picking. It could be picking manually, or it could be picking via transfer order in the warehouse. So if you make an item not relevant for picking, meaning check this off, what happens is, when you have this order, 10 line item M01 quantity 1, and you're trying to create a delivery here, this order comes through line item 10 M01, and in the delivery there is a delivery quantity of 1 and picking quantity. It will either be grayed out in case the item is relevant for warehouse management, or it will be just blank until you go pick a quantity of 1, manually put it in, or use a transfer order. Now, if you set this item category to be not relevant for picking, this entire field will be grayed out. You cannot pick a quantity, either manually or via the transfer order. Once again, come back to the same question. What is the point in having this in the delivery? One of the prime use cases for this is a BOM. Think of the BOM top level component. Let me start over again. We'll take just 3 lines. Line item 10, PC 101, 20, monitor, 30 is a keyboard. Higher level item is 10 and all the quantities are 1 each. Now let's deliver this. When you deliver this line item, should this line item also be delivered? Remember, it's a dummy part, a phantom part. It's not relevant for picking. There is no part called a PC101. It's the monitor, keyboard, and the components that make up for that imaginary PC. But should it be part of the delivery? That's the next question. The answer is yes, it should. Let me tell you why. Say we take a case where this does not come into the delivery, this line item. The second and the third line items, the monitor, keyboard, and any other components come in. So you got a monitor, you got a keyboard, and this line PC does not come in. So you pick this, and you do the billing. What do you have in the bill? Monitor and a keyboard. This is a delivery relevant billing, right? Meaning invoice is created with reference to the delivery. And delivery is created with reference to the order. When you create the billing with reference to the delivery, only the monitor and the keyboard comes through. Now, the customer will be confused. He doesn't understand that this is part of a PC. You see, he has ordered for a PC and he got the components, monitor, keyboard. Where's the PC? Well, he's ordered the PC, right? That doesn't sound logical to the customer, right? If you go order something from Dell and, he sends an invoice saying, hey, we got a keyboard, hey, you got a monitor. Well, there should be something that binds all these things together. That's exactly the problem that we are trying to solve here. By making the top level part also flow into the delivery, but it's a phantom part. But since it's a phantom part, we make it not relevant for picking. That way, the top level part PC would just act as a placeholder, just to hold the components, monitor and keyboard. And finally, when you create the bill, it would make sense to the customer. Oh, okay, the monitor and the keyboard are part of the PC. Great. So, that field relevant for delivery will be turned off. Then picking does not need to happen. But the item is relevant for delivery to make logical sense in the final invoice. Storage location is not required at this point. Storage location is not required at this point. There is a concept called storage location determination. Some items are not relevant for storage location. If you take the same example, the PC top level part, it's not relevant for storage location, right? Why? Because it's not stored in the first place. It's a phantom part, it's a dummy part, it's a placeholder. Or you can think of other examples, like service parts, take warranty, 3-year additional service. None of these types of materials require a storage location. Why? They're not stored really. It's not relevant for storage. They don't need storage. In cases like this, you can just turn them off. How about item categories like TAD or TAS? TAD, TAS. One is a third party and another is service. Can you see them here? No. Why? TAD is service. TAS is third party. Both of these items are not relevant for delivery, right? You can't deliver service. Your company cannot deliver a third party in order. It's delivered by the vendor. So either way, there's no delivery. That's why you don't see them as delivery item categories in this list. They're all billed as order relevant items. That's what you need to know about delivery document types and delivery item categories. There's also delivery item category determination. It's exactly the same as a sales item category determination. So no difference whatsoever. If you go to the configuration, you can see the 4 parameters. Delivery document type, item category group, usage, and higher level item category. So now close the logistics section, move on to sales and distribution and billing section. Billing is a little more involved. So let's start billing. Billing also has a document type, just like sales document types, delivery document types. We have billing document types. So what are the most important billing document types? F2, F5, F8, L2, G2, and I think we have an RE as well. Let me go inside. Yep, we have an RE. These are the most important billing document types. F2, standard invoice. Just like the way we have standard order as OR, right? Standard delivery is LF. F2 is the standard invoice. F5 and F8 are called pro forma invoices. F5 is order relevant pro forma. F8 is a delivery relevant pro forma. We'll go through the list and then, when we create some of these invoices. After that, we have L2, which is a debit memo. G2, credit memo. And RE is credit for returns. We'll see all of these when we do hands-on. Let's see how they are related to the sales document types and delivery document types. Here is the big picture. OR, delivered using LF, billed using F2. With reference to LF, we can also create a pro forma invoice, F8. And with reference to this order, we can have an F5 order relevant pro forma invoice. We understand F2, right? It's a standard invoice. If you create a standard order, create a delivery for it, standard delivery, you can create a standard invoice as well. Now, what is this F5 or F8? Both are pro forma invoices. So what's a pro forma invoice? When goods cross an international border, a pro forma invoice is required to declare the value of the goods. Say here is an order, the customer is in Canada, and the company is in US. And when you create the delivery LF, the goods should go from the factory in the US to the customer in Canada. Inside US, if you're selling it to somebody, it's no big deal. Just ship it to a PGI. But if your goods are crossing the border, meaning the customer is not in the same country as the plant, say you have a truckload of computers, 100 computers crossing the international border from US to Canada. At the US-Canada border, the truck would have to pass through customs, right? So whenever goods are crossing an international border, the value of the goods have to be declared. This is called customs declaration. And what is the purpose of it? From a customs perspective, the main purpose is to ensure that the customs duty is paid. How much duty needs to be paid? Well, apart from the type of goods, one of the main parameters is the value of the goods. Say 100 computers is priced at $50,000. That's the declared customs value. And for that, according to Canadian regulation, you would have to pay a customs duty. So this truck which is crossing the border will carry a pro forma invoice, which contains the value of the goods crossing the border. Marker 44. This is typically created with reference to the delivery. One question that you might have here is, why don't we create the invoice? That's the next logical step anyway, right? After delivery, you create the invoice. So why don't we just create it instead of another invoice called the pro forma invoice? Here is why. When the truck leaves the plant, only the delivery is created at that point. The billing document is not created yet. It will only be created overnight when the billing due list runs. But the customs officer does not care about this, right? When they see the truck, they want to see the value of the goods being declared. Marker 45. So, an invoice can be generated called a pro forma invoice, which can be created with reference to the delivery even before the PGA is done. And that invoice will look just like a regular invoice. It's slightly different. We'll talk about it. So this pro forma invoice will be printed. That was created with reference to the delivery and sent along with the truck. And the authorities will use that value as a reference for customs duty. This is one of the prime reasons why pro forma invoice is used. The customer does not care about the pro forma invoice. The customer only cares about the regular invoice. So the regular invoice is called tax invoice or commercial invoice, as opposed to pro forma invoice, which is more or less, dummy duplicate document. The only purpose of it is to declare value to customs. So it's not relevant for tax. It's more or less like an FYI for your information. It doesn't have any tax implications. That's why it's not called a tax invoice. A commercial invoice or tax invoice gets posted to accounts. So your F2, credit memo, debit memo, these are all commercial invoices or tax invoices. Just another name. They get posted to accounts, and that's what the customer sees on his invoice. A pro forma invoice does not get posted to accounts. See, this is posted to accounts, and pro forma invoice, on the other hand, is not posted to accounts. This is a major difference between the standard commercial invoice and pro forma invoice. Pro forma invoices are not posted to accounts. Standard invoices are posted to accounts. Another difference is a pro forma invoice is flexible. You can adjust it any way you like it. Let me give you an example. For example, in this order, say the customer is ordering, line item 10 PCs, quantity of 100. Line item 20, you're giving, say, 100 printers for free. 1 PC, 1 printer. The price of this is $500. So the total comes to 50K multiplied by 100, right? The price of the printers is 0 because you're giving printers free to the customers through PCs. So although there is a price associated with printers, let's say $100, we are giving it free to the customer. So the tax invoice or the commercial invoice, your regular F2, will only reflect 50K, the value of the PCs. The customer is happy with it. We are also happy with it because we are doing a sale. So who is the unhappy guy here? This guy. Customs office. He's not happy with it. To him, the printers represent some value. It doesn't matter if you're giving it to him for free. He doesn't care. As long as the goods have some value, we would have to pay customs duty if applicable. So what do you do in this case? Well, you tweak the prices in the pro forma invoice. This is a simple example of the flexibility provided by the pro forma invoice. So you modify the prices in the pro forma invoice like this. 50K for PCs, and for printers, you put a value, say 10K. So what's the total? 60K. So depending on the type of goods, we'd have to pay duties for 60K, not 50K. Since pricing is not affected in pro forma invoice, it doesn't affect the customer. You can put any price you want. That's the flexibility I'm talking about. So this is a pro forma invoice, F5 and F8. Now what about L2 and G2? Let's say there's an order. You deliver the order, and you bill the order. This is posted to accounts. Say the customer has been overcharged. Happens, right? Human error. Instead of 10%, you have charged 12%. Could happen, right? So you have charged 2% extra. Say the customer complains, or we have found out that we have charged 2% more. How do we return the 2% extra that we have charged to the customer? We do it using a credit memo request. With reference to the invoice, we create a credit memo request. How do you do it? Just like how you create a regular order using VA01. So instead of OR, you use CR. This does not have delivery, right? And when you bill it, the corresponding billing document type is G2. The sales document here is a credit memo request, and this is a credit memo. When the credit memo posts to accounts, it posts a credit of 2% of 50K, right? That comes to $1,000. Similarly, sometimes you might be undercharging them, in which case you'd be creating a debit memo request. And when you bill it, you create a debit memo. The sales document here is a debit memo request, and this is a debit memo. And debit memo is posted to accounts, which just debits the customer with $1,000. Another case is when the customer does not like the product. he wants to return it, or maybe he wants to return a part of the product. Say out of 100 computers, one is broken. The customer wishes to return it. What does he do? Picks up the phone, calls customer care, right, and asks for return. Well, the customer care says, okay, give me your original invoice number, sir. So we'll take that as a reference, create a return document. Again, how do you do it? Just go to VA01. And instead of OR, use a return document type RE. And with reference to RE, we'll create a return delivery, LR, right? And after that, we'll bill the return delivery. And what's the document type, billing document type? RE. And that will be posted to accounts as a credit. This is called credit for returns. This is very different from the standard credit memo process. A credit memo is purely a financial transaction. A return document includes both. It has logistics, because there is a delivery associated with it, right? So it's got logistics. And of course, there is a credit that we are doing to the customer. So there's a finance piece also. Marker 56. So let's try to create an example in the system. Let's go do an order first. We'll use the standard set of customers and materials. Again, the final intent here with this hands-on is to see the document flow. Okay, so let's deliver this. We'll start with the original order, OR, deliver it, bill it, and say do some of the subsequent transactions, credits, debits, or returns. Okay, change the delivery date. Picking is not enabled. Why? Because of warehouse management. We know that, right? So go ahead, create a transfer order, enter, and save the transfer order. Once it's saved, you go back and change the delivery. VL02N, and you do a PGI. Delivery is done. Now, how do we bill this? VF01. If you want to use the menu path, you can go to logistics, sales and distribution, billing, billing document, or transaction code VF01. Automatically, the last created delivery will come up here. Remember, this is just one way to do the billing. What's the other way? Billing due list. You can use VF04 for that. Here is the billing document that's created. What's the billing document type? F2. Let's save it. The billing document should be posted. Now you can go to the subsequent documents. But remember, you can only do it when the postings have happened. If for some reason the posting does not happen, you cannot do any subsequent transactions. When I talk about subsequent transactions, I mean, anything like a return, credits, debits, anything that you do with reference to that invoice. Well, see this case. No accounting document generated. The invoice is created, but it's not posted to accounts. Why? Well, we don't know. You would have to investigate why this happened. So go to change. Your invoice number is already available. Now click on the green flag. This is how you post an invoice to accounts. Just open the invoice in change mode and hit on the green flag. That will post it to accounts. What do you see here? Posting period 005-2012 is not open. This is a finance error. Your FICO consultant will fix this error for you, so you don't have to worry about this problem. For now, I know how to fix it, so I'll fix that for you. Just go to OB52, select your company code or fiscal year variant 1000, select all these rows and set the ending period to some time in the future. Again, don't worry about this transaction. This is not important for us. I am playing the role of a finance consultant here. In case you get this problem in your test systems, just follow this step. Go to OB52 and you can fix the problem. Okay, the invoice is posted to accounts now. How do you know if the invoice is posted to accounts? Go to the document flow and here you have the accounting document. To see the different accounts, select it and click on the display doc. 1000 is customer Becker and he owes us 1022 euros. The revenue is a credit of 859 euros. And the tax is a credit of 163 euros. These are called GL accounts or general ledger accounts. In the SDFI interface section, we'll talk about account determination. And in that chapter, we'll understand some of the basics of accounting and, we'll talk about all this stuff. General ledger, debits, credits, what they are, and as far as we need to understand. Let's say the invoice number is 10000078 and we want to create a credit memo. What is the tax in this invoice? Go to the first item, go to conditions, and what's the tax percentage here? 19%. Say the correct tax is 17% instead of 19. So we have to return the 2% tax back to the customer. Let's say 2% of the tax value here of what? 163, right? Is, let's say, 20 euros, just some number. Go back, take this document number, go back, go to sales, start with an order, but instead of OR, do a CR. This is a credit memo request. Easy to remember, right? CR, credit memo request, DR, debit memo request. We want to give money back to the customer. And click on create with reference. Now, this is important. Why? Like we discussed earlier, we want to create a credit memo always with reference to the original invoice. Always. Marker 67. When we discuss copy controls in the next set of chapters, we'll talk more about this, create with reference thing. Okay, go to create with reference, select the billing tab, paste the invoice number. So it's copying data from the original invoice F2 into the new credit memo. Stuff like customer details, line items, quantities, all this stuff will be copied. SAP will automatically put a credit memo on a billing block. Well, that's a standard default behavior. See, I didn't do anything. The reason is the credit memo is issued when money needs to be paid back to the customer, right? So SAP automatically places a block. Why? So that somebody who is authorized will go, review it, and manually remove the block. This ensures that somebody explicitly looks at it. Let's remove the block. Just blank it out. Go into the pricing for this. And what do we want to do? Give $20 back. Right? So put 20 or 18 or whatever value. So the net value, including the tax here, will come up to some $20. Now we need to do a delivery? No. We directly do a billing document. This is a credit memo request, right? There's no logistics involved. We are not returning goods or sending back goods. It's purely a financial transaction. Just giving money back against what? That material, that invoice number. So we directly do billing and the sales document is incomplete. Go to edit and you know what? You have to fill an order reason. Where did you see the order reason? Go to the sales tab and put an order reason. Why are we putting an order reason? For tracking. By the way, these are customizable. You can make your own order reason. Just put some reason there and then do billing. So it's 18 euros plus tax. And now quite similar to this, we can create a debit memo also. How do you do that? Go to VA01 and use order type DR. Click on create with reference. Similar to the way I've created your credit memo, right? Always with reference. Enter the original invoice number and click copy. Now remove this block, billing block, go inside the line item, change the value to whatever you want. Then, make sure you select an order reason and try to do the billing. You see, this time it's a debit memo. Previously it was G2. Now it's L2. Debit memo. And click on save. Similarly, you can create a returns document. Say the customer wishes to return the goods. So go to VA01, enter document type. Which one? RE. That's the sales document type. Again, create with reference. Put the original invoice number the customer gave us over the phone, say, and click copy. Oops, doesn't work. Why? You see, we have the invoice number, right? But we have put it in the wrong tab. We are creating a return order with reference to the original billing document, right? So use the billing tab. We have used the order tab here. So go to the billing tab, put the invoice number and click on copy. SAP will copy the products. Then he might not, want to return everything. Say out of these 100 PCs, he might want to only return one because that's the only defective piece, say. Right? So you can put a quantity of one. Now, remove the block, put an order reason. Maybe the customer says the PC is broken, right? That's why he's returning it. So put that order reason, say material ruined, and so he gets the full price back, right? Not just $20, the entire price. So we don't need to touch pricing. So for that entire quantity of 1, the pricing is entirely copied over. Now, can we bill this directly? No. The customer has to first return the product, right? It's a logistics transaction. It's not like a credit memo or a debit memo, which is purely financial. And as usual, to do the return delivery for the product, in this case, do we need to do picking? No. We're not going to pick the goods. In fact, we're going to do the opposite, which is put away. All we need to do in the return delivery is just click on the post goods receipt. And finally, we bill the product. This time, the customer does not need to pay us, but instead, we are going to pay the customer. Alright, so let's look at the document flow of whatever has happened until now. Go back to the standard order all the way and click on the document flow. First, we created an order and then a delivery and billing. After which, there were some pricing discrepancies for which we created the debit memo or a credit memo, depending on, whatever is the requirement. And when one of the products did not work, we did return, for which we did a return delivery and then a return for goods invoice. If you look at this accounting document, which is the accounting document for the original invoice, and click on display, you see the customer is debited. Now, go back and look at the credit memo. You see, the same value is a negative. So in the original invoice, the customer is debited, and in the credit memo, the customer is credited. That's what we want to do, right? So how do you know in which case it's negative and which case it's positive? Well, the simple answer is we don't care. SAP will automatically take care of the postings, negative or positive. But what does it depend on? What's the deciding factor? That's a document category. Your debit memo request belongs to a different document category. Credit memo belongs to a different category. Invoice belongs to a different category. Credit for returns could belong to a different category. Pro forma could belong to a different category. What we need to understand is, in this case, the accounts got balanced out. In the original invoice, it was positive. In the returns, it's a negative. Makes sense, right? Let's come back to the billing document types. We have seen some billing document types, right? Standard billing, debit memo, credit memo, so on and so forth. Now, where is the configuration for this? As usual, go to SPRO, IMG, sales and distribution, billing document types. Now, click on define billing document types, and here they are. Pro forma invoice for order, pro forma invoice for delivery, standard invoice. If you go down below, there's a debit memo request, L2, credit memo, G2, so on and so forth. Go inside F2, and here you'll see all the controls. These are the controls behind a billing document type. As usual, let's go through the most important ones. Number ranges. Number 2, document category. Number 3, posting block. I will discuss about this in a bit. Number 4, invoice list type. Number 5, relevant for rebate. Number 6, invoice cancellation. 7, account determination. 8, document pricing procedure. Again, not all the things are important at this point. Let's just discuss a couple of things today. First one, number ranges. You know what they are, right? Next one, document category. What does it do? Define the DNA. Number 3, posting block. What is this? Posting block is used to block the invoice from posting to accounts. Let's see the effect of it on an invoice. Let's not change F2 because it's a standard document, right? Instead, make a copy of F2 and then create ZF22. Anything, any Z document. Say, oops, it looks like it's already taken. So let's try ZF88. Say yes. Okay, this works. Save it. In this document type, ZF88, let's put a posting block. Let's go back. Now, let's go back, create an order, deliver it, and invoice it. Let me quickly go create an order and delivery. I think you know how this is done anyway. So I'm going to fast forward this and come to the invoice creation step. We have to do something different here. If we hit enter, then the default invoice document type F2 will be created. That's not what we want. We don't want F2, right? We want ZF88. So select that in the drop down and hit enter. The invoice document type that's created here is ZF88 and save it. What does it say here? It says no accounting document generated below, isn't it? Now go to VF02 in change mode and click on the green flag. It's posted now. So previously, when we created invoices, we never had to explicitly click on this button to post to accounts. Unless there was a problem with accounting, the billing document always used to post automatically. In this case, we had to explicitly post the invoice, even though there were no issues. Why did this happen? Because we have configured ZF88 to stop automatic account postings. So whenever a billing document is configured with a posting block, every time a document is created, you have to use this flag to post it to accounts. Why do we do that? Meaning, what kind of business scenario would call for it? Checking this flag on. One of the thumb rules with invoices is once an invoice is posted, it's irreversible. Meaning you can't delete that document. Well, there are some ways to logically reverse the invoice, but you cannot delete that document. So how can you reverse an invoice? Well, there are two options. First option is to cancel the invoice. And you use a document type S1 or S2 for that. And the second option is to use a credit or a debit, depending on your requirement. That's the reason why we have the cancellation document here, number 6. We'll see how to cancel an invoice. How do you do that? Go to billing, put your invoice number, and in the menu, click on cancel and hit enter. Then save. What did we do here? Open the billing document in VF02. Click on cancel in the menu and save. What's the cancellation document? This one. 90000388083. Go to display and look at the document flow. You see the original document and the cancelled document as well. If you look at the accounting flow associated with the cancellation document, it will be very simple. It's exactly opposite to the original accounting document. It just offsets all the credits and debits in the original document. For example, you see, this is a credit against this customer. It's negative. If you look at the original accounting document, it will be a debit. Once again, how did we cancel this invoice? Like so. Open the billing document in change mode, VF02, go to the menu, billing document, and cancel. This is one way you can reverse the billing. You already know the other ways, credit memos and debit memos. So with that context, let's ask the question again. Why would you want to stop posting to accounts automatically? For example, a company like Siemens is selling power transformers or something very big. Let's say to a power generating company. Say the entire order is just one transformer or a couple of lines worth $10 million. That's a big order, right? You don't want to make mistakes in such a big order. Typically, for such big orders, there will be dedicated billers. They look at the invoice 10 times, 20 times, check if all the line items are correct, the prices are right, the taxes are right. Why? Because, like I said, you cannot delete an invoice you have posted to accounts. So once the invoice is checked for accuracy, somebody else will double check it, save it, and do what? And explicitly post it to accounts. Next topic, invoice list. Let's talk about the business scenario. Say on May 1st, there is an order. Order will be delivered and billed on the 10th, say. On the 2nd, there is another order. 3rd, there is another order. 5th, another order, so on and so forth. Each time there is an order, it will have its own invoice. Say on 11th, 15th, 20th, so on and so forth. Bottom line is, the customer will receive as many invoices as there are orders. Simple. And each of these invoices will be posted to accounts. And when an invoice is posted to accounts, the accounting document will contain a reference number, which will typically be the invoice number. Say this invoice is 9000012, and this invoice number will come as a reference number in the accounting document. When the customer pays, here is our customer. What's the invoice? 9000012. Say the customer pays an amount of $10,000. The customer will pay it against this reference number 900012. And the finance department receives the payment. They take the cash or check that comes in and apply to the accounting document. So incoming payment will be applied to the accounting document. Of course, against the reference number. That's the key. The reference number holds the key to clear these payments. The customer will receive the invoice which says 90012. He'll give us, he will get it from us via email or phone or fax, and he'll pay against the invoice. And in the accounting document, we put the invoice number as reference, and that reference will be used to clear the incoming payment against the accounting document. This is how it happens in finance. Now let's come back to invoice lists now. What is the problem that we're trying to solve here? Too many invoices. That is the problem. There are simply too many invoices. Some customers don't like it. It's too much for them. They'll just say, every month send me one consolidated invoice. You can generate as many invoices as you want, but just don't send it to the customer. At the end of the month or end of the quarter or end of the week, depending on how frequently the customer wants it, generate one consolidated invoice. How does this happen? Say invoice 1, invoice 2, invoice 3 at the end of the month. Consolidate all of them. And these are all F2s, any different kind of billing document, L2s, G2s, REs, returns. Because all along the month, you could be generating standard orders, debit memos, credit memos, returns, all different kinds of transactions. At the end of the month, consolidate into what is called as an invoice list, which will basically contain a huge list of items from these billing documents. Right? So the first one will have 2 items, say. Those 2 items will come and sit here. The second invoice will have 4 items. These 4 items will come and sit here. So on and so forth. So this is a huge list of line items from the original invoice that sit in this document called the invoice list. Okay, so far so good. So what's the problem here? Why did we talk about the reference number? Here's the trick. The original is created and posted to accounts. Original meaning original accounting document. So it contains the invoice number as the reference. This means the LR invoice list does not need to create separate accounting entry. Why? Because they're already posted to. This is more or less like a consolidation, a listing. That's it. You're not going to post it to accounts. So what does an invoice list do? When you create LR, it will create another invoice document. It's called an invoice list document. And here is the magic that SAP does. SAP will go and change the reference numbers. Let's say 900019 and this is 900020, so on and so forth. Each of them will generate their own accounting document, right? SAP will go look at all the accounting document numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and against each of these accounting documents it will go into the document and changes something. What is it? Yeah, reference number. It changes the reference number in each of these invoice accounting documents to what? To the invoice list document number. Now what happens? Say the payment comes in. The customer pays a lump sum against the invoice list. Say the first order is $1,000. The second invoice is $1,000. Third is $1,500. So on and so forth. These individual invoices, of course, will not be sent to the customer, right? The customer has asked for a lump sum invoice, a consolidated invoice. Now, with the number 900058 that's created at the end of the month, say, this is the invoice list. It will be sent to the customer at the end of the month. The customer will receive it and pay against the invoice list number. Say the total for the entire month is 30,000. So the customer pays 30,000 against 900058. What's the problem here? When the accounting department tries to apply the payment $30,000 against the accounting documents, see, accounting documents, that's important. The accounting department works with the accounting documents, not with the invoices. Which accounting document? The one associated with the invoice list? No. Invoice list does not post to accounts because they have already been posted in the original invoice. So which accounting document? When the invoice list is created, remember we said it will go and change these individual accounting entries to 58, 58, 58. Now it's easy. Payments will be made against these accounting documents. That's the logic behind invoice lists. The way to create invoice lists is via VF21. Or you can use the menu path, invoice list, VF21. Use billing document type, LR. You specify all the billing documents against which you need to create an LR. Or you can use the due list as usual. Go to VF24. Just put a date here and sales area, say 1010.00, and payer of say 1000 or 1020. So this will pull up all the invoices created for the payer 1000. Right now there aren't any, but they would come up here if there were. Now, not all customers require invoice lists, right? How do you mark customers that require invoice lists? Go to the sales view, billing tab, look at the invoice list dates, which is the calendar based on which you can generate invoice lists. If you fill in this field, that means the customer is relevant for invoice lists. If you don't fill this field, invoice lists will not be generated. So the payer should be marked as relevant for invoice lists. Remember, it's not the sold to, it's the payer. Okay, so let's recap what we have learned. We have seen how to create invoices, credit memos, debit memos, pro forma invoices, and credits for returns. Point number 2. We have also understood why they are created. Point number 3. We have seen which of these have accounting documents and which of them do not have accounting documents. Number 4. We have invoice cancellations, and we have seen what happens when you cancel invoices and how to cancel invoices. Number 5. We have seen what invoice lists are, why they're used and how they're created. Point number 6. We have seen reference numbers in the accounting document and what role they play in custom.
We have seen order types, item categories, and schedule lines at the sales, delivery, and billing level. When you string them up together, the data flow that happens between the different elements is what copy controls is all about. Before we go there, we have to talk for a bit about the possible document flows. Let me give you a picture that will make you easily remember all the document flows. Make a triangle. These are the three edges. I'm calling this as A. Over here I call it L. This is F. A means sales, L is delivery, and F is billing. Easy to remember, right? Sales is VA01, delivery is VL01, billing is VF01. From one sales document to another, document flow is possible. Example, quotation is an example of a sales order. Order is also an example of a sales document. You can create an order with reference to a quotation. Both are sales documents, and you can create one document with reference to another. And that's what this little loop represents. Look at this item. From the sales document to a delivery, can we create an order and with reference to that order create a delivery? Of course you can. Standard order OR to standard delivery LF is an example that we already know. Similarly, can you create one delivery with reference to another? The answer is no. A delivery document with reference to another is not possible in SAP. And creation of a document with reference to a delivery? Yes, of course. With reference to a delivery document, you can always create a billing document. Standard invoice with respect to standard delivery. We know that example. Or a credit for returns with reference to a return delivery LR. That's another example. What about this? We have seen some examples already in the billing scenarios. What is it? Invoice cancellation. Document type S1. You can have a standard invoice F2 and cancel it with an S1. Or you can think of invoice lists. Create an LR invoice list with reference to an F2. With reference to a billing document, can you create a sales document? With reference to an invoice, you can create a credit memo request. Similarly, the reverse is also possible. With reference to a credit memo request, you can create a credit memo. And it doesn't have to go to delivery, like order, delivery, billing. Now, these are the only possible flows. Like I said, delivery to delivery is not possible, and any other arrow that I have not shown here is not possible in SD. The only possible flows are the ones that I have shown in this picture. These data flows that you see here
are configured through a different set of transactions. Meaning, each of these arrows are configured using a different transaction. For example, the copy controls for sales to sales, example, quotation to order, is configured in VTAA. Again, you don't need to remember, it's just a mnemonic. The first letter is the target and the second letter is the source. Similarly, if you take this, order to delivery, where would this be? VT is the first two letters, that's common anyway. And then the target is L and the source is A. So this is the transaction code that you could go configure copy controls between sales and delivery. VTLA. You can just follow this logic and find out the transaction codes to use in any of the flow cases. For example, if you look at this, what would be the transaction code be? What would be the transaction code? VTFF, right? Once again, you don't need to remember these transactions. You can always go to the menu pathway SPRO. But there's a reason why I'm asking you to remember these if possible, because the copy control transactions, they're not all in one place. For some, you'll have to go to delivery, and for some, you'll have to go to billing. It's sometimes confusing for me. So if you just remember this logic, you can directly go to any copy control configuration. Well, now that we have figured out the possible flows, let's move on and figure out what's really flowing. And let me give you an example to understand some of the things better in copy controls. When you approach the border in your car, say, you'll be asked to show your papers or passport or whatever to prove that you're entering the US legally. Think of this side as the order and this side as the delivery. The decision of whether you can create a delivery from this order is similar to the decision that happens here at the border. It looks pretty obvious, you might say. Yeah, I can always create a delivery from an order. Most of the time, true. But there are situations where that's not possible. You are legally authorized to enter the US. But not everybody on the other side is authorized to enter the US. If you take a quotation and try and deliver it. See, this is an example of a sales document. And this is an example of a delivery document. So sales to delivery is possible, right? But that's not really the case. You cannot create a delivery with reference to a quotation. It's not possible. So, who is stopping it? When you try to create a delivery from a quotation, what exactly is happening behind the scenes? Somewhere in the process, some check is happening. Is this a legal flow? If not, stop it. If you want, you can try it. Say, create a quotation and try to deliver that quotation. Obviously, it'll throw an error. So where exactly is this check happening? Like this checkpoint when you cross the border, a similar thing happens in SAP. In SAP, it's called copy control requirement. Sometimes it's also called a requirement routine. These requirement routines are not just used in copy controls. They're used in many places. They're used in many other places where requirement routines are used to evaluate certain things and finally give a decision. if you're allowed to do it or not. There is another thing you need to understand here. The officer at the border says, yeah, you can go. That's an yes or no. But what's the luggage you can carry? Meaning, just because the officer says yes, you can't carry anything you want. Also, who is carrying these goods? The car, right? You got the goods in the car. Similarly, with copy controls, there are a set of routines called data transfer routines. These routines carry the data from the quotation to the order, or from the order to the delivery. They're just little snippets of code, very similar to copy control requirements. They look at the source document, extract the data, and push the data into the target document. Now, how the data is extracted, what kind of code is it, these are things you don't need to care about. They're all written in ABAP. So, why are we trying to know about these routines? Your role as a functional consultant is to plug the corresponding routines at the right place. Your technical consultant will write the routines for you, good, but you are responsible to configure them in the right place. We'll see some examples in the system. With this background, let's go to SAP and see the configuration behind copy controls. Let's say the copy controls between one sales document to another, which is VTAA. Let's start with the copy controls between one sales document to another. What is it? VTAA. And we'll take the most familiar example, order to quotation. We have two columns here, the target on the left and the source on the right. Both are sales documents. Remember, we said sales to sales. VTAA. So the source is A and the target is A. Both are sales. Click on position and then start with the target first. Target is OR and the source is QT. Hit enter. Here is the source, here is the target. Now click on details. So from the source to the target, what's the copy control requirement? 001. It doesn't look like much, but if we go click on this button and in the pop-up select 1, don't click on the check mark, instead click on the second button. Looks like a text icon. Alright, what did we do here? We went to VTAA, we have chosen the source as QT, target as OR, click on the magnifying glass, we get the screen. Then we have selected the requirement number 1 and we are trying to look at the code behind 001, requirement routine. If it's 002, you select 2. If it's 301, you select 301. So once you click on that button, you go to the code. Don't worry about the code. I'm not going to go into the details of the code here, but I'll briefly go over the routine based on the comments in the code. Look at these lines. These are called structures. These are structures that are filled up by SAP at that point in time. Sometimes they are available to be filled up for subsequent execution. If that sounds like Greek and Latin, no worries. It's not important at this point. Next, look at this line. Is the reference document complete? What does this mean? In this case, from a quotation to an order, the reference document is the quotation. So let's try and create an incomplete quotation. Go to VA21 and see what happens. You know how to create a quotation. Document type, QT. Enter customer, enter some material, and then save it. It says the document is incomplete. I really don't want to edit and complete at this point. Just save it. That's what we want to try, right? Let's pick up the quotation number and try to create an order with reference to the quotation. Go to VA01, use with reference, paste your quotation and click on copy. What does it say? It says reference incomplete. This is what we expected, right? But where is this message coming from? The message that you see there is this message. This piece of code is checking whether the source document is complete or not. In this example, we have taken a quotation that's incomplete. So the system is throwing you an error or a warning or whatever. I know it's an error because it starts with an E. I happen to know that with experience, but you don't have to. Is the currency the same as the source and target document? If you're trying to create a quotation in euro and try to create an order in USD, that's a problem. Next check. Check the validity period of the reference quotation. It's a problem too. If you're trying to create an order with reference to an expired quotation, this routine will check and post a message. Once again, you don't need to understand all this stuff. I don't understand some of it either. But the reason why I'm explaining this is you'll get a first-hand understanding of what's really happening behind the scenes. If there's a problem, you know where to look at. You'd be able to easily speak to your ABAP consultant and help him quickly debug the problem. Hey, you know what? These are some places where you could go check for potential problems. You could give him advice. In this case, for example, if the reference document is an inquiry or a quotation and if the validity period is out of range, there is a validity period. The document is complete. Say March to April is complete. Now, if you are trying to create an order in the month of May and referring to this quotation, those prices are no longer valid, right? They expired. So this part of the code ensures that expired quotations are not referenced. You could go on and on and on. There are a whole bunch of things that are checked. Payment cards. The division is the same as the source and target documents. Is the customer the same? There are so many checks that are made. Now, what if you want to do your own checks? This routine is provided by standard SAP. What if you want to do your own? Let's take a simple example. Custom routines. Say there is a quotation, and in the quotation, in additional data B, you have introduced a new set of fields. Say ZZ installation date. You've created it based on your business requirements. And say another field, ZZ installation toolkit. These are two additional fields that you've captured as part of your business requirements. Now, when you try to create an order, your standard requirement 001 or 002, they don't understand these fields. But these wheels are required in the order as well. So it's your duty as a functional consultant to figure out how these fields need to be used when creating an order from a quotation. So what do you do in this case? If installation date is not in range, say you have promised an installation date of May 20th, and if that is out of range, then do not create an order with reference to the quotation. Just like how the standard routine checks the validity date in the quotation, right? Think of these as additional set of dates that need to be checked. Nothing new. We're just trying to satisfy the business requirements. What is the business scenario here? Say, hey, we have promised an installation date of May 20th. So if you come before that date, then we'll be able to fulfill that quotation. Maybe because the technicians are lined up that way for that installation. If the customer comes beyond a certain date, then the company will not be able to provide services against that quotation. Well, we're not saying no. We're just asking the customer to start all over again with a new quotation, new set of service dates. But the standard SAP system does not check that, right? These fields, like installation field, is a new field. So SAP's routines are not aware of these fields. So here are the steps. Step number 1. Identify the copy control requirement routine between the source and the order. I'm saying QT and order because it's easy to understand. So how do you identify the copy control routines? Go to VTAA, select your source and target documents, go to details, and then find out the requirement routines. Say it's 001. Step 2. By the way, from 001 through 600 is reserved for SAP. And from 601 through 999 is custom routines. You can create your own. But you're not supposed to create a new routine in the 0 to 600 space. You already know this in some way. Just like the way you create an order type, starting only with a Y or Z, right? Anything starting with A, B, C all the way through X is reserved for standard SAP. We're not supposed to touch them, right? So step number 2 is, after you found out the routine, figure out if the routine is standard or custom. If it's standard, it's between 1 and 601. And if it's custom, it's between 601 and 999. What's the difference? If it is a standard routine, we cannot change it. Copy the routine and create a new routine. If it's custom, we can go ahead and modify it. New routines. Where do you go and modify new routines? That is step number 3. Modify or create new routines. Where do you do that? The transaction code is VOFM. This is a very important transaction. These routines are also called VOFM routines. For the simple reason that VOFM is a transaction code where these routines can be created. These routines are configured or plugged into the document flow using VTAA or VTFL or any of these transactions. But where these routines are created is the transaction VOFM. One part is creation, the second part is use. This is a very simple code, transaction code to look at. all you see is the different configuration areas like copy control requirements and orders. Say we are talking order level copy control requirements. So you go there and look at the requirements. See, you have 1, 2, 301. These are copy control requirement routines. Let me log into another window and show you the copy control requirements between Qt and OR. You see on the right, you see the copy control requirement routines, and on the left, you see the VOFM routines. So from quotation to the order, the copy control requirement routine is 001. And what is 001? 001 is created here. If you want to create your own routines, you go and define the routines here. And once you go and define them and activate them here, you'll get them as a number.
In this chapter, we are going to learn about pricing. This is a very important topic. The techniques that we are going to learn here, they're used across a wide variety of configuration in SD. The way we are going to discuss pricing is as follows. Number 1, the theory behind pricing. Number 2, condition technique. This is the core technique behind pricing. And like I said before, this particular piece of configuration is used across many other determinations in SD. So please focus on these areas, theory as well as the condition technique. Let's start with the theory behind pricing. What is pricing? Pricing is the configuration in SD that takes care of how the prices are pulled up automatically by SAP when you create an order or when you create an invoice. Let's take some examples. Take Dell. You go to Dell.com and start to configure a PC. Say the price of the PC is $500. So based on the configuration you select, somebody behind the scenes in Dell must have configured the system in such a way that for this pricing configuration, the correct price of 500 is pulled. And let's say you go to a deal site and get a $50 coupon. You go back to Dell and apply the coupon and you get the $50 discount. The net now is $450. 500 minus 50. Again, somebody at Dell must have configured the system in such a way that when you apply the coupon, it automatically gives the $50 discount. Say the coupon is valid for a month from Jan 1st to Feb 1st. Now, say you're in a state where taxes are applicable. So on top of this, when you mention your zip code, your shipping location will determine the taxes that applies to this particular situation. For example, if you are shipping to New Jersey, New Jersey has 9% sales tax or say 10% tax. That comes to $45. What's the total now? $495.
Again, who has configured Dell's SAP system that when you specify New Jersey, 10% tax will be applied? Now, I'm assuming that Dell uses SAP. It's just an assumption. How about freight? Say the total weight of the PC is 10 pounds, including the packaging and whatnot. For 10 pounds of shipment, there will be a certain freight charge. The freight charge works something like this. 0 to 5 pounds, $20. 5 to 10 pounds, $40. So in our case, the freight charges will be 40. The total now comes to 535. Again, who has configured Dell's SAP system that when a weight of the package is 10 pounds, the freight charges will be 40. Overall, what are we seeing here? Nobody is entering the price of the PC. It comes up automatically. When you enter the coupon, the discount comes up automatically. Based on the zip code, the taxes are determined automatically. Based on the weight, the freight is determined automatically. This is what happens in real time, right? You go to Amazon.com, Dell.com, VA01, it's all the same. You, as an SAP SD consultant, is responsible for configuring this. What we are seeing here is the end result. The end result of how pricing is computed in SAP. What we are going to learn though is how this is configured. This is just a very, very basic scenario. Pricing could get pretty complicated. For example, the price of $500 could be based on what? Many different factors. Or even the type of discounts that are given. They could be based on coupons. They could be based on customer groups. For example, if you have a AAA membership, you could get 10% discount on Hertz car rentals, right? Or government customers or military customers could have a special deal or discount based on the GSA code, General Services Agreement. Or in some cases, the more you buy, the more you get discounts, right? It's called scale-based discount. Meaning, if you buy a quantity of 100, you get a discount of 10%. If you buy 150, you get 15%. Or sometimes the discount could be cumulative. Since the 1st of January, the more you buy, the deeper discounts you get. Example, as of June, you have purchased $100,000 worth of goods from the company. Because of that, you get categorized into tiers. Tier 1 gets 15%, Tier 2 gets 17%, Tier 3 gets 20%, and so on. The point being, the way discounts are given, the way pricing is done, the way taxes are computed, the way freight is computed, the parameters based on which you compute these is totally dependent on the nature of the business. It's how their marketing team comes up with pricing gimmicks to, of course, suit their company's requirement. We don't have any control over that. So, how can SAP handle all these scenarios? In fact, SAP did not have a way to do this prior to the early 90s. Before condition technique came into SAP. SAP did not have a way to do this in a controlled and configurable manner. One customer of SAP, I hope you know this company, Unilever in London. It has implemented pricing in a customized way using a bunch of customized Z tables and code. Unilever, being a retailer, had a whole host of pricing scenarios, deals, promotions, so many different kinds of discounts. SAP at that point did not have a way in which all of this complexity can be built into the system. So they developed their own customization to deal with these pricing problems. And when SAP went in, they liked it so much that they eventually bought it back into SAP, including all the royalties. It was implemented in the standard SAP product, and it's called condition technique. That's what we're going to learn in this section. And the essence of condition technique is how to configure all the complex scenarios in pricing without having to write a single line of code. Well, we might have to write some code here and there, depending on the nature of the problem, but for the most part, many problems and scenarios in pricing can be solved and configured in SAP just using configuration. That's the beauty of condition technique. So, what is this condition technique? Condition technique consists of 7 steps. What are these 7 steps? The first step is the field catalog. Let's take a problem and discuss condition technique in parallel. The same Dell, same PC. Say we are pricing the product based on the material and customer group. So the product we are going to price is Dell 101. And the base price for the product, as soon as the material is created, generally a base price will be created. It's just a fancy word for the material list price. So this PCR material, Dell 101, costs so much, say $500. There could be many variations that we have discussed. The same material, if you're selling to a corporate customer, say an investment bank like JP Morgan, it could cost $450. If you're selling to the government, it could cost $455. The same material to military could cost so much. The same material to a distributor could cost $400. The same material to a reseller could cost a different price. All of this could be generalized as customer group based pricing. Now, I hope you understand why we are giving the same material at different prices to different customer groups. It's all based on the market conditions, customer segmentation, targeting, the needs of the customers. For example, distributors can give a huge market to penetrate. So you have to give it to them at a lower price. Retailers are sold at a different price. Corporate customers get a moderate price. You cannot sell the same product for the same price in all the channels. Yes, there are some exceptions like Apple. It's almost the same price for a broad range of customers, right? iPod is $99 on Apple.com or Amazon or any other channel. But it's more of an exception. Most companies have different prices across different channels. What we are going to do here is think about a customer group based pricing and configure the steps. Well, at least in theory. Coming back to the condition technique, the first step is the field catalog. What is a field catalog? A field catalog is a set of fields that can be used to do pricing, discounts, taxes, or anything you do in pricing. Examples of fields could be material group, customer group, so on and so forth. There are close to 200 different fields that are provided by SAP right out of the box. In this case of Dell, this is a material, this is a customer group. So field catalog is the list of fields that can be used as the base for pricing. Now when I mean pricing, it's a generic statement. It could mean price, discount, tax, surcharge, freight, any of these. You could base your freight, for example, on customer group. You could be doing pricing based on customer group. You could be doing taxes based on customer group. For example, government customers get a different tax, basically no tax, right? Now, you don't need to use all the 200 fields. You just need to pick the right fields from the list of available fields, and that is the field catalog. The second step, condition table. What is a condition table? A condition table is a database table. It comprises of one or more than one field from the field catalog. In this case, the condition table will comprise of material and customer group. That's it. That's a condition table right there. Very simple, isn't it? The field catalog is a list of fields. The condition table is a subset of the fields from the field catalog. A small subset, which will basically comprise of the required fields for that particular scenario. In this scenario, we're just using two fields: material, customer group. Step 3 is access sequence. What is an access sequence? The sequence in which the condition tables need to be accessed. To understand this, let's complicate the problem. Say there is a base price, which means the material costs $500 without any other complications. But if you sell it to a government, it costs you so much. If you sell it to a reseller, it's going to cost you so much, so on and so forth. Similarly, you could complicate it further. The same material, if you're selling to corporate through a distributor, this is the distribution channel. You can sell directly to a corporate. The price is $350. But if you are selling direct to a corporate, it's $300. This right here is not a customer group. This is the distribution channel, enterprise structure element, not customer group. How can we configure this? In this case, we will be creating two condition tables. One based on customer group and material, and the other is material plus customer group plus distribution channel. The distribution channel will be one of the parameters in the field catalog. So you pick this, and this. You create two condition tables. So two condition tables, one with material customer group, and second material customer group and distribution channel combination. The next question becomes, which one do you prefer first? The first table or the second? Typically, The more involved the scenario is, the higher the preference. If it fails, you default to this. An access sequence does exactly this. This is condition table 1. This is condition table 2. 2 will be given first preference, and if 2 fails, meaning if you are not selling via a distributor or a direct, then default to 1. So an access sequence is the sequence in which the condition tables are accessed. As an SD consultant, based on the business requirements, you configure the sequence in which the condition tables should be accessed. Number 4 is condition type. Condition type represents the type of computation. We can do so many things based on customer group and material. Using the same combination, we can calculate price. We can do discounts. We can do taxes, surcharges, any of these. Up until step number 3, we are only defining the basis, meaning based on what parameters and in what order we are going to compute something. But we never said what we are going to compute. Are we going to compute pricing? Are we going to compute a discount, a tax, freight, surcharge? We never said that. For example, in discounts, we can have dollar discounts. Dollar discounts mean I'm going to give you $10 discount. So irrespective. Or you can give a 10% discount. Both are completely different things. Both are discounts, all right, but the way they are computed is different. If you want an example, out of $500, if you give $10 discount, your price is 500 minus 10, 490. If you give a 10% discount, your price is going to be 450. 500 minus 10% of 550, 450. Who decides if you are going to give a percentage discount or a dollar discount? The business will decide it. And you, the SD consultant, will configure it via the condition type. Same with pricing. You could have different kinds of pricing. You could have pricing based on quantity, pricing based on time period, like $30 an hour, $10,000 a month. Same with freight. Most people get confused here between condition table and condition type. What is the difference between condition table and condition type? Condition table determines the parameters based on which we are going to compute the price. Once the parameters are determined in the condition table, condition type just dictates how exactly the price is calculated. Is it based on percentage? Is it based on volume? Is it based on dollar value, time based, so on and so forth? When we do a hands-on, you'll understand this much better. Step number 5 is pricing procedure. What is pricing procedure? I call it the Big Bang. Where all the condition types come together. Now, if you go through our scenario, in a pricing procedure, typically pricing comes first. After that comes discounts. after that tax, after that freight, and after that surcharge. This is how pricing is done. First you have different pricing conditions. Then you have different kinds of discounts. Not all of them might apply. Some of them will apply and some will not. Same with tax, freight or surcharge. All of them, we'll put them in a sequence 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that is a pricing procedure. A pricing procedure is where many different pricing conditions will be put together in a sequence to compute the final price. Number 6 is pricing procedure determination. When you go to VA01, you just enter the order type, customer and materials. Pricing comes up automatically, right? You don't have to pick anything related to pricing manually. So what is the basis on which SAP picks up pricing? The pricing procedure determination is based on 3 parameters: sales area, document pricing procedure, customer pricing procedure. What is this document pricing procedure? This comes from the sales document type configuration. And this, the customer pricing procedure, comes from the customer master sales view. Why is it configured like that? Well, this is the standard SAP way of determining a pricing procedure. But why this logic? Why does SAP allow us to determine the pricing procedure this way? Basically, SAP is giving us the flexibility to determine pricing based on these parameters. For example, sales area. That means typically by country. So you can have different pricing procedures by country. US can have its own pricing procedure. Germany can have its own. India is different. Japan is different. They can have their own. And you can have different pricing procedures by business process, not just by country sales area. When I mean business process, we're talking about document type. You see, OR can have a different pricing procedure. Rush order can have a different pricing procedure. Cash sales can have a different pricing procedure. Contracts, scheduling agreements, consignments, they can all have their own different pricing procedures. When I say they can have, it need not always be. SAP is just giving us the provision to have your own pricing procedures by document, by customer, by country, by sales org. So I said document pricing procedure plays a role based on the business process. Similarly, customers also play a role. Government customers, they can have their own pricing procedures. Corporate customers, they can have their own, so on and so forth. So customer plays a role, business process plays a role, sales area plays a role. All these 3 parameters put together can be used in any combination to determine your pricing procedure. Number 7 is not configuration. It's a user step. It's called condition record. Everything that you do until step number 6 is all done in SPRO. They're all configuration steps. But step 7 is easy access. The business users do it themselves. What do they do there? they maintain the actual prices. For example, until step number 6, we never mentioned a value. Meaning, we never said the discount is going to be 6% or $60 or the pricing is going to be $400. For example, we are only saying that price is going to be based on the customer material combination or customer group combination. Discounts are based on customer group material distribution channel combination. Meaning, we are only determining the basis. We don't specify the actual value until step number 6. We configure the system, give it to the business. They determine the actual price, the actual discount percentage. And they do it where? In step number 7, condition records. You can configure pricing at SPRO, IMG, sales and distribution, basic functions, pricing, pricing control. This is where you have all the configuration for the entire condition technique. But I don't go there. I use the area menu VOK0. It's an old transaction, but you can do everything here that you can do in pricing control. So either way it's fine. You could do one of both. So I'm going to use VOK0 because it saves me time, because we do it again and again and again. So instead of going to the menu path, I use this transaction and everything related to pricing is here. So go to VOK0 and you get a blank screen like this. And everything you need is here. Where? In the menus. The first thing that we want to do is step number 1, field catalog, right? In this chapter, we're not going to solve the problems that we discussed, the Dell problem or whatever. As a first pass, we're just going to see the configuration. Just an overview. In the next chapters, when we do a hands-on, we'll actually solve a problem. We'll create a condition table. We'll create a condition type. We'll create our own access sequence. But for now, we'll just see what these things are. It's more or less a walkthrough of the configuration. So, to get to the field catalog, go to Environment, Condition Table, Field Catalog. What is a field catalog? How does it look like? It looks like this. See, I told you there are 200 odd fields there, right? And these are the fields provided by SAP. City, company code, country, order reason, sales document type, customer hierarchy, Incoterms. You can have your pricing, discounts or taxes, anything based on these fields. The amount of flexibility that condition technique gives you is enormous. You just don't feel that yet. When you start facing the scenarios in real time, you'll feel the flexibility that condition technique gives you. Anything that's in the field catalog is a list of fields that can be used as the basis for pricing. Once again, when I mean pricing, I'm just using it as a generic word. It could mean price, discounts, taxes, surcharges, or freight. Any of these. The next step is the condition table. We'll not create a condition table in this chapter, like I said, but we'll see an existing condition table. We'll create condition tables when we go to the hands-on. A condition table is a 3-digit numeric number, starting from 1 all the way through 999. Like 002, 004, 005, so on until 999. The thing that you have to remember here is 1 through 600 are reserved for SAP. Meaning, just like the way anything starts with A through X is configured for SAP only. So whenever you create your own order type, you start either with a Y or with a Z, right? So that's the customer namespace. Anything before that is SAP namespace. Similarly, for condition tables, 1 through 600 is reserved for SAP. So you cannot create condition tables in that space. Technically you can, but you're not supposed to. So what is your namespace? 601 through 999. If you want to create your own condition table, sure, create it in that namespace. Let's view a condition table. If you take, let's say, customer material combination 702, enter customer and material combination. Where do you pull these fields from? From the field catalog. The section on the right here is the field catalog. Now, when you do a hands-on, we'll see how to pull these fields from the field catalog. But for now, just understand that the fields on the left are actually pulled from the field catalog onto the right. In this case, there are two fields, customer and material. And this table 702 is a combination of customer and material. Again, when we do hands-on, we'll see how to generate this table, how to view the technical details, the description of these fields, how to cross-verify them with the actual technical names. We'll see all of that in the next set of chapters. Go back to the third step. Third step is the access sequence. Where is the access sequence? Here. An access sequence is a sequence in which you put your condition tables together. An access sequence is set up hierarchically. If you look here and expand the hierarchy, you see, you select the access sequence first and then double click on accesses. And what do we have here? We have 4 condition tables. 005, 007, 009 and 004. And they're all put in a sequence. 10, 11, 13, 14. So the first preference is given to this. So if a price is found for customer material, it picks this. If not, it defaults to division customer. If not, it defaults to price list type currency material. And finally, if nothing is found, it defaults to material. That's an access sequence, right? It's a sequence in which you put your condition tables for access. We'll look at fields and the next step when we do the hands-on, because we'll have to do the field mapping and all that stuff. But for now, just understand that access sequence is the sequence in which you access the condition tables. Okay, the next step is condition type. A condition type represents the type of calculation, right? For example, standard condition type is PR00. If you go to PR00, look at it. It's associated with an access sequence. And it has a condition class, a calculation type, condition category, what kind of rounding should be applied, whether it's a header condition or an item condition, what kind of scales should be used, if at all a scale is used. Can you delete it manually? Can you enter it manually in the pricing procedure or in the sales order? There are so many controls behind a condition type. We don't need to go behind all the different things, but just understand that condition type represents the type of calculation. Basically, there are 5 different types of condition types: prices, discounts, taxes, surcharges, and freight. In case you are wondering what other modules use condition technique, so in case you are wondering which other modules use the condition technique, module uses the condition technique. It's called schema. It's basically used for purchase price determination, input tax determination, all that stuff. Even CRM module uses it. So overall, SD, CRM are the main modules that use the condition technique for pricing. Step number 5 is the pricing procedure. They are typically defined by country. For example, RVAA01 is a German standard pricing procedure. If you look at the controls behind it, you see the different pricing condition types all put together in a particular sequence. Step number 8 through 21 is pricing. And then we have discounts, sales promotions, price group based discounts, all different kinds of discounts. And the list goes on and on and on. After that, there is surcharges. If you keep scrolling down, you'll get surcharges like incomplete pallet surcharges, mixed pallet surcharges, and then we have freight. Different kinds of freight could be there: header based freight, line item level freight, so on and so forth. And then there could be taxes. Of course, there are rebates, but we don't care much about rebates in this course. MWST is an example of a tax condition type. And finally, a total will come up at the very bottom. This is a pricing procedure. We'll discuss more on this later when we do a hands-on in the next set of chapters. But beyond that, don't worry too much about pricing procedure. There are so many things there, like from, to, mandatory, statistical, subtotal requirements, alternate calculation types, accrual keys, accounting keys, so many different things. Again, focus only on the fundamentals, and we'll discuss all of these things, all these different columns in the coming chapters of this section. Before we discuss them though, we should get a good feel for the condition technique. So just focus on the condition technique, the sequence, and the steps, and the logic. Step number 6 is the determination. So how is the determination done? Determination is based on 3 parameters: sales area, document pricing procedure, and customer pricing procedure. Where do you see the document pricing procedure? If you go to any document type, the document pricing procedure is here. If you go to OR, QT, any document type, you can see the document pricing procedure here. Where can you see the customer pricing procedure? In the customer master. Where exactly? In the sales view. So go to the sales view of the customer and go to the sales tab, and you can find the customer pricing procedure, which is just a fancy word for a single character. It could be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or a B, C, D, or any special character like an ampersand or a caret or a dollar. It just labels a particular customer as relevant for a particular pricing procedure, so that when a pricing procedure is determined, this parameter from the customer master will be used. Step number 7 is the condition record. And like I said, it's a user transaction. You can go to it via VK11. The transaction code for it is VK11. So go to VK11, specify your condition type, say PR00, and enter your combination, enter the material, and say enter a price of $250 for M01. It could be euros or dollars or whatever the currency is. So you can create as many pieces of prices as you want. You can keep going on and on and on based on whatever parameters you want. And pricing will be created in that order. Where do you see the price? So go to VA01, enter your order, OR or QT, whatever you want to test, and then enter your material, say M01, and hit enter, and you should see the price. Where did you get that price from? Select your line item and then click on this button, the one that looks like a nickel. In the next chapters, we'll see how to do a detailed analysis on how these prices come up, which condition type was used to arrive at the price, why they have been picked up. All those details will be seen when you click on the analysis. But when you do a hands-on, the next set of chapters, we'll understand how we can do this analysis and what analysis can reveal and how to troubleshoot pricing through analysis. So here is an exercise that we'll be solving on pricing. It's a very small exercise, but the main focus is condition technique. The condition technique theory that we have seen only focuses on one scenario, the base price. In this example, we'll see more than one price list, and we'll see how to configure it in SAP. Just a little more elaborate. Nothing beyond what we have already learned in condition technique. To work on this exercise though, we need to create some master data. Let's start with the first one. Let's create a customer similar to 1400. Why 1400? 1400 is already configured with everything you need. Partner determination and all that configuration. You can choose 1000 also. So open SAP, go to XD01, select customer account group 0001 sold to, set the company code to 1000, sales org distribution channel division as usual 101000, select the reference customer as say 1000 or 1400, your choice, and of course the same set of org elements 101000. Let's give the customer a name, test pricing, and just you can fill the rest of the details. They are not very, very important. Now go to the company code view. Nothing to fill here. Now sales area data, sales, shipping, billing, enter the default tax classification, then partner functions tab, nothing to do here, and save. The customer that is created is 128. You can see it at the bottom of the screen. Let's note it down for reference. Next step, create a new document pricing procedure. How do we do that? Go to VOK0, go to the pricing procedure and document pricing procedure. Click on maintain. We can either create a new one or choose an existing one. I've already created a new one here. It's O test DPP. If not, we can create a new one. Click on the new entries. Create a new entry, say colon. Give it a description and save it. Again, let's note it down for reference in our notes. The next step is customer pricing procedure. Where is it? Go to pricing procedures and then customer pricing procedure. Select it and then again go to new entries. Looks like colon is already taken, so since it's only one character, it's a little difficult to think of a new one. Let's see. There is a slot between 6 and 8, so let's create 7. Go to new entries, 7, test CPP and save. Again, note it down here. Make sure you create this master data step by step. Don't skip these steps. It's time taking, I understand, but it will definitely help you solve the scenario much faster than if you are trying to do this without creating your own master data. Now, other configuration. Why am I asking you to create a new sales document type? So that you don't mess up with OR or QT. These are standard document types. In this case, creating a new document type takes a lot of time. You already know the process for it, right? As long as it's not a standard document type, just choose any Z document type that you've been using. I'm choosing ZSI1. Make a note of it. You don't need the second step, creation of the item category at this point. As long as you're using TAN or a copy of TAN, that should work fine. If you want to do some other manipulation though, like what? Make the item category not relevant for pricing and see the effect of it. Then I suggest you create your own item category. And how do you create your own item category? Go to VOV7. If you don't remember the transaction code, just go to SPRO, IMG, sales and distribution, sales documents, sales document item, define item categories. Go there, select 10, make a copy of it, call it Z anything. This is going to take some time because anytime a new item category is created, the corresponding copy controls behind them will also be copied. I'm going to leave the transaction for now, but I'm going to make a note of it. ZST1. That's my item category. The next step is item category determination. So ZSI1 plus norm is ZST1. Save it. This is the item category that we just created, right? And this is for the document type we just created, ZSI1. Why are we doing this? When we create an order, for a material M01 or a material like that, which has an item category group of norm. So the norm here represents an item category group, right? If you have questions, go back to item category notes. Our custom item category ZST1 should be determined. Alright, now let's start with our business scenario. ABC Computers wants to price its desktop range of products belonging to some material group. And here is the logic. First, price should be checked for customer material combination. So this is the first priority. In business terms, it's also called a customer specific price list. If you want to imagine why this would happen, think of a scenario like this. All elementary schools in Pennsylvania will buy from ABC Computers. The government has negotiated a contract with ABC Computers that way. And that's a big contract for ABC Computers, right? And ABC Computers would be more than willing to give a special price for this deal for all these elementary schools. So if a desktop costs $500, ABC Computers would be willing to sell it at, say, $80 or $70 to these schools. Why? Because it's a big market, and the sales volume alone will justify the margins. This is an example of customer-based pricing, meaning we are creating a price list specifically for one customer. The next priority is customer group-based pricing. Not all customers are as big as the US Department of Education, right? So not every customer can be given a separate price list. For example, corporate customers can be in a all corporate customers, not one per GE, General Electric, or not one per JP Morgan. What are we doing here? We are categorizing customers as belonging to a particular group. In this case, corporate customers. And how do you categorize customers? One criteria is customer group. It's a field in the customer master. So that could be one parameter based on which you create a price list. It's called customer-based pricing. So how are these price determined? Meaning M01 will be given at $400 to a corporate customer, $350 for online customers, $450 for retail customers. Why? Well, there would be a variety of parameters based on which the business will determine a particular price. For example, online customers will be given a lower price, say $350. Why? Because the storage costs are lower, the marketing costs are lower. Think about retail. The cost of maintaining a PC on the shelf is very high, right? Unless the customer sees it on the shelf, he doesn't buy it. So, what price to give to each customer group is based on a variety of parameters. Now, coming back to the scenario. If such a price is also not found, then default to the base price. What is a base price list? Material M01 costs $500. Material M02 costs $600. So irrespective of any parameter that affects the price, like customer group, customer specific, or country or region. So here is an example of a base price list. Material M01 costs $100. Material M02 costs $120. That's it. No other parameter comes into play. Similarly, this is the customer specific price list. The same material, M01, for customer 1400 is going to cost $90. And then we have customer group specific price list. The same material for customer group 01 costs $95. So let's start the configuration. Start with the configuration. Go to VOK0 and start with the first step. Field catalog. We were talking about a couple of fields in the scenario. One is material. So search for material. MATNR, Matner. So we have material in the field catalog. Next we have customer group. KDGRP. And then we have customer. KUNNR. These were the only parameters that we have used in the scenario. Material, customer, and customer group. Where do I get these technical names from? Matner, KDGRP, KUNNR. For example, how do I know that Matner is material? Just go to the material master, select the material field, and hit the help button or just hit F1. The field help window opens up, and in that, click on the technical details field. Then you get the technical details. The field name is the technical name of the field. Same thing with customer number or customer group. Go to the customer master, select the customer number or the customer group field, hit F1, then select the technical details. So that's it. The first step, field catalog, is complete. We just found out that we have all the fields that we require for this scenario in the field catalog. Second step is the condition table. How many condition tables do we need to create here? 1, 2, 3. We have 3 different scenarios. So we create 3 condition tables. Go to the condition table creation. Select a number. Remember, we can only pick between 600 and 999. Sometimes when you try to create with a number, SAP does not allow it. Let me show you with an example. Say between 901 and 907, we have some gap. Let's try to create a 902. What does the system say? Table 902 already exists. This one is tricky, isn't it? Same with 903. There is a slot and still SAP does not allow you to create it. That is because there are other condition tables related to pricing like rebates, and they don't show up here, but the table still exists. So you have to be a little patient here, and I've got a little trick for you. This trick will help you find out what are the condition tables that are already taken. All these condition tables, 900, 901, 902, these pricing condition tables are stored behind the scenes, prepended with an A, alphabet A. Meaning 900 will be stored in the database as A900. 901 will be A901. Now the trick here is to do a quick search on A9 star, and that will reveal all the tables you need. So just go to SE16, enter A9 star if you are looking for all the tables starting with 9, and it will give you all the tables that start with A9. You'll get a pop-up with all the tables starting with A9. As you can see, A901, 902 are already taken. This way you can see which tables are free and which tables are not. Anyway, I know a table 867 is free, so let's use it. Enter 867, hit enter. So let's create the simplest table first, the base price list. That would be based on just the material. So do a page down on the field catalog to find out the material number. It's in alphabetical order, so you know where M is going to start. So go all the way down to M, and here is the material. Remember, there's no scroll bar here. You can't scroll up and down. The only way to navigate the field catalog in this case is via the page up and page down buttons. So select the material, double click it, go to the technical view, confirm that the technical name is Matner. It is, and now you can go back. If everything else is okay, click on the generate button. It says table 616 already exists. What it means is that for this combination, in this case just material, there is another condition table that already exists. In a real scenario, in a project, you just use 616 rather than say create a new condition table 867. But in our case, we are trying to learn how to use a condition table. So just say hit enter and the warning goes away. Do you want to generate the condition table? Yes. And this package will be given to you by the ABAP or basis consultant. I happen to know a sample package and I'm using it. So create your own request and save. Go back and create 868. The next combination is material plus customer. Material is the first parameter, the second is customer. Customer starts with a C, right? So we do a page down and there are two customers here. Which one do we pick? Select both of them for now because we don't know which one is correct. And go to the technical view. We see that the second one is not correct. It says Heiner, H-E-I-N-R, not Kunnar, K-U-N-N-R. Heiner is a hierarchical customer. That's not what we want. We want the standards customer, K-U-N-N-R. So select the second one and delete it. Go to the technical view again. Confirm that you have selected the material on customer and click on generate. 868 is, so it gives you a message. 688 already exists, but we don't care. Still go ahead and generate it. Go back and create 869. This time we want to create with material and customer group combination. Select material as the first parameter and then select customer group. Go to the technical view. What do you see? Matner and KDGRP. Both are correct. So you can go ahead, click on generate, create the transport, save it. Now all the three tables are ready. 867, 868, 869. Three condition tables. What is the next step? Access sequence. we're going to create a new access sequence, say something that starts with a Z, ZS03. Select it and double click on accesses. Remember, access sequence is hierarchical. Now we should be careful the order in which we put these tables. Which table shall we put first? That depends on the business priority. Look at the logic here. There is 868, there is 869, the default base price is 867. So this is the key to implement the cascading logic. Customer material first, if not customer group material combination. If nothing found, default to the base price list. So start with 868, click on exclusive, and then 20 is 869. So in case you are having a question on why we are giving these numbers 10, 20, this is how you put them in sequence, just like the line items in a sales order. So you put all these tables, 868, 869, and then 867. Now the next step is a little tricky. Watch out. Select the first row, any row for that fact, and double click on fields. You'll get a warning. Ignore it. Ignore it. Do we have all greens or blues on the screen, or do we have yellows and reds? If we have greens and blues, SAP is saying everything is fine. I have mapped everything properly. So do the same thing with 20. Select, double click, hit enter and enter again. And what do you see? Greens and blues. Good to go. Go back and do the same thing for line 30. Greens and blues. So everything is perfect. Save it. So ZS03 is our access sequence. Let's go down a little and make a note. So these are our condition tables. Access sequence is ZS03. What's the next step? The next step is creation of condition type. What kind of condition type should we create? What are we trying to do here? Pricing. We're not doing discounts, we're not doing freight, we're not doing tax or surcharge. It is price. So when we say price, copy from the standard pricing condition type, PR00. Right? So select PR00, copy, create your own Z name, say ZS03. And this is where we assign the access sequence to the condition type. The names of the condition type and access sequence need not be the same. I just happen to use the same name, ZS03. It need not be the same. So save it and make a note of it. ZS03 is our condition type. Where did we copy it from? Copy from standard pricing condition type PR00. Next is the pricing procedure. If you are doing it for Germany, what is our standard pricing procedure? RVAA01. So select it, copy it, create your own. Say ZS03 and then 00. Any Z name is fine. Click on copy all, and if you encounter warnings, just ignore them. Hit enter, save it. Now go inside the pricing procedure you just created and delete things that are not required. So what do you require? Your own pricing condition type. So put that in place of PR00. And anything that you don't require, delete them. See, you don't require discounts at this point, right? When we configure discounts, we can come here and enter them. But for now, just go ahead and delete them. The reason why I'm deleting these unnecessary things is they just cause confusion. There are just too many condition types here. For starters, just have your pricing condition type. That's it. Nothing else. So finally, we are left with our price, and if you want, you can delete this condition also. It's a discount condition type. And we have tax and cost. That's it. A very simple pricing procedure. Save it. What's our pricing procedure? ZS0300. Just make a note of it. The next step is assignment. What is the assignment based on? Sales area, document pricing procedure, customer pricing procedure. We have seen this in the condition technique configuration videos. Document pricing procedure is a colon. Customer pricing procedure is a colon. That colon should be associated with 128, right? Our customer master. Did we do that yet? We did not. So let's go to VD02, customer master change mode. Enter our customer 128. Go to sales tab and change the customer pricing procedure to a colon. Oops, where is the colon? Do we see it here? Looks like it's taken over by somebody else. So that's fine. Let's use 7. I know 7 works. So let's pick 7, test CPP. And what's our document type? ZSI1, right? And that should be associated with a colon as well. Our document pricing procedure. How do we do that? Go to VOV8, select our document type ZSI1, double click, and the document pricing procedure here should be a colon. So like I said, the customer pricing procedure of 7 plus document pricing procedure of a colon along with the sales area should equal ZS0300, our new pricing procedure. Let's configure this. Go to VOK0, go to the pricing procedure determination and click on new entries. 1000, 10, 00. And then document pricing procedure of colon. And then a customer pricing procedure of 7 should be ZS0300. Done. Save it. Step number 6 is done. What is step number 7? Creation of condition record. So this data that you see here should be created in step number 7. So let's start with the base price list. What are we going to create? M01 costs 100. M02 costs 120. M03 costs 130. M04 costs 140. How do we create these condition records? Week 11. What do we enter here? ZS03, that's our condition type. And what do we select here? First, we want to create a base price. So just select this combination, material, and click OK. M01 costs how much? 100 euros say. M02 is 120, M03 130, M04 140. Save it. Next, we should do customer specific price list. We should do it not for 1400 but for our customer 128, the one that we created for this exercise. And the prices are 90, 100, 110, 120. This time in VK11, select the combination material customer. Again, enter the prices here. M01 for customer 128 is going to cost 90 euros. Save it. M02 for same customer 128 is going to cost 100 euros. Save. M03, same customer, 110 euros. Save. M04, 128 customer, cost 120 euros. Save. Next, we're going to create the customer group specific price list. So M01 for 01 customer group is going to cost 95. 02 customer group is going to cost 85. Again, go back to the key combination. This time select customer group. If it's not visible, expand these columns if you can't see all these columns. So M01 material, customer group M01, 95 euros. M01 customer group 02, 85 euros. Save it. Same thing we're going to do with M02. Customer group 01 is 80, 02, 130. Save it. And our condition record creation is done. Step number 7 is complete. So we have done everything we can purely from a configuration perspective and from pricing condition record creation perspective. And we are ready to start testing. So let's test this. How do we test it? VA01. Document type ZSI1. Sales are 1010.00. And our customer 128. Enter the material M01, quantity 1. What is the price? 90. How do we know it's correct? Select that line item, go to pricing, and you'll see the price here is 90. Go to analysis and see what price has been picked up. So customer specific price list 90. Let's go back to the logic and see if it is correct. The first preference should be given to customer material combination. So for customer 128, material M01, the price is 90. So whatever SAP has picked up is correct. Let's do something here. Go back to the condition record, this time in change mode as opposed to creation mode. So that will be transaction code VK12, VK12. Select that combination, select that record, and then delete it. Save it. Now let's try to create this order again for the same M01 material. What is the price now? 95. Is that correct? So this entry has been deleted. And what does it default to? If such a price is not found, then look for customer group specific price. M01 customer group is 01. Well, does customer 128 really belong to customer group 01? Well, we don't know. Let's go check it. VD03 for customer 128. What is the customer group? It is 01. Okay. Now we know that this customer belongs to customer group 01. So for customer group 01, material M01, the price is 95. So we can check this by selecting the line item, going to the price and clicking on analysis. Look at this. We have deleted the customer material pricing record. So SAP says the record has been deleted. So SAP went to the next combination. Yeah, it found the condition record of 95 euros. If you delete that also, then it will default to the base price. That's it. Your configuration is done. Your testing is done. Now you are ready to answer these questions. What is the condition type that you have created? What's the condition type you have created? ZS03. What is the access sequence you have created? ZS03. What are the pricing condition tables you have configured? We have made a note of these. 867, 868, 869. What is the pricing procedure you have created? ZS0300. Next question. Configure the SAP pricing procedure determination so that for the customer 128, when a sales order of type ZS1 is created, the pricing procedure ZS0300 will be determined. Yeah, we have done that. The answer to this is 1010.007 : 7 being the customer pricing procedure, being the document pricing procedure. So for this combination, we have configured the pricing procedure to be determined as ZS0300. Give the sales order number. Sure. Save this. And what's the order number? 13778. How to determine the pricing procedure that's used in this transaction? So select line item, go to pricing, go to analysis, and that's how you find out what's the pricing procedure used for this order. That's it. We've just finished this exercise. And in between these blocks, we have subtotals. What is a subtotal? A subtotal computes a summation of multiple condition types. Typically, for example, if there are multiple discounts that apply, say there is a 20% discount, and on top of it, say there is a $100 discount. The customer is given both these discounts simultaneously. I'm sure you must have seen this when you buy some clothing or some stuff like that. Multiple discounts applying to the same product or group of products. The total will be added up here in this subtotal field. So why is a subtotal used? To add value from multiple condition types together. Why do we do that? Temporarily, to store a value for further computation, or even sometimes to store the final net value of the entire line item. You might be wondering what I mean by further computation. Think of a scenario like this. Only certain fields or certain discounts are eligible for freight. Say you're doing the freight calculation based on the original price. If the original price is $100, then the freight is $10. If the price is between 100 and 200, the freight is $20. So it's a typical scale-based freight. Say because of a special discount of say $70, the price went down from 100 to 30. In this case, nothing changes in terms of freight. It's still within the $100 range. But say the initial price is $200, and after a $130 discount, and the net is now $70. In this case, freight would come down to $10, whereas before discount it was $20. That's because the net now became less than 100. What if the business decides that the discount is too steep and freight is costing a lot? So if the business decides that the customer should pay full freight based on the price, but you can keep the discounts. Meaning, we want the customer to pay full freight based on the list price, not after discounts. In this case, you don't want to compute the freight based on the net amount. Instead, you want it to base on the pricing before discount. So how do you solve this problem? You would have to maintain pricing subtotal separately, discount subtotal separately, and pricing minus discount subtotal separately. And say tax is also based on pricing. Say only a certain set of discounts, maybe this discount only, not this discount. And say tax is based on pricing minus only a certain set of discounts. Maybe this discount only, not this discount. Some discounts are not allowed as part of tax computation. And in cases where the discounts are too steep, maybe tax cannot be computed based on discount, but instead on this subtotal. Point being, you can have a different set of subtotals, a number of them, to temporarily store values for further computation. In this case, calculation of tax, calculation of freight is what I mean by further computation. Is there a limit on the number of subtotals? You can have plenty of them. You just go to this column, click on the list of values, and these are the possible subtotals. It's typically rare to create your own subtotals, but sometimes you might have to create, and it's a separate process to create a new subtotal. Now, where are the subtotals stored? They're stored in these fields. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They are the standard subtotals. Beyond that, there are some more subtotal fields. So the standard subtotal fields are stored in these fields. KOMP, KZWI1, that's subtotal 1. And then 2 goes into KZWI2. 3, 4, 5, 6. This is subtotal. You cannot use all the subtotals available here in every project. Meaning, if you take this example, Y, it's only specific to IS oil. It's a vertical. So you cannot really use it in a non-IS oil project. So in either case, just remember the subtotals 1 through 6, which are the most frequently used, provided by SAP out of the box, are stored in these fields, KZWA 1 through 6. A subtotal can be based on just a value in a condition type, or, like discussed, a summation of values across multiple condition types. Now look at this row. Row number 300. Discount amount. This is based on a summation of all the condition types from 101 through 299. All the discount condition types start at 101. See here. So 101, 102, 103, all the way up until 299. The values in all these condition type rows will be added up to the discount amount subtotal in line 300. And the way you specify that subtotals, meaning from this row until this row need to be added up together, is based on the from and two columns of that row. This is the use of from and two columns. Next, we have a field called manual. Some condition types are manual. meaning they're not automatically determined by SAP in the order. They can only be inserted manually by the user in the order. Example, some discounts are manual discounts, meaning they are discounts given by the user at his discretion on a case-by-case basis, depending on the need. Imagine a scenario where giving that discount might make or break a deal. In that case, solely at the discretion of the user entering the order, this manual discount condition type can be entered to give the discount to that customer. One more example of manual discount condition type is a header condition type. Let's take an example. Say there are 2 line items in an order. Item 10, the price is 100 and there is a $10 discount, $5 in tax. So the total is 100 minus 10, that is 90, plus $5 in tax, so total of $95. Say for item 20, the price is $200 and say there's a discount of $15. So 200 minus 15, that is 185, plus say an additional $10 in tax. That will make a total of 195. So what is the total at the header level? 95 plus 195. That comes to 290. 290 is a small amount, but imagine a big amount. Say 290K. Imagine a scenario where the sales guy is negotiating with the customer and the customer says, I'll buy it if you give it to me for 250K. A straight 40K discount. Or in our case, $250. The deal is okay for the company. Now there are multiple ways in which this total can be made to 250. You can give a discount here at line item 10 or at line item 20 so that finally the total comes up to 250. Or there is another way. There is something called as a header condition. You can manually insert a header discount condition. Let me show how it's done. Let's create an order. With 2 line items. Let's look at the price for line item 10. Select that item, click on the pricing button. The net price is 1068. The tax is so much. You can move to the next line item here. Now just click on this button and you don't have to go to the main screen again to go to line item 20. Just to navigate between the previous line item and the current line item, you can use these buttons. Okay, what is the pricing procedure? Go to analysis. You can see the pricing procedure is RVAA01. This procedure has so many different condition types. I said some of these condition types can be manual. All you have to do is check that flag. And how do you use that manual condition types? First, let's see which one of these are manual. Select RVAA01, open the controls, and select a manual condition type. Say RB00. This one is a manual condition type. So let's go back to the order. Enter RB00 at the line item level. Let's give a $10 discount. SAP has now applied the $10 discount along with the other discounts. How did I do that? I just went all the way down or click on the plus button, add RB00, enter 10. That's it. If it's not manual, let's say K031. This is not marked as manual here. So let's try to enter this discount manually. Manual can also be marked at a condition type level, not just at the pricing procedure level. So if the condition type is not marked as manual at the condition type level, and if the condition type is not marked as manual in the pricing procedure, then this condition type cannot be entered manually in the order. That's manual. The next column is required. What is a required field? It just means that this condition type is mandatory. Let's do a small change here. Let's go to our pricing procedure, ZV0001. Let's make some pricing condition type as required and see the effect of it. But to see the effect of it, we have to make sure that our pricing procedure ZV0001 is determined, right? So go to pricing procedure determination. It's a rehash of what we have already learned in the condition technique. So for the combination of 101000, document pricing procedure of 0 and customer pricing procedure of 1, we will make an entry for our custom pricing procedure, ZV0001. Now let's try to create an order. Customer 1000. Try to enter some material. Select that line item, click on pricing, and how to find out the pricing procedure? Click on analysis. There is our custom pricing procedure, ZV0001. So all the stuff that we have done until now is to determine our custom pricing procedure. Now that we have our custom pricing procedure, ZV0001, open it in VOK0. Select ZV0001, go to control, and let's say we make PB00 as mandatory. How do we do that? Just check on this flag. Now this has been made as required. Save it. How do we test it? Create the same order again. What does it say? Pricing error. Look at the left bottom corner. Mandatory condition PB00 is missing. Why did this happen? Simple, because we have marked PB00 as mandatory in the pricing procedure. Typically in projects, at least one pricing condition would be made mandatory. You can't really do anything without pricing, right? Discounts are typically not mandatory. You can have a price without discounts. Costs can be made mandatory. It's a statistical condition type. Tax can be made mandatory. The next column is statistical. What does this field do? There are certain condition types that are statistical in nature. So what does statistical mean? It just means that it is not used in calculating the price. Cost is a very good example of statistical condition type. What is cost? Let's take an example. There is a product, say an iPod or iPhone. An iPhone is sold for $600, right? That's the contract fee price of an iPhone, say. What is the cost price of it? Say $200. That's the amount that it costs Apple to make an iPhone. Like the manufacturing costs, overhead, all of it put together. Where is the cost price of the product maintained? In the material master. Either the accounting or the costing views. So we have seen this in the material master chapter. Coming back to pricing, when Apple is selling an iPhone, there is a price. There could be discounts, taxes, surcharges, and finally, there is a cost condition type also. It's called VPRS. If you are wondering why is a cost needed in a sales order, well, that's a good question. The customer need not know what the cost of an iPhone is, right? He doesn't bother. Nor does Apple bother to tell the customer. So even to calculate the price of an iPhone, the cost is immaterial. So why do we have the cost there? Cost can be used to do internal calculations. Nothing that the customer needs to know about. For example, what is the profit margin on an iPhone? Take the price, remove discounts, remove tax, also remove the cost from it, and that will give you Apple's profit margin. Very simple, right? You can also use it for other internal calculations. Profit calculation is probably the easiest to understand. And by the way, what happens if you don't make it statistical? It will be either subtracted or added to the total the customer should pay. You don't want cost to come into the pricing calculations of that the customer needs to pay. So to mute this field from the pricing computation, meaning to ensure that this condition type is not affecting the pricing, you make it statistical. However, like discussed, we can use it for other internal calculations. Let me give you another example. Say there are two condition types, Z123, Z124. Both of them are set as pricing. One is 100 and Z124 is based on Z123. One is dependent on the other. Say 124 is 95% of 123. What is the value of Z124 now? 95. But you don't want Z123 to be used in pricing. So you don't want 100 plus 95 or 100 minus 95. The value 100 here is only used to arrive at the actual price, which is 95. And that's the only price the customer needs to know. He doesn't bother about the 100. So one example of this kind of scenario is the intercompany scenario. So when you're transferring goods from one company code to the other, there will be some overhead involved, right? And what will be the price the buying company code will pay the selling company code? There are a couple of different ways to do it, but one standard way of doing this is called cost plus. The cost price of a material is $100. Just put a small markup over it to cover for the overheads, say 10%. How do you do this? There will be VPRS. This will compute the cost price. But that's not the actual price, right, that we want to sell to the buying company. It will be marked as statistical. The actual price is, say, 10% above it. So you'll have a new condition type, just like RZ124, that will compute the actual price as 110% of VPRS, because we want 10% margin. So anything you mark as statistical will only be a dummy condition type. It will not affect pricing. Think of it like a subtotal, but it will not affect your main pricing. It's used to calculate something else. So in this case, VPRS will be marked as statistical, but there will be another condition type that will use the value in VPRS to compute something else. It could be price, it could be whatever. Next is the print flag. It's almost never used, so don't worry about the print flag. Subtotal, we've already talked about it. Next, we are going to talk about a requirement. What is a requirement? We already know a little bit about requirement. Do you remember where we have seen it? We have seen it in the copy control chapters. In copy controls, there is a field called copy control requirement. What did it do? It just checks for certain things and finally returns an yes or a no. That's it. If it's an yes, the copy can happen. If not, it stops further processing. Pricing requirement routine acts exactly like this. It does some calculation and finally says yes or no. If it is a yes, then the condition type is evaluated. If no, the condition type is not evaluated, meaning the condition type will just go inactive. So let's see a simple example. Look at PR00. It has a requirement. What is it? 002. What does requirement 2 do? So let's go inside 2. Click on the list of values. Select 2. Then click on this button to see the code behind it. So SAP will open the code associated with requirement 2. And what does this code say? KOMP PRS FD contains any. So CA here means contains any. It's a ABAP keyword. So KOMP PRS FD contains any of these letters. By the way, what is KOMP PRS FD? It's the pricing criteria. If you go to your item category, look at the pricing field. Hit F1. Go to the technical details. See this? The field name is PRSFD. So this field signifies the pricing relevance of that item category. So let's go back to the logic once again. If COMP PRSFD contains either a B or an X, what do these letters stand for? Again, go back to the item category, look at the possible list of fields for pricing. B means pricing for free goods. X means standard. Meaning, if the item category's pricing relevance is either a B or an X, then evaluate pricing. If not, don't evaluate it. Don't worry about the rest of the code. Psi sub RC, all this stuff is not important. At least at this point, just understand that this requirement routine 2 will ensure that pricing for that condition type is calculated. But when? It's only when the corresponding item category is relevant for pricing. If not, it will be suppressed. Let me give you another example. Let's look at R100. That's the condition type. The requirement here is 55. So let's go to 55 and see what 55 means. Free goods pricing. So select that, select the code, and what does it say? KOMP PRS FD equals B. What does B do? B means free goods. We have already seen that. What is free goods? Free goods just means 100% discount. If the price is $100, just give 100% discount, give it for free. One example of a free goods item category is TANN. So TAN is standard item category, TANN is free goods. If you go to the details behind TANN, what is the pricing field? B, free goods. So TANN is an example of an item category for free goods. What does this code mean now? If the item category is relevant for free goods, for example TANN, then evaluate this condition type. If not, don't. Let's see an example. Take an order, change the item category from TAN to TANN. Select 20, go to the pricing. And you see the R100 condition type, right? This has been activated for this line item. Whereas if you go to 10, let's go back to 10. You don't see R100. Why? Because requirement routine 55 evaluated and found that for TANN item category, the pricing criteria is set to B. So that condition type was evaluated, but for TAN, the pricing criteria is X. So it's not free goods, and requirement routine 55 deactivated condition type R100 for line item 10. If you want to see this in action, just go to analysis and see why R100 was not activated. Go to analysis, go to R100. What does it say? Condition ignored. Requirement 55 not fulfilled. That is in case of line item 10. Now go to analysis of line item 20. Look at R100 condition type. It says condition has been found without condition record. So now you see how this condition type R100 is evaluated in 20 and not in line item 10. It's all based on requirement routine. Next is calculation type. But for now, don't worry about base calculation type. Account key is important, but we'll discuss that in a separate chapter. That's part of the SDFI interface. Accrual keys are only important in the case of rebates. We will not discuss rebates in this course. So what is this calculation type or calculation routine? It's a custom routine to compute the price or the value of the condition type. What are some examples? One example is tax calculation in the US or Canada. But before we talk, we first need to understand how tax is calculated in the US. Let me give you some examples. If you go to a store, buy a laptop, say the laptop costs $500, and then maybe there are some discounts, $50 minus 50, that comes to a net of $450. Freight of $20, total $470. A tax of 10%. That comes to $47. The 470 plus 47 is 517. The question now is, how is the 10% calculated? Meaning, why is it 10%, not 12%, not 14%? Well, I just took an example, but how is it determined? If you ever ordered from Amazon.com, during the checkout, one of the first piece of information that Amazon asks you is, what is the zip code? Right? Once you enter the zip code, the tax is computed. For example, if you give a zip code of Portland in the state of Oregon, tax is 0. If you select Dallas, there is a tax of 9%. If you select Miami, probably there is a 9.5%. What does this tell you? Tax is based on the ship to location, where the goods are being shipped to. You must have observed this in gas stations as well. The same Shell gas would cost 3.05 in one location. If you just go a couple of blocks, it will cost you 3.15 or something. Why is this the case? Because tax, apart from other parameters, is mainly based on the shipping location. Where are you shipping to? What is the final destination of the product where it will be used? This is point number one. The second point is, let's say the destination is San Francisco, SFO. Where is SFO? California. And say there are 3 counties in SFO. The tax that applies to one county could be different from the tax that applies to another county within the same city. Well, with all this complexity, how can companies determine tax? In the US, any address will be associated with a tax jurisdiction code. You take any address, it will be associated with one jurisdiction code. There are more than 55,000 such jurisdiction codes in the US alone. What's a jurisdiction code? It's a big number. For example, I stayed in a place in Sunnyvale in San Francisco, in California. So, jurisdiction code is based on 4 parameters. State, California in this case, county, some county, city, Sunnyvale, and district. Well, state, county, and city are the most important ones. So there will be a state tax in my case. For California, say 7%. There might be a county tax. So where I stayed, say the county charges 1% tax. And a city tax. So San Francisco or Sunnyvale charges a tax of 1%. So just to avoid confusion, Remember, we are not talking income tax. It's not what you see on the payroll, like income tax, like state, federal, Medicare. We're not talking that. We're talking about sales tax. Tax on the sale of a product. The total tax in your case is 7 plus 1 plus 1. That's 9%. Now, the problem is Amazon could be selling to any of these 55,000 destinations anywhere across the US. How the hell is Amazon supposed to know what is the tax in each of these jurisdictions? And these tax could change. They change this month, they change the next month. How is Amazon supposed to know? The city of San Francisco might change the tax next quarter, 1% to 1.5%. So how is this company, Amazon, sitting in Seattle, know anything about the tax rate change in San Francisco? The answer is tax vendors. So examples of these companies are Taxware, Vertex, Sabrix. And what do these tax vendors do? They ensure that they have the updated tax information for all the tax jurisdiction codes. And for a fee, they provide the data to anybody. And how do they provide the data? They provide it in a CD or a server. Say we install Vertex server in one of our company's in-house boxes. Now what? They'll also provide a CD every month or an online communication with the server. It can be that, so the data can be installed on the server when the data gets updated. So we have the updated tax data for all the jurisdiction codes in this server, tax vendor server. So when you create a sales order in VA01, SAP has to contact this server, get the latest tax information, and then charge the tax. How does it do that? It has to do it on the fly, online, right? While creating the order. Can it be done? Yes, this is done using these alternate calculation procedures. So a calculation type is a small routine that can be used to compute the value of a condition type, either internally in SAP or fetch the value from an external system. The tax example we have just taken is an example where the calculation routine fetches the value from some external system. Why? Because the calculation does not exist in SAP, meaning we cannot do it. We have to go out to the server, get the tax, and then compute it internally in SAP. You can see this example. Just go to the US pricing procedure. So it's going to be RVA XUS. This is the pricing procedure provided by SAP for US tax jurisdiction. And this can be used to compute taxes. So if you have an external tax server setup, these alternate calculation procedures can go and fetch the taxes from that server. And how does it do it? Using these alternate calculation procedures. For example, XR1 is based on the state, it's state tax. XR2 is based on county, XR3 is city, XR4 is district. Look at the calculation type for XR1. It is 301. Go to the list of values, select 301 and go to the code. You'll see a function here. See this? It will send all the pricing related data to the external server. Well, we're not bothered about understanding this code, but I know what's happening. So I'm explaining how tax works with this alternate calculation procedure. Just understand this. Alternate calculation procedure is a piece of code that can be used to calculate the value of a condition type. This is not just for tax calculation. It can be used for any condition type. The next question is, what if there is a condition record for that condition type? Which value takes precedence? Is it the value in the condition record or the value written by the procedure? If there is an alternate calculation procedure, condition records will be ignored. That finishes all the important fields in the pricing procedure. Account determination. There are 3 or 4 different kinds of account determination, but the ones that are important for us as SD consultants are: number 1, revenue account determination, and number 2, recon account determination. Recon stands for reconciliation. Do you happen to remember where we have seen recon account? When we create the customer master, we put a recon account in the accounting view of the customer. Account determination falls under the SD-FI integration area. Credit management is another area that falls under SD-FI integration. Both these areas are typically configured by both SD and FI consultants together. But most of us are not from a finance background. So before we jump into the configuration behind account determination, let's understand the basics of accounting. We will understand some basics like what is a credit, what is a debit, what is a recon account. This is not really necessary for an SD consultant, but I believe these basics are really necessary to do a good handshake with your FI consultant. This is a cross-functional area, right? So if you understand the basics of accounting, it will help you explain what you need from the FI consultant. So before we understand any of these terms, we have to first understand dual entry accounting. This is the standard accounting practice for all big companies. So what do we need to know about dual entry accounting? For every transaction that affects accounts, there will be a credit and a debit. A set of credits and debits, in fact. And the amount of credit and the total amount of debit will be equal. Credit is posted as negative and debit is posted as positive. Let's post a simple transaction. Say a PGI. PGI involves 2 accounts. Cost of goods sold or COGS account, that is credited, and the inventory is debited. Is this correct? I'm not sure. I think COGS account is debited and inventory is credited. In fact, I don't even know which one is a credit and which one is a debit. But that does not matter really. SAP automatically takes care of it. The only point that we have to understand here is every transaction involves an equal amount of credits and debits. How about posting an invoice? We know it affects accounting, right? Say this invoice consists of line item 10, M01, a price of $100. And then our regular simple pricing stuff. Say a discount of $10, that comes to $90, a freight of $5, $95, tax of 10%, $9.5. So the total comes to around $104.5. Simple example of pricing, right? In this case, how are the accounts affected? I said equal amounts of credits and equal amounts of debits, right? The revenue that needs to be collected from the customer will go in as a credit. What is the revenue here? This is the revenue, 100. And $10 go here. And then freight is receivable. So $5 go here. Tax is also a receivable. So 9.5 goes here. And then the total of 104.5 that the customer needs to pay goes as a debit. So what is the total credits now? 114.5, 114.5. The total of the debits is also 114.5. You see, this is what I meant by equal amounts of credits and debits. That's the only takeaway from this. The rest of the credits and debits, negative, positive, what goes where, don't worry. For every transaction, there is an equal amount of credits and debits. What are all the areas that accounting is affected in our SD cycle? Let's take the order to cash cycle. We have our quotation, order, delivery, and invoicing. In this cycle, let's see where accounting is affected. Is it affected here at the quotation level? No. Accounts are not posted to in quotation. Well, in the order, pricing and all that stuff does happen. But are the accounts affected here? No. Same as quotation, no difference. Does this affect accounting? Yes. So, when exactly does it get affected? Not during the delivery creation, not during picking, not during packing, but during the PGI. What are the accounts that are affected? Just two accounts. Cost of goods sold, COGS, and inventory accounts. Again, you don't need to know which account is credited, which account is debited. That's not your job. As long as you understand at least the basic accounts that are affected, you are good to go. At the time of invoicing, after we post the invoice to accounts, does accounting get affected? Of course, yes. Accounts are affected, right? So what are the accounts? Customer account, revenue account, sales deduction account, tax account, freight account. Again, there will be a bunch of debits and credits. For example, revenue is a credit. Sales deduction is a debit. Again, we don't care about debits or credits. SAP will automatically take care of it based on the document type. By the way, why is it based on the document type? Because if we do the same transaction for a credit memo, the same revenue account is debited. You understand why? Because in case of a credit memo, we need to give money back to the customer, right? So automatically the entries will be reversed. Again, SAP will automatically take care of that for you. You don't have to worry about that. Overall though, just remember the basic accounts at a very high level. Cost of goods sold, inventory during PGI, and a whole bunch of other accounts like revenue, customer recon, tax, freight, etc. during invoicing. So that finishes the accounting basics for us. But what role do we play as an SD consultant? The accounting that happens during PGI, are we responsible for it as an SD consultant? Well, yes and no. Yes, because we initiate it. No, because we don't actually map the account. How do we initiate it? Via the movement type. Remember the schedule line chapter? We said the schedule line category will be linked to a movement type, and movement type will be associated with a set of accounts. Schedule line category to movement type to accounts. Who configures the movement type to the corresponding accounts? Now it's both MM and FI consultants together, but not us. So it's out of our way. So this interface, when an invoice posts accounts, we are responsible for this. When we, as the consultants, talk about account determination, we are talking about this interface here. So this is the background of account determination in SD. How exactly we do it is what we're going to talk about in the next set of chapters. Determination is configured entirely using the condition technique. So if you have not finished condition technique in pricing, please go back and finish it. But if you have already finished condition technique, account determination is going to be a walk in the park. All you have to understand is the concepts. If you finish the previous chapter, you're almost good to go. Alright, so let's go to SPRO, IMG, Sales and Distribution, Basic Functions, Account Assignment. You can see different kinds of account determinations here, right? We are only interested in just two of them. What are they? Revenue account and reconciliation account. The way you configure either of this is exactly the same. No difference. You see, the sequence of steps, similar. The only difference is you are doing a revenue accounts here and you are doing a recon account here. If you understand what a recon account is, you really don't need to focus much on recon account determination. If you understand revenue account determination, you understand recon account determination as well. So you don't need to spend any time on recon account determination configuration. Just focus on revenue account determination. So let's start with revenue account determination. The first step is to check the master data. What kind of master data are we talking about? It says something about account groups. Where did we see these? For example, customer account group. Any guess? Naturally in the customer master, right? Same with the material account group. in the material master. Let's go look at it real quick. Go to VD02, enter customer, some customer, say 21. Our favorite sales area, 101000. Go to sales view, billing tab, and this is the account group. We didn't specify anything here. It's blank. Does this mean we cannot use this customer to create invoices? No, of course not. This is just one parameter. And in account determination, this parameter is optional. You can choose it or not. It's your choice. What are the choices here? Say this is a domestic customer, 21. Set it as 01. How about material account assignment group? Go to MM02, enter a material, go to the sales view, and where is the account assignment group? Here. The way we set these parameters, meaning customer account assignment group or material account assignment group, is based on the requirements of the accounting department. Now, this is very important. We don't determine which accounts the revenue needs to go to or the tax needs to go to. So, who gives us the requirements? The accounting department. They give us the requirements, we just configure them. Let's take an example. Take a company like Dell. They sell a wide range of products, right? Hardware, software, accessories. And they sell it to a wide range of customers as well. US customers, the rest of the world customers, military customers, government customers. So how is this all tracked? From an accounting perspective, I mean. The accounting department typically divides revenue into different buckets. For example, all hardware sales for US customers needs to go into this account, 810. Think of this account as a bucket. Essentially, what we are trying to do in revenue account determination is categorizing revenue into buckets. The accounting department gives us the buckets. We just, take a pipe and fill it. That's it. And all of this should happen automatically, behind the scenes. The user who is creating the invoice does not have any idea where the revenue is flowing. They don't need to know it. It's our job to make it happen automatically based on the requirements of the accounting department. But in order to configure this to happen automatically, we have to first categorize the customers and materials as belonging to certain categories. And the master data that we talked about, customer account group, material account group, these are just ways to tag customers or materials as belonging to certain groups. And what is the sole purpose of these groups? To affect accounting. Now, you might have another question. Why create these new set of fields? If you have gone through the customer and material master classes, you know fields like customer group, material group. Why not just use those? Simple. Sales requirements are different from finance requirements. Example, sales can have their own way of grouping customers to give discounts, set price lists, etc., etc. So we have seen one example in pricing, right? Using the customer group. And accounting can have their own requirements. Example, they might want all US revenues for hardware to go into one account, irrespective of if the customer is a corporate customer or a government customer, or if the product that they're selling is a PC or a laptop. Sometimes these groups can be the same. When I mean these groups, sales related customer tags like customer group, material groups, or accounting related tags like customer account group or material account group. But that depends on the business requirement. But what SAP is giving us here is a different way to categorize master data, meaning customer master and material master, from a sales perspective and accounting perspective. Well, like I said, this is optional though. You don't have to use these fields to do account determination. You could do it without as well. Just like pricing field catalog has so many fields to choose from, right? 200 of them. But do you need to use all of them? No, of course not. Same thing with your account determination field catalog. It has a bunch of fields like customer account assignment group, material account assignment group, order reason, so on and so forth. But you don't have to use all of them. These are just some examples. And like I said, the requirements come from the FI consultant. So when finance decides the buckets into which the revenue needs to flow into, why are we involved? Meaning SD consultants. That is because the flow happens from SD. This is the source. So we have to configure SD in such a way that the revenue flows into the right buckets based on the requirements of FI. If you take the same Dell example, say laptops and desktops go into separate accounts. Sure. Now, does it always happen like that? Maybe not. Say they're running a promotion. In this case, the accounting does not want the laptop sales to sit in this account. Instead, into this account, 800020. The same thing with desktops. This is standard sale. This is promo sales. How do you solve this requirement? The first question that you ask is, how do you identify a promo sale? Say anything with a ZOR or ZSTD standard. Anything that is similar to a standard order is standard sales. Right? I'm just hypothesizing. Promo sales could also be the same, but the customer could be using a promo code. So if you see a promo code, take the revenue to a different account, and if not, take the revenue to the original account. Next question. How do you identify the promo code? Different ways. Depends on how promotions are implemented. Ultimately though, maybe some parameter in pricing would affect your promotions, right? Maybe a certain parameter in pricing. Say a special customer group is used. Maybe a special coupon code is used somewhere that somehow we configure to flow into the field catalog. And create condition tables based on that field. And create condition records based on that condition table. So what we are saying is creating data in such a way that under these circumstances, the revenue needs to go into these accounts as opposed to these accounts. Promo code is just one example. You could have other examples. Say customer group. If you take the same example, think of two customer groups. Domestic and international. Domestic should go here. International should go here. Either way, our job is to identify the right set of parameters, make sure they are available in the condition record, and use condition technique to configure the scenario. In the next chapter, we'll do the configuration in SPRO. Go to SPRO, IMG, Sales and Distribution, Basic Functions and Accounting. Now, we have seen the first step in the previous chapter, right? Master data. Now we start with the condition technique. Field catalog. So go inside. What do you see? Just a bunch of fields. 13 fields. It's not like the field catalog of pricing, right? There were 200 fields there. This is much more manageable, much more simple. So you can use order reason, condition type, account assignment group, any of these fields in any combination. Let's configure a scenario like this. Customers place orders over the phone. There could be regular sales or gift sales. Like how you can gift wrap certain products on Amazon.com. Say, any order can be converted to a gift order on the fly. At the last moment, if the customer says that this is a gift order, we should be able to do it on the fly. There are many ways to do it, but one parameter that can be changed on the fly is the order reason. Because when we are in the middle of creating a transaction, say OR, you enter all the materials, you can't really change it to another document type without having to go all the way back. Well, there is one way, but that's a shortcut, more or less. So I have chosen order reason because it's a simple drop down, makes things easy for me. You can configure a set of values there and change them on the fly anytime during order creation, right? So let's say the accounting department says all regular sales need to go to this account and all gift sales need to go to this account. How can we configure this? So create a new condition table, go here, choose a number, say 790. Choose order reason. That's it. We don't want anything else. Generate the table. Step number 3, access sequence. How many do you have here? This is standard SAP right out of the box. Just 2. Again, we don't have a ton of access sequences here like pricing. Even in a very productive system, you're not going to see more than 2 or 3 at most. The standard ones being KOFI, KOFI, and KOFK. They should just work fine. But we want to create our own, right? We are trying to learn. So let's start by creating a copy of KOFI. Just like how we did with pricing. We took PR00, copied it, and made our own, right? So select KOFI, copy it as Z05, select it, double click on axes. Then these are condition tables. Make sure they're all properly mapped. Just follow the steps that you do in pricing. Go there, go to the next level, double click, make sure everything is green or blue. Now let's put our new condition table here, 790, and we want to put it at the very top. So select that row, double click on fields, and check the fields are mapped. Save it. Step number 4 is account determination type, which is similar to condition type in pricing. Let's create a new type. Same as the access sequence, ZOFI. And we're going to associate it with the access sequence, ZOFI. We just created that in the previous step, right? Save it. Step number 5, account determination procedure. Remember RVAA01. That was our pricing procedure. So similarly here, this KOFI00 is an example of a account determination procedure. It's in fact the standard account determination procedure delivered out of the box. Do you want to change it? No, right? Just make a copy of it. Select copy all. So put your own Z name there, ZOFI00. Go inside it, and instead of KOFI, put our custom type, ZOFI. That's the custom account determination type. Step number 6 is account determination procedure assignment. In pricing, it was a little complicated. The determination was based on 3 parameters, right? Sales area, document pricing procedure, customer pricing procedure, this and that. Now this one, luckily, is not all that complicated. Just assign it to the billing type. That's it. Again, don't disturb the existing document types. Create your own. Go to billing document types, VOFA. VOV8 is sales document types, right? So VOFA is billing document types. Take F2, make a copy of it. That's our standard billing document type. Give it a name, ZJAR or ZRJ, anything. Now, to create an invoice of this type, what do you need? Can you create an invoice directly? No, you have to start from sales, right? So to start from sales, you need 2 things. First, a sales document type. It could be a Z document type, any Z document type. And ensure that the copy controls exist between that document type and this one. Right? Now you have created your own billing document type. Very good. Go back to define and assign the newly created account determination procedure ZOFI00 to the custom billing document type. The assignment is done. Step number 7 is condition record maintenance, right? That's what condition technique says. Slight change here. In account determination, condition record maintenance is not done by the users. So it's all done in SPRO, not in easy access. All done in SPRO right here. So go to assign account keys. So think of this as an equivalent for VK11. What do you see here? Your scenario is there as one of the rows, right? Order region. Double click it, you see a blank screen. Now, with pricing, creating condition records were easy. Go to week 11, enter the material, put a price, and you're done. This one is a little difficult. Just the first entry. So to make that first entry, go back and take the simplest scenario. We'll copy entries from there. Alright, so take this example, double click it, and let's see what the standard columns are. Alright, so what's the first column? It says A. So account determination, A stands for application. Account determination is used by many different applications. And V now stands for sales. So for our record, this should always be V. The next one is condition type. What do you see typically? KOFI. That is the standard one supplied by SAP. What are we going to use? ZOFI. This one is called the chart of accounts. Chart of accounts is a group of GL accounts. That's all there is to it. For all practical purposes, for us SD consultants, that's it. It is associated with the company code. So you can see it here. Go to SPRO, IMG, financial accounting, company code, and enter global parameters. By the way, this is something you would never have to worry about in a project. You just have to ask your FI consultant. They would be able to give you the chart of accounts associated with that company code. But for today, just pick it from this path. So go to the path, select company code 1000, and what's the chart of accounts here? INT, international. Make a note of it. And the next parameter is the account key. This is the missing link, the most important one here. Rest of them are mostly standard. Remember the pricing procedure chapters? One of the fields in the pricing procedure is the account key. We didn't discuss it there, but it's time to discuss it now. So let's take an example. Take an order with line item 10, material M01. Now go to the respective pricing. The pricing condition PR00, say 100, and a discount say K004, $10, subtotal 90, and then you have a freight of $5, 10% tax. Now let's see how the account postings happen. The $100 go to the revenue account as a credit. Discounts get posted to the sales deduction as a debit. Freight will be posted to the freight account as a credit. Tax will be a credit. So the final receivable here, 104.5, will be posted to a recon account as a debit. Like I said, the missing link here between the condition types and the GL account is the account keys. For revenue, we use ERL. For deductions, we use ERS. Tax is MWS. We don't have to remember these. Just remember ERL, ERS. More than enough. Freight will be something else. Once the condition types in the pricing procedure are assigned to the account key, from that point on, the account determination configuration will take care of the rest. So the account keys in pricing are the links that connect the condition types to the GL accounts. So with that background, let's come back to our configuration. Double click on our table, click on new entries, select the application column, V for sales, condition type, ZOFI, chart of accounts, INT. Order reason is, you can pick something, doesn't matter, just say 001. Now, put your GL account here. A word of caution, if you go to the pop-up and select some random GL account, it might not work. Why? Just like customers have an account group, right, that categorizes one from the other, even GL accounts have properties. Not all GL accounts are the same. For example, if you want to configure revenue account determination, you can pick some account that cannot act as a revenue account, say a tax account. So only a certain types of accounts can be revenue, certain types can be tax, certain types can be recon. We are not qualified to judge which one is what. So it's best to choose from examples that work. So your FI consultant will give it to you in a real project, but for now, just pick some guy. I know this works, so just pick it. Alright, it's time to test it now. Go create an order of type ZRHA, the one that we have configured. Enter any customer, any material, but make sure that you enter the order reason 001, because that's the combination for which we have done the account determination, right? So deliver it, bill it, and finally view the accounting document. How do you see it? Go to the document flow. See, this is the accounting document. Select it and click on display document. This is the revenue account. 800. Let's cross verify this with the config. Let me open the config in another window. Do you see the account? See, both these accounts are the same. That is how account determination is configured in SAP. Credit management is very similar to the way you manage your credit card. Say you have a credit card with a credit limit of say $10,000. You can keep purchasing, right, until you hit the limit, and you can keep paying back and clear the balance that you accumulate. Credit management in SAP is just the same. The only difference is your credit card is more of a B2C scenario, and in SAP we build it for B2B. So take a company, say Dell. This is the customer, Johnson & Johnson. Dell sells computers to J&J. J&J does not have to pay in advance. That's B2B, right? It only pays after the goods are received and after a certain number of days. Say 30 or 45, depending on the terms of payment. What is happening here? Dell is actually giving a credit to J&J. So it's very similar to Dell giving a credit card to J&J. So why is credit management important? Imagine Dell selling to many companies like J&J. There could be thousands of customers like Novartis, ABB. Each of these companies could be consuming credit from Dell, and in varying numbers. 300K, 500K, $1 million, so on and so forth. Even if there are, say, 1,000 big customers for Dell, on an average, 500K multiplied by 1,000, that comes to 500 million. That's how much is consumed in credit. And on that amount, Dell does not get any interest. So it's a big loss to Dell. But that's the way B2B businesses work. So credit has to be extended no matter what. So there's always a trade-off between how much credit is extended and how fast it's recovered. Well, that's typically the forte of finance and accounts receivable. So we don't care about that. However, from an SD perspective, the credit that is extended has to be managed. That's the challenge. It should be kept under control. What do I mean by that? Say 500K is set as the credit limit for Johnson & Johnson. Think of it like the credit limit on your card. Say 200K worth of goods is sold. That puts the credit consumption at 200K. Say there are more orders coming in and 400K is consumed. And if another order comes in for 150K, it should be rejected. Right? You're exceeding the credit limit already. So this means Dell, the company, at any given point in time has to have an overview of the total outstanding, not just with J&J, but with all the customers. It also has to have a total understanding of the outstanding by customer, meaning how much is the outstanding for J&J, how much is the outstanding for some other company, some other customer. It also has to understand what is the current order value. Oh, this order is for 150K. This order is for 200K. And it also has to have a credit limit that is set for each customer. In this case, for J&J, we have set a credit limit of 500K. And when the order comes in, it has to be compared against the credit limit and a decision needs to be made. If an order can be processed further or it needs to be blocked. Number 2. So the bottom line is a very tight set of rules need to be set up in SAP. So that on one hand, the company does not go overboard with credit, and at the same time ensure that the customer gets the order delivered on time if he's okay with the credit. And how SAP does this is what we're going to learn here. Now that we understand the basics, let's see the type of credit management supported by SAP. There are 2 types of credit management. Simple, automatic. Automatic is further divided into 2 types. Static and dynamic. We'll see what each of these things mean and the configuration behind these. Let's first talk about simple credit management. Before we get into it, we have to understand a couple of terms. Say there's a customer, same customer J&J. They've been extended a credit limit of 500K. Well, credit limit, that is the first word. Credit limit. And this is set in the transaction FD32. It's not an SPRO transaction, it's a user transaction. Why? Because the business decides the credit limits, right? We don't decide the credit limits. So the first key term is what is a credit limit. The next key term is open item. What is an open item? Let's take an order number 1 for 100K. The order has been delivered, delivery 1, and billed. So up until this point, it's all SD. Beyond billing, when the invoices are posted to accounts, this is all FI, right? Say there are 5 line items. The total value is 100K. When this invoice is posted to accounts, the entries that are made in accounts against the customer are called open items. How do they look like? Okay. There's this customer 1000. Against customer 1000, we make an entry of 100K. Meaning this customer needs to pay 100K. That's it. That's an open item. Now, say this customer pays 100K against the invoice. It's called a payment. And when a payment is realized, meaning when the cash actually comes in, this open item here, it's cleared. Open item, it's a financial entry against the customer for an amount that the customer needs to pay. And when the customer pays for that invoice, the open item is cleared. If you want to look at an open item, the transaction for that is FBL5N. Again, it's not an SPRO transaction, it's an end user transaction. So we have seen two things: credit limit and where it is set, and open items and how to view the open items. Now, let's start with simple credit management. In simple credit management, the current order value plus the value of open items is compared against the credit limit. This is how simple credit management works. Current order value plus value of open items. So let's take some examples and walk this through step by step. Let's take a credit limit of 500K as usual. We'll just talk about one customer. 500K is the credit limit. And on January 1st, there is an order. Order 1. Say this order is worth 100K. So what you have to focus here on are the dates and the subsequent set of events. When you're creating this order, at this point, you call it a current order. Meaning, in the context of credit management, when you talk about current order, the moment the order is being created, it's called a current order. In this case, the current order value is 100K. And what's the value of the open items? Say this is the first time the customer is placing an order, so there are no open items yet. At the time of placing this order, the current order value is 100K and there are no open items. So 100K plus 0, which is 100K, is compared against what? The credit limit, which is 500K. Of course, 100K is less than 500K, which means that credit management is passed for this order. Marker number 11. How about deliveries? Is credit management done only at the order level? No. Credit management is done both at the order level and at the PGI level. Not during the delivery, creation, picking, packing. It's done at the PGI level. But the controls will remain the same, either at the order level or at the delivery level. So when you create this order on Jan 1st for 100K, credit management runs behind the scenes, compares the value of the current order 100K plus open items against the credit limit. In this case, the current order value is less than the credit limit, so the order will go through just fine. Say the delivery is created on Jan 5th. The delivery is also worth 100K, right? Say we are delivering the entire order. Same as the value of the order. That means the credit check goes through, and on Jan 6th, the delivery is billed. As soon as it's billed, the invoice is posted to accounts. That creates an open order for 100K on Jan 6th. On Jan 5th, there is another order. Order number 2. Say this is worth 200K. Now, according to simple credit management, the question is, will this order go through? Well, let's see. What's the current order value? Simple, 200K. What's the value of open items? 0. Why? The 100K entry that you see here, it's as of Jan 6th. But the second order we are talking about is on the 5th of Jan. So the total is just 200K. And what's the credit limit? 500K. So the order will go through just fine. Jan 6th, the second order is being delivered. Jan 7th, the second order is being invoiced. And 200K is the open items posted on Jan 7th. Okay, good. Let's move on. On Jan 6th, there is another order. We are gradually building up on things. So as time progresses, orders keep coming in, deliveries are done in a staggered fashion, and invoices are done the next day. So, we want to try and start simple with just one customer, but move on to more complicated scenarios. There is this other order 3, worth 300K on Jan 6th. Will this order go through? Let's see. Same logic as before. 300K current order value, 100K open items. What's the total? 400K. Still less than 500K. Good to go. This order will go through. Now, if you have the question, why aren't we considering the 200K open item? Anybody has the answer for that? Because as of Jan 6th, the total value of open items is just 100K. The 200K entry was created only on Jan 7th. Marker number 16. On Jan 10th, the third order is being delivered. And on Jan 11th, the delivery is being invoiced and posted to accounts. How much is this for? 300K. On Jan 10th, say there is another order. Order number 4. Worth, say 50K. Will this order go through? Again, as of Jan 10th, the current order value is 50K. Plus open items is 100 plus 200. That's 300K. So total of 350K is compared against the credit limit 500K. It's less than the credit limit. Again, this order will go through. On Jan 15th, create the third delivery. And on Jan 16th, post it to accounts. This is 50K. Once again, on Jan 12th, there is a fifth order worth 50K. Will this go through? No, it's over the limit. Right? Simple. This is simple credit management. Once again, what's the formula here? Current order value plus open items is compared against the credit limit. That's it. That's it. That is simple credit management. Now, we are moving on to automatic credit management. In automatic, specifically, we will talk about static credit management first. What is static credit management? First, there's the current order. Next, add the value of the open orders. After that, add the value of open delivery. Also add the value of open invoices. And finally, also add the value of open items. All of them put together is compared against the credit limit. This is called static credit management. How is this different from simple credit management? These three items. What are these three items? First question, what is an open order? Open order means an order that has not been acted upon yet. For example, if a delivery relevant order is not delivered yet, it's an open order. Now, what's an open delivery? A delivery that's not PGI'd yet is an open delivery. And finally, there is an open invoice. What is it? An invoice that has not been posted to accounts. So let's summarize. An open order is an order that's not delivered yet if it's delivery relevant. An open delivery is a delivery that's not PGI'd yet. And an open invoice is an invoice that's not posted to accounts yet. So these three definitions, let's again start the same scenario we have seen with simple credit management. 500K credit limit as usual. And let's put the formula here for reference. Current order plus open order plus open delivery plus open invoice plus open items. The sum total of it is what needs to be compared against the credit limit. This is the definition of static credit management. Let's start again with the same example. Jan 1st, by the way, this is order, this is delivery, this is invoicing, and this is posting to accounts. So on Jan 1st, the 100K order comes in. This is the first order. No open items. The order will go through just fine. Credit limit 500K, current order 100K, goes through just fine. On Jan 5th, the order has been delivered. Again, this is worth 100K, right? Full delivery. The order has been delivered. On Jan 6th, there is an order worth 200K. Will this order go through? Let's see. What is the current order value? 200K. What is the open order value as of this date, Jan 6th? You would be tempted to think 100K. But that's not correct. The first order was created on Jan 1st, but as of Jan 6th, it has been delivered. Which means, as of Jan 6th, the open order value is 0. It's no longer an open order. It's been delivered already. Next, what's the open delivery value? What is the open delivery value? It's 100K. This delivery is not processed yet. So 200K plus 100K, 300K, which is still less than 500K credit limit. So the order will go through just fine. Say this has been delivered as of Jan 10th. And 11th, the order has been billed, posted to accounts, which is 200K as of Jan 11th. Okay, Jan 8th, there is another order worth 200K. Will this order go through? Alright. What is the current order value? 200K. What is the value of open order as of Jan 8th? 200K. This is from the second order, which was placed on Jan 6th. And what is the open delivery? It's 100K from the first order. What is open billing? 0. What is open items as of June 8th? By the way, this is Jan 11th, not Jan 6th. Sorry. So the value of open items as of June 8th is 0. So 200 plus 200 plus 100 plus 0. That's 500. That's the borderline case. We don't care. Let's say it goes through. If we are doing simple credit management, in this case, now the question is, will the order go through? The January 8th order. Current order plus open items. That is simple credit management, right? Current order is 200K. Open order is 0. Open items is 0. So this order will go through. Let's say this is 100. I just want to extend the scenario a bit. Say the expected delivery date for this is June 8th. On Jan 9th, there is another order worth 100K. The expected delivery date is July 8th. On Jan 10th, there is another order worth 100K. Expected delivery date, August 8th. Now, on Jan 11th, the next day, there is another order coming through for 100K. Will this go through? Again, let's go back to the equation. Current order value, 100K. Open order as of Jan 11. What is this? This is a bit difficult, right? Let's go step by step. Can you take this? No. It's already been delivered on Jan 8th. So it's no longer an open order. Is this an open order as of Jan 11th? Nope. Is this an open order as of Jan 11th? Yes. And this one is a yes. And this one is an yes too. Why? Because all these three orders have not been delivered as of Jan 11th. So the total open order value is 300K. Plus, what is the value of open delivery as of Jan 11th? Can you consider this? Yes. Plus, can you consider this? No. It's been billed already. So can you consider this? No, no, and no. They're all far out into the future. So that's only 100K. And what is the value of open billing as of Jan 11th? 200K. Plus what is the value of open items? 0. Both are done on Jan 11th. So that's a borderline case. You can accommodate either you can accommodate and consider those values either as open billing or as open items, depending on which one was done first during the day. For now, let's take it as open billing. So the total is 100 plus 300 plus 100 plus 200. That's 700. This is beyond the credit limit, right? So the order fails. Now think about it. Does this make any sense? And if not, why? Does this make any sense? And if not, why? Especially think about these three orders. Does it make any sense to consider these orders into the purview of credit limit at this point? You see, these orders are all created in Jan, but the delivery is like 6 months or 8 months from now. Any order with a delivery that's far out into the future, say 6 months, 8 months, or even 3 months, it doesn't make any sense to consider those orders as open orders. I mean, with respect to credit management. Why? Well, why is it that we want to consider this and not this? The reason is these do not represent immediate risk. But these ones are immediate risk. Because the goods are out in 4 days. And once the goods are out, you cannot do anything. No point in doing credit management after the goods are out. Right? That's why there is no credit management after PGI. PGI is the last stop. If you don't, take care of your credit limit there, you're not going to do anything at the invoice. The goods have already left. So, orders with deliveries far out into the future do not represent a risk. And so, there is no need to consider these order values in credit management. But that's not how simple credit management works, right? So how do we fix this problem? We solve this problem by fixing a time frame. It's called dynamic credit horizon, which is just a very fancy word for what we just talked about. Orders with deliveries beyond a certain date and the time frame, right, beyond a certain date. The time frame is called dynamic credit horizon. Say it's 2 months, 3 months, whatever it is. The time frame really depends on the nature of the industry. If you don't want to consider orders with deliveries beyond 2 months, right, if that's what your industry wants, that's what your company wants, then in that case, the dynamic credit horizon is 2 months. And this way of using dynamic credit horizon to determine credit management is called dynamic credit management. So this formula here is static. If you change just one definition here, instead of saying all open orders, if you say consider only open orders that have deliveries below or before the credit horizon, then that becomes dynamic credit management. That's the only simple difference between static and dynamic credit management. Let's see the configuration. In configuration, there are a couple of things that you have to do first. First thing is enterprise structure. There's a small additional enterprise structure element that you have to consider to make credit management work. And that is credit control area. When we have discussed enterprise structure in the previous chapters, we have not discussed credit control area, right? So what is a credit control area? A credit control area is a special enterprise structure element that's used specifically for credit management only. And this guy, credit control area, is assigned to both company code as well as the sales org. Let's take some examples. Say there's a company code for Canada and company code for US. If you link one credit control area to both of these, what we're essentially trying to define here is for a customer, let's say J&J, who is doing business in US for 200K say and 100K in Canada, the total credit consumed for this customer is going to be 300K. So if you want to basically combine credit management functionality across US and Canada, then you can assign the same credit control area to both US and Canada. If your requirements call for it, then you can do it this way. But if you don't want to do it, and if you want the customer J&J to have a different credit limit for Canada and a different one for the US, they're both distinct entities, say, then assign different credit control areas to US and Canada. In this example, if J&J defaults in the US, it doesn't matter. J&J Canada can still continue to order. So this is one key consideration that you have to take into account when you're doing credit control area definition assignment. So the first point is credit control area is a mandatory enterprise structure element in credit management. The second point is a credit control area can be assigned to more than one company code. Think of the US and Canada example. That's the first thing in credit management configuration. The second thing is configuration for simple credit management is purely based on the document type. Let's see that. Go to SPRO, IMG, Sales and Distribution, Basic Functions, Credit Management. And you go to Simple Credit Limit Check. Go to your document type, your custom Z document type. And then set it to either A or B or C. All of them are different variations of simple credit management. They're all relevant for simple credit management only. And of course, blank means no credit management. And D means automatic credit management. Automatic meaning either static or dynamic. For example, if you set this document type ZSI1 to D, this means it's set to automatic credit management. For simple credit management, the configuration is also simple. Just set it to A or B or C and you're done. But automatic credit management has some more controls behind it. You'd have to do something else. What is that something else? There are 3 parameters that define automatic credit management. Number 1, credit group. Number 2, risk category or risk group, whatever you want to call it. And number 3, credit control area. Credit control area is an enterprise structure element. You already know this. Credit group comes from the document type. Risk category is a parameter that comes from the customer. Now, why is a risk category or risk group associated with the customer? Simple. Not all customers are created equal. Johnson & Johnson is a Fortune 100 company. What is the risk of Johnson & Johnson defaulting? Almost zero. But some godforsaken company in another country, can you trust them? If they don't pay, how can you go recover your money? You'd want to classify them as high risk, definitely. Say a customer from Nigeria wants to purchase something from you. Right? That's an example of a high risk customer. Again, Fortune 500 companies, low risk, some companies with no credit rating or companies in other countries, high risk. The way you do credit management is different with different customers. And you can set different kinds of credit policies based on the risk profile of that customer. By the way, it's not called a risk group, it's called risk category. So every customer can be associated with a risk category. In fact, every payer, not even a sold to, a payer. The next parameter is called credit group. Why do we use a credit group? Not all business processes are the same. So, example, rush orders need to have a different kind of credit policy. Cash sales need to have a different kind of credit policy. Consignments are different. Contracts are different. So, some of you might have a question here. Can you do credit management based on materials? Meaning, not all materials need to have the same kind of credit management. Example, fast-moving goods versus slow-moving goods. Assembly line products versus, say, third-party. In-house versus subcontracting. The differences can go on and on, but can you do credit management based on the material? The answer is no. In standard SAP, at least, you cannot include any other parameters on the materials. Material groups, product groups, divisions, distribution channels, none of that stuff. The only way to solve that problem would be to use user exits or some kind of customization to affect credit management, which is some kind of coding that you'd have to do. But out of the box, SAP does not support this scenario. So, document type is associated with credit group, customer is associated with the risk category, and of course your credit control area. These three things put together will define your automatic credit management. You see them here, right? Credit group, risk category, and credit control area. If you go inside one of these, this is the configuration for automatic credit control. There are so many controls here. Don't worry about them. Not all of them are important. So this is where static and dynamic is configured. They're just check boxes. No big deal. Check one off, it goes one way. Check the other one, it goes another way. And this is where, for static, I would have to consider open orders or open deliveries and all that stuff. By the way, where do you assign the company code to credit control area? So go to enterprise structure, assignment, financial accounting, and assign company code to credit control area. This is the company code, right? As you can see, there's only one credit control area per company code. Meaning, if US is created as one company code in enterprise structure, then you cannot have a different credit policy for the West versus the East. The only way to do it is to have two company codes in the US, which is rarely the case. It doesn't happen. That was configuration. Now, what about the user part? Where is the actual credit limit set? The transaction for that, like we discussed at the very beginning of credit management, is FD32. So take a customer, enter the credit control area, check all these on, hit enter. The first page is the summary. So this here is the total credit limit, and this is the total credit exposure, and then you have percentage of credit exposure, so on and so forth. and what is a risk category. But this is a view only screen. So if you want to change these values, so use these arrows to go back and forth between screens. Or you can just hit enter and keep moving next. This is where you set the credit limit. And you can also set the risk category. Sometimes you might want to block a customer for credit. You can do that here. The next thing that the user can do is sometimes the order goes on a credit block, right? And if an order goes on a credit block, can it be explicitly unblocked? Yeah, the transaction for that is VKM3. So put the sales order number here, execute it, and it will be released. Think of it like a manual override. Some of you might have a question here. What would an order, when would an order go on a credit block? Simple. What would happen to an order that exceeds the credit limit? It would go on a credit block. It's not that you're going to stop the process of taking the order. The order will still be taken. VA01, enter your customer materials, save it. And if the customer says that the credit limit is exceeded, the order will still be saved. But it will go on a block. What kind of block? Credit block. Now, can you place the order? Yes, you can place the order. Go to VA01, place the order. But when you see it, you get the message. That is credit.
Welcome to this class on text determination. We have seen pricing, in which we used condition technique for determination. And like I said, there are many concepts in SD that use determination and condition technique to some extent or the other. Text determination and partner determination use condition technique to a very minimal extent. But nevertheless, if you have an understanding of condition technique, understanding text determination and partner determination from a configuration perspective is very easy. However, what I want you guys to focus on is more on the concept itself. Meaning, what are texts? Why are texts used? Where are they stored? Think of scenarios how you can use these texts. And same thing when we discuss partner determination in another class. So let's get started with text determination. And what are texts? So texts are little bits of information. For example, this text could be called sales notes from customer. Notes from customer. For example, a customer says, for this order, deliver it to me on a Saturday. That could be a delivery note. A delivery note from customer. And that is very ad hoc, meaning it's specific only for that transaction. Now there are some notes that are always common for that customer. Let's say there is a customer that always insists that his deliveries be made on a Thursday or a Monday or a Friday, maybe because he only goes to his warehouse once in a while. So that is a pretty consistent chunk of data that always applies to that customer. It's not just for a particular transaction. So texts are like little post-it notes. Little post-it notes, green, blue, yellow colors that you get from 3M. Consider texts more or less like that. They can be attached to sales orders. They can be attached to customers. They can be attached to materials. And we'll get to the best part where they can be transferred from one object to another. We'll see that example in detail in a minute. Alright, so why are texts used? So we know that texts are like little post-it notes where you can just put in some text. But what is the use of it? Well, texts are flexible. You can use it the way you like it. Meaning, you want to just store some information? Sure, store it. You want to dynamically determine texts based on certain conditions? Yes, you can do it. For example, if the customer in the previous example said that he wants that order to be delivered on a Thursday, right? Now, this could be achieved using different means. That functionality, say, could be achieved using what is called as scheduling. Delivery scheduling, transportation scheduling, so on and so forth. So texts might not be really an ideal place for that. So why then are texts used? Now, it's not always the case that this piece of functionality is required by every customer. This is only specific to one customer or a certain group of customers. So you don't really have to build out a huge functionality just for that customer. You can just use texts. For example, here is our customer. Let's associate a little piece of text to it that says deliver this by this date, or some other piece of info, say this is a gold customer, always treat him properly, or make sure that his deliveries are properly packed, his shipments go out on time. It's okay if other customers are delayed a little bit. You never know, he's a priority customer, let's say. Now that is something that you cannot configure, isn't it? It's a thing that requires some human judgment. Now, when you create an order, ZOR, for this customer, here are our line items, and here is the header. At the header, we want this information somewhere to be stored so that the person creating the order understands that this customer is important. Or, when this order is delivered, the person doing this delivery in the warehouse should also understand that this customer is important, so ship his deliveries out first. Right? So this piece of text, whatever is written here, let's say the piece of text that is written here is gold customer. Not guard, gold. Gold customer or priority customer, whatever you want to call it. And that text can be made to flow down here, and this text can be made to flow down here. Or you could add some other text here, and you could make both these texts together flow down here to the delivery. Right? So these are again like little post-it notes that can be transferred from master data to transactions. In the case where customer text is transferred to the order, or you can have these little pieces of data transferred from one transaction to another. In this case, ZOR to LF. And you could do it as well to F2. No problem. Okay. Now, how do texts flow? Well, we now understand that texts can flow from master data to transactions and from one transaction to another. But how do they flow? They flow using a very simple method of defining an access sequence. Now we'll look at this access sequence in detail because it's a little technical in nature and it involves delving deep into the configuration. But just understand that the texts flow from one object to another. The objects could be master data or transaction data, and they flow from one object to other using access sequence, where we define the priorities, and if one fails it falls down to the next, and then so on and so forth. So how do texts flow? Via text determination procedure, which contains access sequence, where the sources are specified in a particular order, and SAP goes, searches in that order and picks up the first available, just like you have pricing's access sequence. Right? So here is an example of or rather a generic visual representation of a sample text flow. Now, any text available at the master data level can be made to flow down to the transaction header, be it a quotation, be it an order. Let's say this is an order. Now at the line item level, you can have text at master data level flow down to line items. This line item is M01. If you have a text tagged on to M01 material, that material will come and flow down to this line item. Similarly, you can have texts at the pricing condition records level. If you go to VK11, when you create a condition record, you can create texts as well. Right? If you can have a text here, and whenever pricing is determined for that line item using this condition record, that text can be made to flow down here. Same with customer material info records, CMAR. You could have texts here that could be made to flow down if that material was determined using a CMIR. Similarly, you could have custom text objects. These are defined in a transaction called SO. This is O, by the way, okay? 10. SO10. These are called standard text. You could define any ad hoc piece of text without referring it to any material master, customer master, or any other type of data, a standalone text object, and that can be made to flow down either at the header or at the line item level. These are all your possible sources. The next most important possible source is another transaction itself. Text to an order header can be made to flow down from a previous transaction. Same thing at the line item level. Texts here can flow down from the previous transaction. Right? Now we'll see some examples of texts first, and then we'll go on to the configuration, define those texts, and then make them flow using the determination procedures. But before we go there, let's first look at customer master. We know our customer, VD01, VD02, VD03. I think I might have logged off. Okay. Let's take a customer, say 23897. Look at sales org. Click OK. There are three different types of texts associated with a customer master. The first is the general texts that, as you might have guessed, is available in the general data section. So go to extras and then click on texts. There you go. These are all your different texts. You have sales note for customer, accounting note, marketing note, blah blah blah. Now if you were in change mode, you could go and add texts to it. So let's go and add a text. Okay, we are in change mode now. Now here is an accounting note. Gold customer, always require both invoices and invoice list, blah blah blah. I want to type something more. It's not possible. What do I do now? I double click, and then SAP lets you do something more. It put some more text in it, like infinite amount of text, both invoices and invoice lists, and whatever text you want, and then you can save it. Okay, go back, and you know that there are multiple lines for a particular text if you look at this little flag over here. Alright, similarly you can define n number of texts here. You can have any text you like. Okay, potential reasoning, bank memos, address note for example, PO box only, call customer for actual address, whatever, right? And the other type of text in the customer master is sales text, and that you can find by going to the sales area data and then clicking on extras, texts. Again, we have a different set of texts. These are not the same as the previous ones. Right? So these are the two most important classifications of texts in the customer master. General text is one, which is available in the general data section. And sales text is two, which is available in the sales area data. Okay, and the way to go that is to go to the respective views and then clicking on extras, texts. And here is how you create text against a particular text type. So these are called text types. Each one is called a text type. And against each text type you can define your own text. This is like free form text. You can have anything you like. If you want more than one line, you just double click it, it'll open an editor, and then you can save it, come back, and it'll show a different flag here, and the M stands for multiple. So there is more than one line, just to indicate that there is more than what you see over there. And similarly, at the material master level, there are texts. There is sales text, there is purchase text. You can go and look at the sales text by, let me say this customer, and then we'll go to the customer material master. Alright, MM02, open some material you like, any material that you have created, click on sales text, purchase order text, click OK, and then this is sales text. This material, for example, is a bioreagent, and it's temperature sensitive, blah blah blah, some storage conditions, whatever notes that you want to have that for that material, you can just put it in there. If you want to export this text, you can import this text, you can maintain the text in different languages, you can delete this text, so on and so forth. Now similar to sales text, there is a purchasing text as well, and again same thing, you can maintain it in different languages, you can import that text from a text file, you can export it into a text file. So we have seen texts at the customer master level, and the second thing is the material master level texts. Okay, now one of the differences between the customer master level texts and material master level texts is At the customer master level, there can be more than one text type, like accounting note, sales note, purchasing note, auditing note. But with the material master, there is only one type of text for sales and one type for purchases. Alright, that's material master text. As you can see, the sales text is here, the purchase text is here. Now, how to create these texts? Say, for example, you look at this customer master, let's say /n vd02, alright, 23897. The customer account group is 001. For this customer, if you want to create additional text like sales note, shipping instructions, etc., etc., and then you want to have another guy here, let's say call it auditing note. How do you create it? Well, first thing, you don't want to change 0001 account group, right, or any of its properties. So you create your own customer account group, and you know how to do that. Let's go how to create our own or use another customer account group, say Z001 or Z something else, ZSIV, anything you like, and then we'll configure our own different text types and associate that with that customer account group. Okay, here is our goal. Once again, we want to create a new text type. How do you do that? You go to SPRO as usual, IMG, sales and distribution, basic functions, and text control. Right, this is the menu path. If you are not fond of the menu path, there is a short and sweet transaction, VOTXN. Okay, don't forget the N, VOTXN, and then hit enter. Same thing shown in a different way. Okay, now here are our central texts, and then click on text types. Table is cross client, that's all right. And here are our text types. So many different text types. You want to create your own text types? Yes, go to new entry and create your own. Z blah blah blah, custom auditing note, Z000. Okay, and then click save. Of course, you want to create a transport, and we have our auditing note here. Okay, so let me quickly save it. So you know how to go there, right? Or you can use this transaction VOTXN and then go to central text. If you want to create new text types, click on this new text types. Okay, and click on new entries, and you can create your text types. This is sales, this is general text, this is sales text. And here is how you create these texts. So go select your text type, click on text types, and then go to new, enter your text type and a description. Okay, in this case we are entering something called as Z005, which is customer special instructions, or you could have Z000, anything you like, it doesn't matter. Right, now the next thing to do is create a text procedure. Right, we have added our own text note, little text note here called Z000 or Z005. The next thing to do is click on change. Alright, and then we have 01, our text determination procedure. Copy it and create your own. Z0 custom, because we don't want to override the existing text determination procedure, right? That's not standard practice, we know. And as usual, click on copy all. Alright, so we have our own brand new text determination procedure. Alright, so what's underneath it? So select it and then click on text IDs in procedures. Double click. These are our text nodes. We want to introduce our new procedure, right? So click on new entries and then say what were the entries prior to this? 100. Okay, new entries 110 and Z000 and then 120 Z005, so on and so forth. Whatever text types you have created, just go and enter them, save them. And Z0 is the new text procedure that you have created. You want to assign this text procedure to our customer account group. Let's say custom sold to party or custom build to party, whatever you want to associate it to. Let's say we want to associate our custom procedure to let's pick up a new Z customer, Z001. I think this is one that we have created, Z005, I believe, right? So go ahead and change this to Z2 or Z0, which is our custom text determination procedure that we have just created. Alright, enter and save. So whenever you create a customer of type Z005 account group, the text determination procedure is Z0. Alright, so here is a pictorial representation of what we have done here. Alright, I'll just put it down on paper once again. Step number 1, okay, create new text type. Or let me actually go to the actual steps and then show you how to do it. Okay, this is what you need to do when you want to do it for a customer. When you want to do it for a sales order, it's a little bit different. Okay, here is step number 1. Create new text type. Whether you want to do it for central text or sales text, it's up to you. Okay, this is step number 1. Step number 2, select and then click on the procedure and then copy to create your own text determination procedure. In this case Z5, Z0, whatever. And then always make sure you click on copy all. Okay, step number 3. Double click on text IDs. Alright, double click there and then go to new and add your own text determination procedure. Click new and add your own text type, okay, created in step number 1. This is created in step 1. Okay, this is step number 3. Step number 4 is the assignment. Assign the text determination procedure Z5, Z0, whatever you have created, to your own customer account group. In this case, Z005, Z0, whatever your customer account group is. Once again, don't assign it to 001. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, you don't want to do it in a live system. You don't want to do it in an IDA system as well. Okay, that is that. And now, how do we test it? How do we test it? It's very simple. You create a customer of that customer account group. What did we assign it to? Z005. So create a customer of customer account group Z005. VD01 of type Z005, and then enter your customer number 33544. Okay, it uses internal number, that's fine. So enter some test. Just finishing up the address, then go to extras, texts, and then we have customer special instructions, we have auditing note. So you can have a special auditing note here. Auditing note could be make sure it is double, make sure goods are double packed. Okay, and then save this guy. And then whatever other information that you have to fill in. Okay, whatever is mandatory, just fill it up. Alright, save. Okay, the customer number is 5. Customer number 5 was created in sales area 101000. Okay, now go to VD03 and then enter that customer, and you can see that extra little piece of text. You go to general data, extras, texts, and then you have that special text over there. Okay, that just shows you how to create your own custom text using a custom text type. In this case, we have created Z000, called it an auditing note, and we have created our own customer account group Z005 and assigned our text determination procedure Z0 to this account group, so that whenever we create a customer of this customer account group, this particular text determination procedure applies. Very simple, isn't it? And what's inside the text determination procedure? It contains a list of text types along with a sequence in which they should be acted upon. Okay, first is this, next is this, next is this. This is how they should be shown. And that's what you're just aligning and associating with that text determination procedure. So, text determination in the case of master data like customer master is very simple. It's as simple as it can get. Okay, so try this thing first. Don't jump to transaction level text determination. It's very similar to this, except that when determining your text ID, there is another thing called as a access sequence. So try this thing first, and then we'll move on to the text determination at transaction level. Okay. Transaction level text. This is the next level. So from the customer master or from a previous transaction, we want certain pieces of text maybe to fold onto the header or to the line item level. So we're going to see how to achieve this. Okay. In order to understand this, we have to understand something called as a text object. If you go to the SAP screen, and if you go to VOTXN, which is a text determination config transaction, pick any text type and then click on text types, you'll see that there is a text object here. There are so many different text objects. This is general text, KNA1. If you go to sales distribution, you'll see that there is something called KNVV. This is called sales text. If you go to let's say customer sales document header, you'll have something called as VBBK. This is text object that contains the different text types. So the hierarchy is something like this. Let me go down to another slide where I have defined the different kinds of text objects. I have skipped it on purpose so that you would understand the basics first, and then we can understand these technical objects. This is customer master general text. This is sales texts. Under each of these there will be n number of texts. Under each of these again n number of text types. These are text types. These are text objects. So text objects has multiple text types, and that's what we have kind of done in the text determination procedure of customer master. Now same thing with the sales document. Text types, text types, text object, text object. So these are the most used text objects. No, you don't need to remember these text objects. They are not at all necessary. But when you come to access sequence at the transaction level, you might want to just make a note of them so that you understand what is the priority and what are the sources that you're dealing with. Don't worry, you will see an example and it will be pretty obvious. Okay, transaction level text. Now look at the sales order header. Let's say into the header we want the custom document transaction type to flow through. So we have defined, here is our scenario that we are trying to solve. For the customer, we have created a new text type Z000 called auditing note, and we have assigned all of this stuff to the customer account group Z005. We have created a customer number 5 just now. When we create a sales transaction, say VA01 of a particular type, let's say ZOR5, using this customer, at the header level there are different texts, and at the line item level there are different texts. We want this auditing note, whatever text has been written there, to flow down to one of the texts at the order header level. And how do we achieve this? Now, to achieve this, we got to define a text type here. Or you can let it flow down to an existing text type. But we would rather define our own text type so that we know how to create a text type at the sales document level also. Let's call this, it need not have the same name, it could have a different name, Z005 or Z009. Alright, so we're going to have this text flow down to Z009. Now, first let's create the text type. New text, Z009, custom audit note from customer. Okay, save. Okay, go back. Next step, go to header, click on change. This is the standard determination procedure, text determination procedure. Copy it, create your own. Z0. Enter, click on copy all. Okay, and then select it, double click on text IDs. Then we have so many different text IDs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so on and so forth until 16. Let's introduce a new entry, call it 20, and the text ID is going to be Z009 and hit enter. Click on save and go back to see your result. Step number 20, Z009 is the text ID. Okay. Now we have created a new text ID for the sales order header, created our own text determination procedure, and the next step should be to assign this text determination procedure to our own custom document type. Let's say ZOR5. Alright, Z0. Okay, save it, go back and try to create an order. ZOR5, because that's the one that we have modified. Hit enter, and then use our customer that we have created, customer number 5. Alright, we have created an order, ZOR5, and then use the customer 5. Now let's go to texts. How do we see the text at the transaction level? Select header, go to texts, and then you can see that there is a new text type called the custom audit note that we have just created, and it's supposed to contain the text audit note from the customer master 5. But you don't see anything here, right? Double click, you don't see anything here. This is the place where it's supposed to come up, this blank space, but I don't see anything there. So quite similar to the way you do pricing analysis, there is a button here called the analysis button, okay, or the log button. So click on the log, and then it will show you the log of why or how things are determined the way they are. Now for all of them, there is a place to expand and then drill down and then do an analysis. For Z009, however, there is no drill down here. So what kind of analysis can we do? We can't really do anything. But why? Because an access sequence does not exist. Now what is this access sequence? Well, let's go to the same old transaction, same old sales order header, go to change mode, and then go to Z5, and then go to look at the text IDs, and then see that for our sorry, I think it was Z9, right, or Z0. This does not have an access sequence. What it means is that we have defined a text type, but we did not tell the source that it should fetch it from. And that source could be a customer master's text. If yes, what text type should it be? It should be 001, 002, 003. Or should it be text from a previous transaction? We have not defined that. And that is defined in an access sequence. So let's go to an access sequence and define our own access sequence. Let's say new entries. And then say 1000. Access sequence. Select, click on accesses. Now here is the toughest part. Okay, this is where you could get lost. So go to new entries, select a sequence 10, 20, 30, 40, and here is where the text object comes into place. So go to text object, and there are a limited set of text objects. So what is the source of this data at the header level? Now where do you want to pull it from? You don't want to pull it from material text or purchasing text, but you want to pull it from customer master general texts, right? So where is that? KNA1. That is the object type, and under that object, which ID should it be? It should be Z00 auditing node that we have just created, right? Okay, so far so good. And which partner function should it be, and should it be for all languages? This is very important. So should it be for sold to, bill to? It need not always be the same sold to or bill to. You could pull it from bill to, you could pull it from ship to, or you could pull it from any other alternate partner function, right? And then there are all these different, there are routines, requirement routines, should they be fulfilled or not, but let's not go there at this point. Alright, so the important things here that you need to fill in are the text object, the text ID, the partner function, and if necessary, languages. Okay, now it need not always be from the customer. What if the customer doesn't have it? What if the quotation has it? Then maybe it's not just customer, it's the sales document, the previous sales document header text. And where should it need to come from? Maybe it needs to come from form header or someplace. Okay, again, sold to party, all languages. AG for MVKE. Okay. I did delete that. Change will be lost. Yes, that's right. Okay, and then click save. So it just says that language doesn't exist for a sales document header, which is fine. Okay, now 1000 is the access sequence that we have created. And go to text procedure, go to our custom text procedure and enter 1000 here. This is our access sequence. Okay, now save it, go back all the way and try to create an order again for this customer and enter your customer number 5, ZOR5 order type. Go to header, click on text, and you see that this thing is filled in, because you see that this little pencil and notepad has some scribble lines on it, and if you double click it, you'll see some stuff here, the same text that was available in the customer master. Okay, if you go to the log, you can see the log of how the system has obtained these texts. Alright, so those steps are highlighted here. If you can just go through these notes, and the screenshots are all available. Okay, now here is an exercise that I want to give you. What I want you to configure is define your own customer account group, new customer account group, call it ZXXX, whatever you want to define. Okay, create a new text type called ZXXX and assign it to this customer. How do you do it? You assign a new text determination procedure, assign it to this customer account group, and this text type should be part of this text determination procedure. As simple as that. Now, third step, create new customer of that customer account group. Call it 5, 10, 15, 20, 1000, whatever customer number. Fourth step is create a new text type at sales doc header level. Call it ZYYY. Associate ZYYY to sales order header of a document ZOR5 or whatever your document type is. Okay. Step number 6 is source the text of ZOR5 ZYYY from customer master ZYY. So you have to define your access sequence in such a way that this text ZYYY at the header level is sourced from the corresponding customer master's ZXXX. And step number 7, if ZXXX is not present in customer master, then source it from previous transaction. This is the extra step that I'm giving you. Source it from ZYYY of previous transaction, meaning if the customer has ZXXX, source it to the sales order ZYYY. If it doesn't have it, maybe this is an order that was created from a quotation, and that quotation had ZYYY. If this is not available, then source it from this. It's like a fallback option. Right? This is the extra step that I want you to do. Alright, thank you very much, guys.
We are going to learn about partner determination. We have already seen what is text determination, right? Partner determination is going to be very similar in terms of configuration. We're going to see the specifics of partner determination, the config behind it, and you'll see that it's very similar to text determination. So if you have not gone through text determination, just go through it again, please. So what is a partner function? We all know what partner functions are, right? We have gone through them in great detail when we have done the sales order deep dive. We have seen scenarios like the iPod case where the sold to is different, the shipped to is different, payer is different, so on and so forth. But what we have not seen is how to define a new partner function. What are the business scenarios where you could create new partner functions? And what is the configuration behind this? Let's list out what we're going to do in this section. Number one, business scenario to create new partner function. Like why you would require one. Number two, create new partner functions. Number three, configure partner determination. And four, we're going to see all of this in action. Business scenario. What kind of business scenario will demand the creation of a new partner function? Almost in every implementation of SAP, there's going to be a new partner function creation. Because every business demands a different set of partners to be associated with their transactions. And for example, in the sales order deep dive, we've seen that there is Ingram Micro. Remember that? There is Ingram Micro, there's HP, and then there is a reseller, and then finally there is a final customer. From the Ingram Micro perspective, there are so many different partner functions, like the sold to, ship to, bill to, payer, which are the common system-defined partner functions. And then we have additional partner functions, like what? Like sales rep, value-added reseller, value-added distributor, the person taking the order, or the end user, right? The combinations are limitless. Let me recap that business scenario. Let's start with HP, because that's the company that sells the product. Then we have Ingram Micro is the major distributor, right? So this guy is the reseller. And this guy is the end user. I hope you remember this scenario. If not, please go through that video again. Sales order deep dive discusses this scenario in great detail. So from HP's perspective, The sales order partner functions go something like this. There is a sold to, ship to, bill to, payer, VAD, value added distributor, VAR, value added reseller, and then there is the installation site. And we can go on and on and on. Depending on HP's operations and reporting requirements, we can have as many partner functions as needed. The first four are very simple. They come in SAP right out of the box. In this case, this is going to be Ingram, because Ingram is the entity buying the goods. Ship to could be the end user. Bill to could be Ingram. Payer could be Ingram or the reseller, depending on the scenario. Distributor is Ingram. Reseller is the reseller, assuming it's ABC computers, say. End user is the end user, say XYZ Corporation. The installation site could be, say, some address in Atlanta, so on and so forth. What we will do is create, let's say, a new partner function called VAD, value added distributor. You can pick any partner function you like, anything that's non-standard. Create it and see it in action. That's the main goal of this section. So we have picked VAD, value added distributor, right? And create a new partner function called VAD. So where do we start? The transaction to configure partner determination or partners is VOP, P for Peter, AN. This is where you define the partner determination procedure, and we're going to talk about it in a bit. VOPAN, right? If you go via configuration, go to SPRO, IMG, sales and distribution, basic functions, and then partner determination. This is the regular SPRO path. Or you can choose the shortcut VOPAN. VOPAN is really easy to remember, right? If you remember the text determination procedure, it's VOTXN. TX for text and PA for partner. After that, we have number 8. Partner functions are available in these different objects: customer master, sales order header, sales order item, delivery, and billing. For us, the most important ones are the ones that are highlighted with arrows: customer, sales header, sales item, delivery, billing header, and billing item. If you can do customer master and sales order header, the rest of them will be very similar. Even if you do customer master, I would say that's more than enough. Let's go there and see what are the controls in it. So first, go to the customer master and click on change. What is our first goal? Remember, the first goal is to create a new partner function. So step 1, create a new partner function. In our example, we are creating a new partner function VAD, value added distributor, right? So how do we do that? Go to partner functions and click on new entries. Go to new entries and then say it's a new partner function, right? So start with a Z. Call it, say, ZD. Check if it's available. Looks like it's available. And what type of customer is it? Well, it's not a vendor. It's not an employee. It's a customer, right? So if you're creating a customer, make sure you're selecting KU as customer here. These are hard-coded values. It should be customer or user or logical system. So let's not worry about them at this point. Let's just say we are creating a partner of type customer and hit enter. ZD doesn't exist yet. So we are able to create a new partner function. Then it's going to be unique. What does that field mean? Unique. So we have created a new partner function ZD, made sure that we have selected KU as customer because we needed to create a customer. And then we have unique. What does that mean? Unique means only one occurrence per partner function. Example, sold to. In a transaction, there's only one sold to. There's only one payer. Generally, there is only one payer. One payer, one sold to. But ship tos could be different. There could be so many ship tos. One line could ship to one customer and another line could ship to another customer. Generally, for the most part, you don't need to check that on to unique. There's no need to impose that specific constraint. You can let that remain as is. But if you want to impose that constraint, then yes, check this on. So this is how you create a new partner function. Okay? You have created a new partner function. Go ahead and click on save. Partner function ZD is created. The next one is partner determination procedure. Just like you have text determination procedures and the corresponding text types in it, you'll have to create a new partner determination procedure. So how do you create this new partner determination procedure? Go to new partner determination procedure. Select the standard partner determination procedure AG. Then as usual, click on copy, right? So step number 2 is new partner determination procedure. Where do we start? We start here. Go to partner determination procedure. Pick the standard sold to party partner determination procedure AG. And then click copy. Why are we doing that? Because it's easier. It already has so many different partners or partner functions associated with it already. So instead of creating a new one, it's easier to copy and then create your own. So select it, copy, create your own custom partner determination procedure as usual. So as usual, select copy all. So we have selected it, entered your own partner determination procedure, ZD, and click copy all. Once you have done that, all the different partner functions associated with that partner determination procedure will be automatically copied over to ZD. If there are any errors like this, all you have to do is click the skip functionality. If there are any errors during the copying process, just skip that particular partner function. So a new partner determination procedure is created. Then
go to partner functions to see all the partner functions associated with that partner determination procedure. These are all the different partner functions that are already associated with the newly created partner determination procedure. If any customer master is associated with this newly created procedure ZD, it will get all the partner functions listed there. As simple as that. It's got a sold to, it's got a contact person, it's got a buyer, end user, so on. They are automatically available because we copied from the standard sold to partner determination procedure AG. In here, what are the things that we need to understand? Number one, not modifiable. Number two, mandatory. What is not modifiable? After we have created the customer master, so once it's created, it cannot be changed at a later point. Let's see an example. Pick up a customer, say any sold to customer, then go to sales area data, partner functions. One example of a partner function that's typically not modifiable is the sold to. You can see that it's grayed out, right? This partner function sold to is not modifiable. That's why it's grayed out. Meaning, if a partner function is not modifiable, then that partner function cannot be modified after the creation is over. Well, the question is, why? Why do you do it? Generally, for partner functions that are determined automatically, there are some things that we don't want the end user to change. The person creating the transaction customer master or editing that customer. If that is a requirement, then mark it as non-modifiable. Okay, now let's say we try and delete this guy. What happens? SAP says, I cannot delete it. What was I trying to do? I was trying to delete this guy. Deletion is not allowed because PY, payer, is a mandatory partner function. And that's determined based on what? Based on the config over here that says mandatory. If you are marking a partner function as mandatory, then deletion of it is not allowed. Also, if you do not enter it, the system throws an error. So it's a required field. So if a field is marked as mandatory, it's a required partner function and you cannot delete it. These are the properties that you can associate with a partner function. That was step number 2. Now we are moving on to step number 3. What is step number 3? Partner determination procedure assignment. You can see the assignment here. What is it assigned to? The customer account group. Similar to 0001, you might have created your own account group. For example, go to SPRO, IMG, Logistics General, Business Partner, Customer Control, and then Customer Account Group. This is where you define a new customer account group. Right. Go there. Select 0001, the standard sold to. Then create ZD01. So we have created a new customer account group. Now go to change, go to partner determination, go to ZD01. So ZD01 will be assigned to AG. Change this to the new one that we have created, ZD. So step number 3, remember, is associate the new partner determination procedure to the customer account group. Please do not change this for the standard customer account groups. Always do this for the new or the custom account groups that you have created. Don't change the standard assignments. So that way you don't disturb the system. So that was step number 3. Very simple, right? Step number 4 is the step that we typically tend to forget. What do we have until now? We have created a new partner function. We have assigned the new partner function to the new partner determination procedure. We have associated the new partner determination procedure to the new customer account group. And this procedure of partner determination is not complete just yet. What else need to happen? The last step is this guy. Account group to partner function relationship. Each customer account group should be associated with all possible partner functions that it can be associated with. When you copied the newly created customer account group, ZD01, all the partner functions associated with it would have been copied already. The newly created partner function is ZD, right? So do you have ZD associated here? No. So you have to associate the new partner function to the customer account group. So go to the new partner functions and say ZD. What is the customer account group? ZD01. So step number 4 is associate new partner function to the particular customer account group. I think of it as a very silly step, but you have to do it to make the entire customer master partner determination work. Now all the steps are done. We can go test it, right? So how do we test it? Go create a new customer of type customer account group ZD01 and see if it has the partner function ZD, the one that we have created just now. So some name, some description. Where do you find the partner functions? Go to sales area data. Here. Do we have ZD? Yeah, we have ZD. But which partner do we assign this ZD partner function to? Can we try some customer, say 1000? Can 1000 be a value added reseller? What does it say? Look at the bottom. It says data is incomplete. Then when you hit enter, it says customer 1000 not defined for partner function ZD. So what is the problem? We have defined the new partner function ZD, but what are all the different customers that can play the role of ZD? Is it the sold to? Is it the bill to customer? Or is it the regular customer account group 0001? We didn't specify it anywhere. Let's see. There was an error in the customer creation, right? So let's go back. Recreate the customer again.
This time, without ZD partner function, just save it. What's the customer that's created? 27. So take that. Now create a new customer again with the same customer account group, ZD01. Go to partner functions, put in ZD, the newly created partner function, and put in the partner 27, the one that we have just created before this. 27 should now be accepted as partner function ZD. So that's how you create new partner functions and associate them to the customer master. Partner determination is a little tricky for beginners. There are so many things happening here, right? Partner functions, customer account group, partner determination procedures, assignment to the customer account group, assign partner functions separately to the partner functions, assign partner functions separately to the customer account group. These things are all interconnected. So that was partner determination for master data. Now what about partner determination for transactions? Partner functions are not just available at the master data level. They're also available at the transaction level, like sales orders, contracts, scheduling agreements. So let's talk about partner functions at the transaction level. So what are the three main transactions that we do in SD? Sales, delivery, and billing. So in sales, we have partners at the header level and item level. And that's the same with delivery and billing. We have partners at the header level and partners at the line item level. If you have questions on why there are partner functions at both the header and line item level, just go visit the deep dive classes at the very beginning of the course. Over here, when you're trying to configure partner determination at the transaction level, things are a little bit more complicated. So let's see why they are complicated. Let's go to the configuration, VOPAN. Go to partner determination at the sales order header level. Click on that. Go to change. And as usual, click on partner determination procedures. Let's take a sales document type, say ZRAJ. It's associated with the standard partner determination procedure, TA. We don't want that, right? We want our own custom partner determination procedure. So select TA, copy, and call it, say, ZD. Let's see. Hit enter. ZD already exists. So say ZD01. It's typically 4 letters anyway. Yes, that works. So click on copy all. And if some of the partner functions throw an error, as usual, skip them. So there you go. New partner determination procedure created. Go inside and see all the different partner functions. We have sold to, ship to, bill to, payer. Now add a new entry, ZD. That's the newly created partner function, right? Value added distributor. And then we have some parameters here. Not modifiable, mandatory. This is just like the way we had it in the master data, customer master. And then we have something else. We have source, origin, and sequence. This is where things get slightly different from how we do partner determination at the master data level versus transaction level. If you take ZD01 for the sold to or shipped to, it's not much different. It has not modifiable and mandatory checkboxes. But you can't specify a source here, nor can you specify an origin. And when you're creating a new transaction, where does that partner function come from? For example, let's take a sold to or a payer, or a simple ship to. We have a customer here. It has sold to, ship to, bill to, and payer standard partner functions. When you create an order, or let's say a quotation, the quotation will also have a partner determination procedure associated with it, say ZD01. And it will also have a sold to, ship to, bill to, payer. So what is the source of these? Where do they come from? For transactions, typically, customer master is always the source. For a transaction, by default, the source is the master data, right? So let's take another example. From a quotation, we are creating an order. This could have another partner determination procedure, say ZE01, which also has the regular sold to, ship to, bill to, payer. Now, what will be the source for this? This or this? Logically, the source for this should be the previous transaction, right? Now, do you understand why there is something called source at the transaction level of partner determination? If you understand this concept, then you understand the difference between the partner determination procedure at the transaction level versus the partner determination at the master data level, customer master. So let me start all over again with the same example. From HP's perspective, we have created a customer master. Sold to is Ingram, shipped to is Ingram, payer is Ingram, and bill to is also Ingram. So Ingram is asking for a quotation, and in this quotation, Ingram says, I need a quotation for ABC computers. They are the ship to, and I will be paying for it. And the bill to is XYZ Corporation. Okay? Now, when you create an order with reference to this quotation, the sold to should be what? Ingram. What should be the ship to? Is it Ingram or ABC computers? ABC computers, right? Why? At the transaction level, partner functions should come from the previous transaction. As opposed to what? As opposed to master data. That's what the origin column dictates in the partner determination procedure. Does it make sense? If there is no previous transaction, it always picks up from the master data. At the transaction level, this is the main complication. So other than that, partner determination at the transaction level is more or less similar to the partner determination at the master data level.
Plant determination. What is plant determination? If you take a sales order at the line item level, let's say you have 10 material M01, so quantity of 25, and then one of the columns here is the plant. This is the delivering plant from which the material is supposed to be delivered. Where does it come from is the question that we are trying to answer here. The delivering plant as it's called,
comes from the material master. Material master. That's pretty normal, right? So if the material is manufactured in the LA plant, that will be specified as the delivering plant in the material master in the sales view of the material master. And as soon as you create a sales order for that sales org distribution channel plant combination, the plant gets defaulted from the material master. In some cases, the customer might prefer a different plant. For example, if the plant is in California, say Northern California, LA, and there is another plant in Southern California. So this is San Francisco, and this is LA. If the customer is here and he tends to prefer the deliveries from the SFO plant because it's natural and it avoids all the freight. So although this material M01 is manufactured in both the Northern California plant and the Southern California plant, it makes sense that because the customer is located in San Francisco, we ship it from the San Francisco location. At the customer master level, in the shipping section of the sales view of the customer master, there is a field called the delivering plant. And if this field is different from what the material master finds, then this overrides the plant determined at the material master level. So first preference, material master. Second preference from the customer master. The third preference comes from what is called as the customer material info record. Just like a purchase info record, we can maintain a combination of customer and material in the customer material info record, which means for this customer, for this material combination, specify a set of parameters, among which plant is one of the parameters. So if a record is maintained for a customer material combination, this will override the preference in the customer master. So the first is material master, second is from the customer master, third of course is from the customer material info record. Another way to override it is whatever is determined by these three parameters, you can just go override that and then put your own plant, say 2000 or 3000, whatever plant you want to do. So the fourth is a manual override, right? We always want the manual override to override everything else, which makes sense. So there are four possibilities of the delivering plant. One from the material master. If there's a different plant specified in the customer master shipping tab, that overrides the default from the material master. If a particular plant is maintained in the customer material info record combination, that overrides what comes from the customer master. And of course, you can always override what these standard SAP has determined using this order of preferences.
First topic for today is contracts. We have seen quotations, we have seen inquiry, we have seen sales orders. These are the three types of sales documents that we have worked on, right? If you remember our OTC, we have talked about inquiry, quotation, order, right? Inquiry, quotation, order, and then there was delivery, and then there was billing. Now everything here in red are all sales documents. This is delivery document. This is billing document. So apart from these three different kinds of sales documents, there are some more types of sales documents, and one of them is contract. Roughly, the major types of other types of sales documents are contracts. So you can say contract and scheduling agreement. Contracts, scheduling agreements. These are the other major types of sales documents. Apart from these five, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there are other subtypes like rush order, cash sale. We'll talk about these subtypes. Will take roughly about 2 minutes or 3 minutes each. That's it. But these are the major types. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, these are totally different categories altogether. Okay, but they all fall under the umbrella of sales document types, as opposed to delivery or billing. So our topic right now is going to be contracts. What is a contract? Different types of contracts. How to create a contract. How to create orders with reference to contracts. What are those types of orders called? So on and so forth. All right. Let's start here. So what is a contract? A contract is an agreement. Okay? A contract is an agreement between a customer and the company. For what? It could be for a fixed price of goods, or it could be for a fixed set of materials, or it could be for a fixed quantity of certain type of materials. Generally, these are the three major types of agreements or contracts that the customers get into with the company. Another umbrella term that describes a contract is also called an outline agreement. Outline agreement. Meaning, under the outline agreements, contracts and scheduling agreements fall. So why is it called an outline agreement? Because these are not actual orders, but these are promises to buy. Okay, so there is a collective term that's used, and it's called outline agreement. And under an outline agreement, contracts and scheduling agreements are the major document types. But our focus for today is going to be contracts. So how many types of contracts are there? Majorly 4 to 5 different types. Now, you don't need to go about understanding all the different contract types. Not necessary. I would say focus on 3 or 2 different contract types. Okay. First area of focus, quantity contract. Second area of focus, service contract. Okay. And rental contract is also not necessary. Third area of focus is value contract. Okay. First is quantity. Second is service. Third is value contract. Master contract is also there, but it is very rarely used. We will briefly discuss it, but don't try and focus on it too much. Just understand the concept more than enough. But quantity contract, service contract, and value contracts, you should understand them well as be able to do them in the system. Okay, we'll try and do them in the system today. All right. Now, like I said, A contract is an agreement for a fixed price or for a fixed quantity of materials to be delivered to the customer, right? If you want some examples for visualization, we can think of a contract that a large company, say Johnson & Johnson. So there is this Johnson & Johnson customer, and this is company, say Dell. Johnson & Johnson has a big unit in New Jersey with some, 10,000 employees or so on. Dell, they might enter into a contract with Dell whereby some 1,000 computers are required for the New Jersey office of Johnson & Johnson. 1,000 computers. So they'll enter into a contract with Dell that says, okay, we are going to purchase 10,000 computers from you. Okay, so the price is going to be per computer, let's say $500 per piece. Okay, and total quantity equal to 1,000. So they are going to purchase 1,000 computers, and the price is fixed at $500 per piece. This is one way of making a contract. Another way of making a contract is, I have to take different examples for each, okay? Because each of the situation demands a different example. Now, the next example that I'm going to take is something from the consumer electronics industry, okay? Let's say there's a new version of the iPhone that's released, okay? The iPhone 5 that just got released. Now, iPhone 5, the first release, Apple might not know whether it's going to be. iPhone 5 might be a bad example. Let's take a low-key product from Apple. Let's say not even iPad. Apple TV. Right? It's a small device that can be remote controlled and connected to the TV, and through wireless can stream iTunes, can stream some movies from the iTunes database, so on and so forth. It's a small $100 product. A new product is going to be released, Apple TV version 3, let's say. So Apple cannot estimate the demand. Apple doesn't know how many products it's going to sell in the first month, how many products it's going to sell in the second month, so on. So it'll, for an initial estimate, make, let's say, 500,000 products, 500,000 quantity. It manufactures them, okay? Now, the initial set of products can only be released to their major customers, like, let's say, what are the major customers? Of course, Apple retail store, Best Buy, Office Depot. Let's say, I don't know if Office Depot sells it, but let me put it there. And Amazon, buy.com. Okay, let's say in total some 10 or 12 different major customers that sell these Apple products. So they will give an allocation. Okay, Apple retail, you have sold 100,000 last year, so we'll give you 150K. Maybe we plan to sell more. Best Buy, you have sold 30K last year, so we're going to give you 50K this year. See, it's giving a quota, because at this point it's a fresh product. They have to do some balancing act. They can't make more. At the same time, they can't produce less and make the product unavailable. Right? In this case, since the product is hot, each of these companies will enter into a contract with Apple through which a certain quantity of product is guaranteed to be purchased, and the company is guaranteeing to sell that much amount of product. So Apple will not give more than 50K to Best Buy. After the 50K, if the Best Buy orders 10 more K, Apple will not honor it because it's a newly launched product. It's a hot product. They want to gauge it and then maybe slowly take it from there. This type of contract is called a quantity contract, where the company enters into a contract with the customer to sell a certain quantity in total. So 50K with the Best Buy need not be a one-time order. We're going to look at that, how it pans out over a course of time. But please understand that 50K is not a one-time order. It's the total quantity that Apple is going to sell Best Buy. Okay, we're going to look at the modality of how we're going to achieve that through the course of the contract. The next is for materials and services. We can take the same J&J example here. So there is Johnson & Johnson, and there is Dell, the company. Dell has an office in New Jersey with 10K employees, and all of them have a computer, let's say. So there are 10,000 computers, so on. Let's say out of them, some 5,000 are Dell. So J&J could enter into an agreement with Dell whereby all the 5K computers needs to be serviced/maintained. What does that involve? So it involves patching, it involves any hardware loss, it involves replacement of mouses, mouse pads, keyboards, anything that requires your typical computer service. And J&J is not in the business of computers, right? So they don't want to deal with all that crap. So they would rather have a company that's qualified to do it, enter into a service contract with them, whereby Dell will charge a fixed amount per month, let's say $1 million per month, or they could charge so much per computer. Okay, we're entering into a service contract whereby per computer, we're going to charge you $100 per month. Multiplied by however many number of computers, that's the amount you got to pay me per month. And I'm going to be taking care of everything that computer requires, as long as that clause is mentioned in that contract. Right? That is called a service contract. Okay? Now let's go into the details of these contracts. Starting with the quantity contract. So we have briefly discussed the quantity contract. Let's go into the details. What is a quantity contract? A quantity contract is a contract between the provider, the vendor, and the customer, whereby the customer or the vendor promises to sell a certain quantity, say 100, over a period of time, let's say 1 month, 1 year, 1 week, depending on the nature of the product. So what are the business cases that a quantity contract is used? When production quantity is limited, like the iPhone or Apple TV example that I've given you. When the product is really hot, or when a product is being launched, generally all the major distributors get their quota. Like if you are a new distributor and you want to sell Apple TV, sorry, you can't do that. You'll not even be recognized by Apple, and you'll not get your share. Right? Pretty natural. The next thing is, the next business case is when a customer signs up for a special price for a certain volume of material. If I buy a quantity of 20, I'll get a certain discount. If I buy a quantity of 50, I might get a better discount. right? More volume, more discount. If I buy a quantity of 100, I'll get an even better discount. So a quantity contract can also be used in that case where the customer promises to purchase a certain quantity of material, a fixed quantity, which is generally a big lot. And because the customer is promising to purchase a certain big quantity, automatically he's entitled to a huge discount. That's another case where we can use quantity contracts. Okay, the document type is QC for quantity contracts, and the transaction that you need to create a quantity contract is VA41. It's not VA01, it's not VA21, it's VA41. Now, let's log into the system and start creating contracts with that transaction. Okay. Okay, like I said, the transaction to create a contract is VA41. There we go. Okay, so let's create a contract. What type of contract do we want to create? Quantity contract. What is the document type for that? QC. So let's pick up QC, quantity contract, and click OK. And as usual, put 1000 as the sales org, 10 as the distribution channel, 00 as the division, and click OK. We'll enter the same customer that we have been using. Enter. And of course, every contract, like a quotation, needs to have a valid from date and a valid to date. So enter a valid from date, which is today, and valid to how soon do you want the customer to purchase this quantity of 100? Maybe within 1 month. Okay, so 15th to the 15th. Enter. All right. We'll enter the same material, and the target quantity that we wish the customer should purchase is 100. And because the customer is purchasing some 100, the big quantity, let's say, and he'll get the appropriate discount. Okay, so this is the total price. We want to work with discounts. There are different screens for that. Let's not go there. So the contract is ready. Save the contract. Okay, something is missing. Let's go fill it up. Okay, some PO number is missing. Let's go fill some PO number. You can put any dummy text here. Some PO, anything. It doesn't matter. Save. What's the contract number? Look at the left bottom corner. 400215. I'm going to double click it and save the contract. Control C. Go back. So what we have essentially created is a contract for a quantity of 100 for a particular customer for a particular material. Now, contract is there, contract is set in place. Now, can you deliver with respect to a contract? Very important point. The answer to that is no. You cannot deliver with respect to a contract. Then how does the customer get the goods? The customer gets the goods with reference to an order that's created with reference to a contract. And that type of order is called a release order. Okay. Here is the deal. So there is a contract, right? So you cannot create deliveries with reference to a contract. So with reference to a contract, orders have to be created. So this is the total 100. You release value from that 100, let's say 20. And this release is called a release order. So every contract, especially quantity contracts or value contracts, need release orders in order for the actual delivery to happen. So here is release order 1, and this release order can be delivered, and this release order can be built. Release order 2, maybe 2 days from today. Delivered, built. Release order 3, maybe 10 days from now the customer requires 50 more. Sure, deliver, build. Release order 4, the remaining 20. Deliver it, and then build it. That will complete the contract. 20 plus 10 plus 50 plus 20 is 100. That's the total quantity here. Right? So the key takeaway is a contract cannot be delivered directly, number 1. Number 2, a contract requires a release order in order for the actual delivery to happen. And that release order could be of standard OR or any other order type. Okay, so let's create that release order in the system. How do we do that? We go to VA01 as usual, put in OR, standard order type, and here is how we create the release order. If you do a standard order OR and then click enter, go into it, put some materials, it becomes a standard order, nothing like release order. But if you want this to be of type release order, you are releasing something. What are you releasing? You are releasing quantity from that contract. So you create this order with reference to the contract. So go to the contract tab, just like how we have been doing inquiry quotation order. Just that now we are creating with reference to a contract. So copy and paste your contract number there, and or you can do search if you want. And then click copy. All right. So what's the total quantity? 100. Now, do we want to release everything in 100? No. We want to just release 20 for now. All right. Make it 20. Customer is only asking for 20. Give some PO number. Click save. Okay, some order 13548 has been saved. That's fine. So the first order is done. Now you can go to that order in change mode, deliver that order if you want, and then do everything that's related to that order, like deliver it, ticket, packet, PGI, and then do the invoicing for the delivery, so on and so forth, anything that is required. Okay, so on and so forth. I'm not going to do all of that stuff at this point because it's going to take the focus away from contracts. Okay, the next thing is maybe 10 days from now, another release order was required. Say the customer calls up and says, hey, I have a contract with you. I wanted 20 yesterday or 10 days before. I need 10 more from you with reference to that contract. Sure, sir. We go to VA01 again. Same OR, create with reference, go to contract. Now here, look at the trick. When I click copy, look at the order quantity that's coming up. It's 80, which is natural, right? The original quantity was 100. 10 was already issued as part of a different order or a different release order. What's left is 80, right? And if you want to change this, sure, make it 10. And then as usual, put some PO number here, save it, right? So you can go on and on and on until you exhaust all the quantity and you can no longer create release orders with reference to this quantity contract. Any questions on quantity contract? Anybody has questions?
No, I'm clear.
All right. Anybody else has questions? Mustaqim, Zafar. All right. Moving on to service contract. Let's actually not go to service contract at this point, but rather go to value contract. This is the next important contract type. What is a value contract? A value contract is limited not by quantity like in a quantity contract, but by value. This is a little more complicated than a value quantity contract. Let me explain the differences here. Now, in a quantity contract, the contract will be signed for a fixed quantity, 100, and then there will be multiple release orders out for 10, for 20, for 30, and let's say for 40. Total all put together will be 100, and this will exhaust the contract. What if the customer wants not by quantity but by value? Example is, let's say there is a university. Okay, a university that requires some equipment. Let's say computers. Simple, right? University requires some computers. The university will have some funding, and let's say there is a funding of 2 million for their computer department, and there are two major vendors, vendor 1, vendor 2, right? They are in charge of delivering goods to that customer, to the university. They'll procure them. They'll procure goods for the university. Let's say this year they only want to go with vendor 1, just for simplicity. Let's not even bother about vendor 2. Now, the total funding that they've got is 2 million, out of which they can spend $1 million for computers. Okay, so they don't know at that point how they're going to spend that $1 million. They might buy so many computers, or they might buy half that many computers, but may go in for routers, or wireless equipment, or switches, or cables, or tables, God knows, right? But their budget is 1 million for computer equipment. So what they're going to do is enter into an agreement called a value contract with this vendor, because they have decided which vendor they want to go with and how much they want to spend, but they don't know what to spend on. Meaning, is it going to be $1 million worth of computers, or is it going to be like $500,000 worth of computers and then $250,000 worth of server grade equipment and then $250,000 worth of some networking equipment? They don't know. So they are going to enter into a value contract for either a fixed material or a bouquet of materials. It could be for a fixed material, meaning one material, let's say only computers, or it could be for a bouquet of materials or an assortment of materials. That assortment could include all the equipment that I was talking about: PCs, printers, scanners, networking equipment, routers, switches, servers, or anything that the university requires. A bunch of 10 or 15 materials. This essentially gives both the vendor as well as the university more flexibility in how the university wants to spend this money and how the vendor should respond with the orders that are being placed. Especially, it provides more flexibility to customers. They know how much they're going to spend, but don't know what they're going to spend on. And if they commit to this 1 million to this vendor, the vendor is going to give them better prices because the vendor knows that this customer is going to spend $1 million over a period of 1 year. So obviously, they'll give the customer better discounts, and it's a predictable income for the vendor. So, they can provide better service, so on and so forth. That is called a value contract. Okay. Now there are different types of value contracts. A value contract for a specific material, or a value contract for an assortment of materials. Okay. The value contract for a specific material is WK2. WK2. So all you got to do is go here, go to VA41, use WK2, hit enter, and as usual, use your favorite customer and use your favorite material and specify a target. See, you're specifying a target value in dollars or euros, whatever, which means, let's say, the customer is going to purchase $100,000 worth of M01 material. Right? Now, look, this is different from the way you specify the material quantities generally. Right? Here we are specifying a target value. Okay? Now let's say this guy. Okay? And look at the left bottom corner, 400216. Copy. Copy. Go back. Now you can go to an order and start releasing value from that order. Go to contract, copy paste your number, click on copy. Okay. Is it the same guy? Just let me quickly check if it's the same or not. Okay, this guy looks to be the same. Okay, now if you go back to that value contract, you will see that a value of $1,111 has been released out of the total target of 100,000 because we have just created a release order with reference to this contract for a quantity of 1, which summed up to $1,111. Right? If you can keep on releasing more, and the value released will keep on increasing. It sounds logical, right? So this is a value contract for a specific material, which was done using contract type WK2. The next one is a little more involved. It's called value contract with an assortment module, which is an assortment of materials. The customer is saying, hey, I'm going to buy $100,000 or $1 million worth of goods from you, but I cannot specify whether it's M01 or M02. I'll say, I'll pick a range. Okay, M01, M02, P109, P111, or I'll specify 10 materials. And out of them, I could buy $100,000 worth of M01 or 50,000 worth of M01 and 50,000 worth of M02. Right? It's like assortment is like a box of chocolates. I could take whatever chocolate I want. It's up to me. I could take all the Cadbury Sheppies, or I could take all the Mars. It's up to me, right? So in order to do this, first you've got to create an assortment module. So how do you create an assortment module? Sorry, let me show you how to create the assortment module here. So you go to sales and distribution, master data, products, value contract. Okay. So go to sales and distribution, master data, products, value contract, assortment module. Go to create and hit enter and specify your material. M01, M02, M03. Okay. And some description. Computers, or you could give some description, computer products, something. The key thing that you have to remember here is you are only specifying the materials. You are not specifying the quantities. You're not saying how much quantity. You're just saying I need these materials. That's it. Okay, and you can click save, and here is your assortment number. Save. Okay, now you can go to VA41 and use WK1. Hit enter. Enter your sold to party. Enter your target value, $10,000, and choose your assortment module. Now, if you know the number, you can put it there. If you don't know the number, you can search it by description or module type. So star computers. I think we specified something like assortment of computers, right? So I'm searching by description. Search, enter, enter. Okay. The total is 100,000 of these materials. The materials inside this assortment module. Okay, it's valid until a particular date, and save. What is the contract? 400000217. Copy. Okay, now you can go and create a release order with reference to that contract. Go and double click it, create with reference, go to contract and paste your contract or search for your contract. Now here is the tricky part. Don't click copy, but instead click item selection. Okay, click on item selection. Okay, and this is your assortment module, right? So select it and then click on expand assortment. And these are the different materials in that assortment. So what quantities do we want? I want 1 of M01, 2 of M02, 3 of M03. That's fine. Enter. Okay. Go back and click on copy. Now, this is the availability screen. If the material is available or not, click copy, copy, and you'll see that all the materials that you have selected in that pop-up have been selected here. And then you can just click save. Now, a release order for a certain quantity of materials has been created. Now, let's go revisit that contract by going here, hitting enter. You see, some value was released. And what is this value? This value is the amount for 1 M01, 2 M02s, and 3 M03s, which are part of that assortment. This is called value contract with an assortment module. So just to summarize, we have seen mainly two types of contracts up until now. quantity contract, value contract. And we have discussed the differences between the two. In value contract, there were two types of value contracts. One is value contract for a specific material. The next is value contract for an assortment of material. And in order to do that assortment of material, first you have to create an assortment. And in that assortment, you can put a whole bunch of material the customer can purchase. And using that assortment, you can create a value contract and release value from that value contract. Any questions on value contracts? The two different types of value contracts.
Shivagaru, can you show us what happens if you are trying to select items that exceed the value of your contract?
That exceed the value of the contract.
Yeah.
Okay.
It probably just won't allow you to save the.
That's it.
Right. Yeah.
What is the effect if you click on copy instead of item selection?
What is the effect of copy instead of? When you click on copy, you're not really specifying anything. So if you go there, click on copy, go to contract, copy. And copy is actually essentially taking you here, so no effect.
So then we can just proceed as normal. Select the assortment, expand, and
yes. Any other questions?
So did you say clicking on copy is just the same as item selection?
Yes. But item selection, the reason why I was specifically talking about item selection is this is not just specific to an assortment module. You can do it in any type of contract. For example, if a single contract has M01 and M02, and you are creating a release order with reference to this, if you click the copy button, right? All the materials will be copied over to the order.
Right.
But if you go to item selection,
it will allow you to choose.
Yes. Right. I wanted to see it. All right. Any other questions?
It's clear to me.
All right. So the next type of contract that I want you to know is called a service contract. Okay, and service master contract. Never mind. Service contract is for service, like I was telling you, right? So it's for providing service. Generally, services are provided on a periodic basis, meaning they work for an extended period. Like, okay, Dell will provide service for 1 year at a particular rate, a fixed rate or a per computer rate or whatever rate that the customer agrees with. So there is the way in which the service contract is billed is going to be periodic, meaning they're going to be billing per month continuously, like the way your Comcast contract is or your iPhone contract is with Singular or Verizon, right? If you go and dig into a service contract with Verizon or Singular, it's going to be something like this. So you will be paying some $30, right, per month, and they will be providing service for that month for a fixed service. It's like 2 GB of data and then so many minutes of calling and so on and so forth. And that will be decided in the contract, what is provided and what is the price. And if you go beyond that, there is an overage, so on and so forth. This way of billing is achieved in SAP using what is called as billing plan. Okay, billing plan. So let me create an order in the system and show you how a billing plan looks like. Okay, with a service contract. So let's go here to VA41, service contract SC. Okay, 1014.00. This is a different sales order. Okay, never mind, that's not the point. And then we'll choose a different customer because 1014.00. You have to choose a different customer. And some quantity of some material, repair service. Okay, now if you select this, there is a button here called billing plan. Okay, select that. If you don't find that button, that's absolutely fine. You can just double click that line item and you'll have billing plan as one of the tabs. So here is the total that the customer is going to pay, and the contract is for 1 year. So 2012 November until 2013 November. Okay, and this is the prorated billing charge for 15 days or whatever, from 11:15 to 11:30, and this is the actual billing for the entire month of December, January, February, the full month. Okay, SAP will automatically calculate it for us based on a configuration available in item category that we're going to see at a later point. Okay, this is called a billing plan. So come the 30th of November, automatically the customer is billed for 80. Come the 31st of December, automatically the customer is going to be billed for 150. So on and so forth. This looks pretty much like your iPhone billing plan, right? Except the rates are different and the dates are different. This is called a service and maintenance contract, whereby a fixed price. The fixed price could be defined per month, or price could be defined in total. So a contract could be something like this: you pay me $1,000 per annum, and I will provide you fixed services per month. Or you pay me $80 per month, I will provide you services for 12 months at a rate of $80 per month. That is decided at the condition type level, which is pricing. Let's not go there. A billing plan is decided at the item category level. Again, that's configuration. Let's not go there. But understand what is the concept behind a billing plan at this point. So billing plan is generally, there are two types of billing plans, periodic and milestone, but we are only going to talk about periodic because services generally follow periodic billing plan. A periodic billing plan is a recurring billing plan that recurs every week or every month depending on the setting there. And there will be a fixed price that will recur per month. This is called a service and maintenance contract. This is the third major type of contract that we are looking at. Okay, I think that should be good enough for contracts. You don't need to go into any other type of contract at this point. Mainly three types of contracts: quantity contract, value contract, service and maintenance contract. In value contract, there were two different types of value contracts. Value contracts for a fixed material, WK2, and value contract for an assortment module, WK1. And in order to do WK1, you should know how to create an assortment. Create an assortment with a fixed set of materials and use that to create release orders against that value contract. And the third is service contract, service and maintenance contract. where you'll use service materials, which are generally associated with a different item category. This item category is generally associated with billing plans, and billing plan will be for a fixed period of time, which recurs every month, every day, or every week, depending on how that billing plan is configured. And that particular amount will be recurring in their billing based on the billing date. In this case, it's the last of the month, 28th February, 31st March, 30th April, 31st May, so on and so forth. All right. So any questions on service and maintenance contract?
So could you quickly recap how the assortment of computers that M1, M2, M3 were created? Just like which
master data, products, value contract, MES V2.
Got it.
Hit enter, give some description, and start putting your materials here and save.
All right. Thank you.
Right. You're welcome. Okay, there are no questions. We'll stop here, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Same regular timing, 9 p.m.
Hi, Siva.
Yeah.
This is Sonal here.
Hi, Sonal.
I'm sorry, I was out of day today. I didn't check the email that you have a class early today, so I joined the class very late.
In this chapter, we are going to talk about consignment. Consignment is a special type of business process. It's an order to cash business process, but it's different, both from a logistics as well as finance perspective. It doesn't work like the regular order, delivery, billing cycle that we know of. Let's first discuss a scenario and we can understand why this kind of business process is required in that scenario. I'll give you two examples. The first example is car sales. Let's take an example of Ford. So here is Ford in Detroit, Michigan. And let's take a couple of Ford dealers in Boston. In fact, we're going to talk about just one dealer and you can extrapolate from there. So you go to dealer one's lot and you can find a huge inventory. Different kinds of cars. There are Mustangs, there is a Fusion, different kinds of cars, different colors and numbers. This dealer does not purchase these cars. He cannot purchase these cars and just keep there. Ford will send these cars to the dealers on a consignment. Is this any different from a sale? Yes, a consignment is different from a sale. In a consignment, the cars are just placed at the customer's location. In this scenario, for Ford, the dealer is the customer. The cars are placed at the customer's location, but they are not sold. It's not a sale yet. So what is it? Although the goods, in this case cars, are sent to the customer's location, they're still a property of the company. These cars are still owned by Ford Company in Detroit, Michigan. Until, let's say, Siva comes along and inquires for this car, likes one of the Mustangs, wishes to purchase it. What happens now? The dealer takes one of these Mustangs from the lot of cars, and gives it to Siva. When this happens, the ownership is no longer with the Ford company. It now belongs to Siva. From the company, Ford's perspective, that's when the ownership changes. That's when the actual sale happens. So remember, when you sell something, it's no longer yours. And the reverse is also true. When it's no longer yours, that's when you can truly call it a sale. Until that point, it's more or just like a rental. In this case, those cars have been rented out to the dealer for display. What if the dealer wants to buy one of the cars for his son or his daughter? It is still considered a sale. Everybody understands consignments now? This is the key to understand consignments. Sale versus a consignment. So, the key is to really understand the difference between sale versus a consignment. Now, we're going to talk about the different processes in a consignment. So, what are these processes? There are 4 processes in a consignment. We're going to talk about 2 processes now. Number 1, consignment fill-up. Number 2, consignment pickup. What is a consignment fill-up? So, when the Ford trailer comes in, dumps the cars into the lot, you see they just fill up the lot. It's not a sale yet. Those cars are still property of the Ford company. That's a consignment fill-up. What's a consignment pickup? This is when the dealer says, hey, you know what? I'm not able to sell these Ford Fusions. Can you take 10 of them away? The trailer from Ford comes in, picks up the 10 Ford Fusions, and then takes them back to Detroit. That's a consignment pickup. A consignment fill-up and consignment pickup are complementary processes. One complements the other. What's the key here? The inventory is going from the company's warehouse to the customer's location. In this case, the dealer's lot. It's not a sale. The dealer has not purchased any of the cars yet. When the dealer withdraws a car from the lot for consumption meaning his own consumption or for his customer's consumption, which is Siva in this case, this is called a consignment issue. This is deemed as a sale. Again, from a company's perspective, in this case, Ford company. Say this car has been sold by the dealer to Siva. I use it for a day and it's not working as expected. So I want to return it as a lemon. The dealer takes the car from me and puts it back in the lot. This process is called consignment return. The customer, in this case the dealer, puts the goods back in the lot. It's called a consignment return. So this process of consignment return is similar to the regular returns process of the OTC cycle. Sale is the opposite of return, right? So these processes, the consignment issue and consignment return, are the parallels to the order and returns in the OTC process. Let's take another example. Say there's a big steel factory in Pittsburgh. What does a steel factory need? Iron ore and coal. Say the iron ore is procured from an iron ore in Arizona. Say the mining company mines the iron ore in Arizona and has to ship it to the steel factory in Pittsburgh. Steel factories typically run 24/7. They never stop. That means that they have to have an abundant supply
of raw materials readily available. There should never be a shortfall. So this is the part where the iron ore is cooked and melted. If you take an example of an automobile industry, say Honda, parts like tires, chassis, steel sheets can be procured when required. This is called just-in-time or JIT-based inventory management. In case of industries like this, the steel factory, they are not procured on the fly. Why? If the raw material is not available, the steel factory cannot place an order to the mining company in Arizona, and it cannot be delivered in a day or two. It's not so fast. It takes weeks. The business model has evolved in such a way that the mining company just dumps the raw materials at the factory's lot. Again, the raw materials are still the property of the mining company. So, from the mining company's perspective, this dumping process is called as a consignment fill-up. If the raw materials become in excess at the lot and he wishes to withdraw some of it, it's called a consignment pickup. It's not a sale. Mining company is just relocating its inventory to a more convenient location for its customer. That's it. The plant can use the raw material whenever it does, and when it does, it is considered a sale from the mining company's perspective. This is called the consignment issue. The mining company is the seller and the plant is the buyer. Remember, we always look at things from the seller's perspective as SD consultants. Say the plant consumes the raw material and their quality department finds out that some of the raw material that has been issued to them is defective. Say the iron ore needs to have, around at least 1% iron in it, and not all of the iron ore that has been sent to them has that amount of iron in it. Now, all that defective material has to go back into the lot again. This process is called a consignment return. So anything that happens between the lot and the customer is called an issue and a return. And anything that happens between the company and the lot is called fill up and pick up. Let's go back to the slides. The company is filling up the customer's lot, and this is called a consignment fill up. The customers can choose to use the goods, and that's called a consignment issue. The customer can also return the goods to the lot, and that's called a consignment return. And when the company wishes to take the goods back from the lot, this is called a consignment pickup. The intermediary step here is the lot. The goods in the lot are still a property of the company. The goods in the lot are still a property of the company. What we have seen until now is two examples of consignment and the different processes in a consignment. Okay, so how do you create these consignment business processes in SAP? Before we go create them in the system, let's understand the different document types used. These are the business processes, right? Consignment fill up, pick up, consignment issue, and return. So CF is the document type. So F for fill up, CP, P for pickup, CI and I is for issue, and CONR, CONR. This one is a little different. SAP would as well have used CR for this, but CR stands for credit memo request. Remember? So for consignment return,
SAP has used the standard document type as CONR. Now, let's create consignment documents in system. There's no special transaction for this, like VA41 for contracts or VA21 for quotations. It's just VA01. So go to VA01. Let's do the consignment fill up first. Use document type CF. And as usual, 1000-1000. Enter. Enter your sold to customer. Enter your material, quantity. Let's give a weird number, say 67. Look at the item category, it's KBN, not TAN. You can deliver this consignment by clicking on Deliver in the menu. And here is the delivery. To do picking, as usual, go to subsequent functions, create transfer order, save the transfer order. Go back to the delivery in change mode, and do a PGI. So far so good, nothing different. Now, can we build this delivery? Let's try. Go to VF01, put your delivery number here, and hit enter. What does it say? Incorrect. What's the reason? Go to edit, log, and it says this document is not relevant for billing. But why? Let's go here. What have we done? We created a consignment fill up and we have delivered it. Picking, packing, PGI is done. If you bill this, it does not work. Why? Because it's not a sale. So you cannot invoice the customer. Any idea where this is configured? It's done in two pieces. Number one, go to the document type. Go to the billing section. What do you see there? It is blank. What does it mean? This means this document type is not relevant for billing. So this is the first indicator. Number two is to go to the item category. So what was the item category you saw when you created this consignment? KBN. Look at the billing relevance of KBN. It's blank. Because of this, even though you forced to bill the delivery of a consignment fill up, the system does not allow it. Let's come back to the process again. We just did a consignment fill up of material M01 with a quantity of 67. So a quantity of 67 has been pulled out of our inventory and placed at the customer's location. Can you see that stock in MMBE? Yes, of course. So go to MMBE, enter your material, and execute the transaction. So customer consignment 67. Customer consignment is represented in SAP as a special stock. So it's not really unrestricted stock, it's special stock. It can't be delivered to another customer. That's what it basically means. So it's reflected differently. If you don't see it, go back and in the selection screen, make sure that you have checked the special stock. That means the quantity of 67 is not readily available to give it to a different customer. But remember, it is still our stock, although it's been removed from unrestricted use, it's still our stock. The next process is consignment pickup. We'll take the same material and take say 18 out of it. So 67 minus 18 will be what? 49. So we'll do a consignment pickup and do a return delivery. Okay, do a VA01. And what's the doc type for this? CP. Shall we create this with reference to the consignment fill-up? No, both things are independent. You could do as many fill-ups as you want, as many pickups as you want, and both could be unrelated. It's just the stock in the special bucket, special consignment bucket, that holds the key to understanding how much is going out and how much is coming in. We can send as many consignment fill-ups and could pull back the inventory from the lot using any number of consignment pickups. They just need not be created with reference to one another. The customer and the material is the key. So enter the material and quantity and create a return delivery. The return delivery is saved. Now let's go look at the stock situation in MMBE. Select your material, select special stock, and what do you see? 49. The unrestricted stock would have increased by 18 and the customer's special consignment stock would have gone down to 49. We've seen two different business processes here. Consignment fill-up and consignment pickup. The next business process is a consignment issue. The customer has a stock of 49 in the lot, right? Can he issue himself stock from the lot? Of course he can. So let's take a stock of, say, 5 out of the lot. So take 5 from 49. That should be 44. So let's create a consignment issue, do a delivery, and do a PGI. Again, going back. Oh, by the way, can you invoice a consignment pickup? No. Both pickup and fill-up are not relevant for invoicing. The next process we're going to do, like we discussed, is the consignment issue for this material. So go to VA01 as usual, and the document type is CI, I for issue. Enter. Again, we don't need to create it with reference. The customer and the material is the key behind the scenes to track that this belongs to this customer and for this material. Number 19. So M01, quantity of 5, and we are issuing a quantity of 5 from the lot to the customer. Let's go here, do the delivery, and do we need to do the picking? No. Why? The goods are not at our warehouse. They are at the lot. But we need to do a PGI. And we'll understand why in a second. Let's go to MMBE and see the stock situation. M01. Look at the stock. It's 44. As expected, right? 49 minus 5 is 44. And this is why you have to do a PGI. Now this delivery can be invoiced. And how can you do that? Regular, as usual. Go to VF01. Enter delivery number here. Hit enter. And see, the quantity of 5 can be invoiced. Save it, and your invoice is posted. Number 20. The customer can also choose to return goods to the lot. There's a quantity of 44 in the lot, right? So let's try and return a quantity of, say, 6. So 44 plus 6 should make it 50. Go to VA01. The document type is CONR, C-O-N-R. And enter. Enter the customer. And for order reason, select something. Doesn't matter. And then enter M01, quantity of 6. Now let's try to deliver this consignment. You don't need to pick up a return, right? So it's a return. You can directly do a PGR, and we can go check the stock now. Go to MMBE, enter the material, and what's the stock situation now? It's 50, as expected. Earlier, the lot had 44, now we returned 6, so that makes it 50. 44 plus 6, 50 in the lot. So this has been delivered and PGI'd, but it's not been billed yet. Let's go build this consignment return. VF01, the delivery number is here. Hit enter and save. This has been billed.
What we need to understand next is the accounting entries, especially how they are different from the standard accounting entries. Let us start fresh. We have consignment fill-up, consignment pickup, issue, and return. These are the 4 processes, right? The first step is to understand the PGI. In a consignment fill-up, what happens when the PGI is done? Your inventory goes down, and typically the cost of goods goes up. But in this case, the special stock goes up. That's consignment fill-up. What about the consignment pickup? The inventory goes up and the special stock goes down. In the case of consignment issue, does anything happen to the inventory? Your inventory is already with the customer, so your inventory is not affected. So what is affected? Special stock goes down and cost of goods sold go up. In the case of a consignment return, the special stock goes up and the cost of goods sold goes down. So in the consignment, there are 2 steps to an actual sale. This is the real difference. First, you need to take the goods from the warehouse to the customer's location, and only when the customer consumes the goods from the lot does the actual sale happen. So 2 steps. Consignment fill-up and consignment issue is what leads to the sale. Consignment fill-up, inventory goes down, special stock goes up. And consignment issue, special stock goes down, cost of goods sold go up. If you look at the net effect of these 2 steps, the complementing steps are special stock go up in one and goes down in another, and the net effect is inventory goes up and the special stock goes down. Which is what happens in a real sale. You see, in a typical order delivery LF, when a PGI happens, the inventory goes down and the cost of goods go up. So the special stock is more or less like an intermediary step. What about returns? It's the exact opposite of what happens with the forward sale. So this is the material accounting for a consignment. Now, what happens during invoicing? This cannot be invoiced, and this can also not be invoiced. We have seen that. When the consignment issue happens, is the accounting going to be any different? No. The customer is debited and the revenue is credited. If you have questions on this, just go to the account determination chapter. And in the case of consignment return, the customer is credited and the revenue is debited, just like an accounting document for a regular return. Let's summarize this. In case of a fill-up and pickup, there are no accounting documents. In case of an issue and returns, this is similar to an actual sale and return. What is more important here is this part right here. What happens to the inventory? This is where you might be asked questions in interviews. The same things that we have discussed until now are reiterated in the PowerPoint. In the case of a consignment fill-up, there's no pricing. It's not relevant for billing. So what's the point of putting a price in there, right? It's not relevant for billing. And for the corresponding delivery, look at the movement type. The movement type is going to be different. It's 631. Where is it configured? In the corresponding schedule line category, which will move the goods from unrestricted stock to special stock. If you go to MMBE, the special stock goes up by that much. And consignment issue is relevant for pricing, relevant for delivery, relevant for billing as well. Again, if you go to MMBE, you can see that the special stock goes down and you can see the corresponding movement type also. So here is a summary of what happens during each of the consignment steps from a material accounts determination perspective. That's all you need to understand about material account determination and consignment, because it's different from the standard sale.
Okay, the topic is customer material info records. What are customer material info records and why are they used? CMIR, Customer Material Info Record, as it is called for short, translates the customer's wordings into the company's wordings. And any other customer specific data can be preserved outside of the customer master. I'll tell you what kind of data can be preserved and how it is used. So basically it's translating the customer's terminology, wordings of how he calls the material into our terms. Okay. Now, apart from, let's start with the terminology first. What is this terminology that I'm talking about? Let's say we are Dell, right? So we are Dell, and we have our computers, right? Inspiron 1010. It's got its own model, whatever, and then it's got a description. This is the material number, and there will be some description. Inspiron model 1010, and then what else? 4 GB RAM, some basic description, 40 characters. This is the description. Now, there are many customers to Dell, right? Many customers. Let's take the case of one customer, say GE. Now, GE as a company does not need to know what Dell calls its material Inspiron 1010. So if Dell calls it INSP-10010. But if GE wants to order INSP-10010, how does it order it? GE will say, I need one Inspiron model 1010. Or it will say something else. It depends on what GE wants to call it, or what the GE's purchasing departments wants to call it. Okay. Now Dell doesn't need to bother about what GE calls it, or doesn't need to correct what GE calls it, because Dell can create a mapping between Inspiron 1010 that GE calls and INSP 1010 with reference to GE only. So only GE calls it that way. Now let's say there is another customer. Okay, there is another customer, say J&J, Johnson & Johnson. Okay, Johnson & Johnson calls it IN 1010. Now again, Dell can do the mapping between IN 1010 and INSP 1010 only for J&J. Right? It's the mapping between what the customer calls the material and what you internally name as the material. Very simple, right? Now let's create an example, and then I'll show it to you, and then I'll explain some other concepts in the system. Okay. Now, let's go here. Okay, and we'll take some standard examples. Okay, we'll take the standard customer 1000. And how do you create condition records? Transaction is VD51. If you don't know the transactions, you can go to logistics, sales and distribution. I believe it's master data. Is it products? This is confusing. Where is it? Guy, come on. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I meant this. VD transaction. VD51 is a transaction used to maintain customer material info records. So I'm just searching in the menu transaction as to where it is so that you'll have the path also. Okay. So meanwhile, I'll open another session and we can get started with VD51. Okay. Now that you know the transaction. So what are we going to do? We'll create a condition customer material info record for 1000 customer, 1000 sales or 10 distribution channel. Okay. And the material number, let's say, is M01. And the customer, so material number M01 is equivalent to the INSP-1010, which is what the company calls it. Now, what does this customer call it? Let's say customer G or J&J call it. This customer 1000 calls it as material 1010. Material 1010. Just some example. Save it. Okay. Now let's go create an order BA01 for 1000 customer, distribution channel 10, division 00. So I'm still searching. Our customer is 1000. Okay. Now you can enter it if you know the material number by just pressing the material and entering 1. Okay. This is the standard way of doing it. Oh my God, today it's very slow. Okay. The other way to do it is enter the quantity and enter the material, customer's material here, mat-1010. Now, I'm not entering the material here, see, and then just I'm hitting enter. So the cross mapping between what the customer calls it and what we call it is already maintained in VD51, the customer material info record, right? So as soon as we enter what the customer calls it, Based on this customer number and based on the customer material info record, it automatically pulled in the right material. So irrespective of what your customer calls that material, if you maintain a customer material info record for it, the customer can call it a monkey, your material is a donkey, the monkey will be mapped to the donkey only for that specific customer. Right? I'm just putting it in plain simple terms. The customer can call it something else. Your material is something else. As long as you maintain that mapping between customer's material number and our material number for the specific customer, for of course the specific sales area, the mapping will automatically be pulled up. Okay, so the customer is online and he says, okay, I need a mat 1010. Okay, man, how much quantity? Quantity is 10. Okay, sure, enter. See, automatically pulls up our material. We don't need to enter it. Right? That's called a customer material info record. This thing come up. Okay. Logistics, sales and distribution, master data, agreements, customer material information. VD51 to create, change, display. Okay. VD54 M-01, and if you have a bunch of customers here, you can put all of them in, and then you can see all the different variations that this material is being called specific to the customer. Okay, this customer calls it this, some other customer could call it something else. Now, the customer material info record not just only stores this translation, it also stores some other information like the shipping information specific to the customer material combination. What kind of shipping information? It could be something as simple as shipping conditions. Okay, I'll show you some examples. So here is the concept. The customer calls it a pump, right? The company calls it P109, and for this combination, when the customer enters pump-109 or pump, automatically P-109 should come up, right? Like we have seen in our example. So where do you maintain the customer material info record? Go to VD51, and for a particular customer and sales or distribution channel combination, you maintain the customer materials info number. Now, like I said, apart from this, if you go to the VD51, sorry, or 52, let's say, for this combination, we have maintained one record, right? So if you select it and then double click on it or click on the magnifying glass, you can maintain some shipping information like what? Delivering plant, delivery priority, minimum delivery quantity. See, minimum delivery quantity generally is maintained where? In the material master. In the material master, sales or 1 or 2 view, you maintain the minimum delivery quantity. That is a generic minimum delivery quantity that applies to all customers for that material. But for a specific customer, if you want to maintain a different minimum delivery quantity, yes, you can do it. Maybe it's a high volume customer, we want to allow some lower minimum quantities for that customer. Yes, we can do it here, only for this customer. And then partial deliveries. Where do we maintain this? We maintain this in the customer master. But if you want to maintain a different set of partial delivery allowances and under delivery, over delivery tolerances for a particular material and customer combination, yes, you can maintain it here. Okay. These are some other things that you can maintain differently when you create a customer material info record specific to a customer and material combination. Okay. Now, from the point of view of importance, this is not really very, very important. It's a very simple topic, and understand as much as you can, but beyond that, it's not really very important. Okay, but the topic is simple. Most of it would already have been understood, is my belief. If not, do you have any questions?
Hi guys, today we will be talking about output determination in SAP. Before you go through this video, it's absolutely necessary that you complete the condition technique. Without condition technique, you will not understand output determination. For the simple reason that output determination uses condition technique to a very large extent. So we'll get started with the concept first, and then we'll move on to the configuration. We'll do a quick demo using a sample document type and a certain set of conditions under which we want to simulate and see the output. Let's start with a business scenario. What is an output? An output of any process, be it an order creation, be it a delivery creation, billing creation, could be a document, or it could be some updates, or it could be some information passed on to another interface, so on and so forth. If you look at this example, you can see that orders are flowing in via these different kinds of interfaces. Say phone, fax, email or other computer medium, EDI, so on and so forth. Now, for an order coming in via EDI, the corresponding order acknowledgement needs to also go via EDI. Similarly, for an order coming in via email, maybe the order acknowledgement also needs to go in via email. As of now, we have only seen creation of orders and then maybe do subsequent deliveries, but we have never seen how these orders are flown back as order acknowledgements to the customer. This is one example of how SAP does this using a technique called output determination. Output to what? Output to the transaction. Now remember, output determination is never done for master data. Let me just put that down here. Is only for transactional data. It could be orders, deliveries, billing. The main transactions, right? It's not just orders. It could be quotations, contracts, any sales document, any delivery document, any billing document. In short, any transaction. So order acknowledgement is just one example of how outputs can be triggered, or rather what types of outputs are triggered. Now let's see another example. There is an order that's coming in, and let's say for a certain type of product, consider Amazon, where certain products are sourced from some vendors. So depending on the nature of the product, maybe it will trigger a purchase order, or it will trigger a certain type of info that is sent to a warehouse, which could be internal or external, and that piece of information should be triggered as soon as an order is saved. So that piece of information being, hey, an order has come in for this product, keep it ready for shipping. and that information needs to go down to the warehouse. This can also be done using n number of methodologies. It could be an email, it could be a printout, it could be EDI, it could be fax, it could be any communication medium, doesn't matter. What needs to be sent and at what point it needs to be sent is what output determination is all about. For us, specifically functional consultants, the triggering mechanism is what we control. After it is triggered, how the actual data is being furnished, how the print is being created, or rather how the email is being formulated, is not our job. It's the job of the ABAP consultant to gather the data from the order, formulate it in a nice clean format, and send it across to the customer. But our job is to control the triggering point. When is it triggered and under what conditions is it triggered? And when you think of conditions, obviously condition technique comes into play. Now, it need not always be order acknowledgements or interfaces. Any action that you want to perform after a transaction has been created. For example, after a delivery has been created, you want to intimate the customer saying the goods have been shipped. That's called an ASN, Advanced Shipment Notification. This is very used in EDI. So just get to know that term very well. Advanced Shipment Notification, which is a fancy word for, hey, we have sent the goods out to you, so keep your warehouse ready, keep your dock ready to receive the goods. Similarly, once your billing is done, you got to send out the bill to the customer. How do you do it? Again, it could be email, fax, print, EDI, so on and so forth. And all of that is triggered using standard output determination. Now, by now, probably you must have got this idea into your mind. A transaction that is saved can be triggered to perform certain actions. This is what output determination is. These actions can be sending communication, updating database tables, performing special functions, anything you want, anything under the sun. Your action is to trigger it under a certain set of conditions. That's your role. What happens after that is really your imagination and based on the business requirements. You can do basically anything. You can create another order if you want, but although it's rarely done. Okay, so here is some notes about what's output communication to an external system, partners, or a placeholder after a transaction has been performed. So I talk about some examples. And when is it triggered? So this is triggered after a transaction has been performed. This is very important. You cannot trigger an output in the middle of creating an order. No. You can only trigger an output after saving the transaction. Okay. The third point being an output, let's say a print output, can be reissued. Meaning, if you want to issue the output again, maybe the customer says, can you send that invoice out to me again? I lost it. Sure. An output can be reissued or re-triggered. An output can be sent out to one system or multiple systems. Multiple outputs can be triggered for one transaction. For example, you create an order, and as soon as you save an order acknowledgement needs to go out to the customer. This is the acknowledgement. An ASN maybe needs to go out to an external warehouse. 2 outputs, 1 transaction. Yes, it's possible. N number of outputs can be triggered after saving a transaction. Alright. Now, to look at the configuration, it's very simple. SPRO, IMG, sales and distribution, basic functions, output, and then you got your menu for output determination. Since I taught you VOK0 for pricing, output determination also has a similar transaction, VOK2. I would rather stick with that. But even if you go to the menu path, it's almost the same. Okay, so we are going to go and look at VOK2 and see where the configuration is. Okay, let's log in. Go to VOK2, and this is output determination configuration. As usual, you'll have the full range of condition technique here, starting with condition table, access sequence, condition type, the procedure, and assigning the procedure. Now this transaction takes care of output determination for sales documents, for deliveries, for billing documents, and for many others, but we are more interested in these 3: sales, delivery, billing. And the way condition technique is done here is not as exhaustive as pricing, but it's pretty robust in terms of the flexibility that it provides you. Like I said, the trigger point and the parameters based on which you trigger the output is what you control most of the time as a function consultant based on the business requirements. So here are your 6 or 7 steps that are required, starting with field catalog, condition table, access sequence, output types, procedure, and assignment. If you look at a standard order or a quotation or a contract, the assignment part is very simple. Unlike in pricing, where the assignment is based on those 3 parameters: sales area, document pricing procedure, customer pricing procedure. Instead of that, assigning output determination procedure is very straightforward. All sales output determination procedures are assigned to the sales document type. All delivery output determination procedures are assigned to the delivery document type. Similarly, billing output determination procedures are assigned to the billing document type. So the assignment part is very simple. And the 7th step is the creation of condition records, which is also important, but we'll get to that point. Alright, so we are walking backwards here. So we've got our procedure, and the procedure has been assigned. Now we need to look at a sample procedure. The standard output determination procedure that is assigned to OR or ZOR is V1000. Not very important, but what is more important is to understand that each output determination procedure is assigned to multiple output condition types, just like the way your pricing procedure works. And there is a sequence, step counter, 10, 20, 30, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4. And each condition type will have a requirement, which is actually a VOFM routine, which you can use to evaluate whether a condition type should be used or not used. So you can write some ABAP code in there and figure out how or why a condition type can be evaluated. So this is how a procedure is, an output determination procedure. Now, as you can see, an output determination procedure is very simple compared to a pricing procedure. Now, going one step back, an output determination procedure consists of n number of condition types. And if you go back to what a condition type is, if you take a standard order confirmation, BA00, each output condition type, like any other condition technique scenario, is assigned to one access sequence only. You must have learned about this when we discussed pricing. And apart from this, just like the way your pricing condition type has a bunch of controls like scales, variant condition, manual, header, so on and so forth, an output condition type also has a certain number of properties. Like, for example, we have access to conditions, cannot be changed, multiple issuing, so on and so forth. Now, I don't want you to really go through all these different properties at this point. It's too overwhelming. You just have to understand that there are a set of controls behind an output condition type that can be used to manipulate your requirements. So don't worry about trying and understanding what these different parameters are and how they are used, the business cases behind this. Not very important. What is more important is that you can control the medium. This is the medium. Medium meaning, is it print medium, fax medium, EDI medium, ALE medium, so on and so forth. Workflow, so on and so forth. And you can also control the timing. This is important. Now, when you issue an output, for example, you create an order and then save it. An output is triggered. Now, as soon as an output is triggered, there are a bunch of options that you can configure for the output to actually work. The first option being send with application's own transaction or send immediately. Now, these options might look very similar, especially 2 and 3 and 1. The most used ones are 1 and 4. These are the most used ones. And at least you should understand the difference between these two. Send immediately when saving the transaction means as soon as you save that order, and if the output is supposed to be triggered, it will be triggered. The first point is trigger, and the triggered output will be processed. So there are 2 steps to an output. The first step being triggering, the second step being after the output has been triggered, the processing has to happen. Okay, the trigger is like the starting point. That doesn't really mean anything. It says, okay, an output needs to be issued. Now, when it will be issued
is what a trigger counts. That's it. But what happens after it is issued is the processing part. Now, if we choose option 4 for an output, it is triggered and processed at the same time, meaning one after the other. But if you choose 1, then the trigger happens and the trigger will go and make an entry in a table called NAST. The table called NAST will contain an entry that says this order number 123 needs to be triggered yet. And then there is a program called RS-NAST00, which is a batch process that periodically runs, and it will poll this table, meaning it will look through all the entries for unprocessed items, and whatever is unprocessed processes them. That's the key difference between 1 and 4. Send with periodically scheduled job, send immediately. Okay, and the name of the table here is NAST. This could be an important interview question for outputs. Please make a note of that. Name of the table is NAST, N-A-S-T, and the name of the program is RS-NAST00. Alright, moving on. Each output type will be associated with a program. For print, the program is different. For EDI, the program is different. For fax, the program could be different. For email, the program could be different, so on and so forth. That program is technical in nature, and we'll talk briefly about the different technologies that are used, especially when generating print outputs or email outputs. For EDI, it's a totally different ballgame. But for print and email, standard set of technologies are used, which we are going to talk about briefly for a bit. So the second important thing about an output is the processing routine. Each output will be associated with a processing program. That processing program will contain the logic in ABAP to pull all the data from the order, create an output in a pretty format, and then push it across to the customer. Right? Now, there are driver programs, there are forms, so on and so forth. It's not really very important for us. Okay, and then we can also ensure that for each medium we can define whether the output should go to a sold to, or a ship to, or a bill to, so on and so forth. It's really under our control. Now, let me show you the entire flow in a step-by-step fashion so that you understand the flow logic. So transaction is created, let's say order, and the transaction is saved, Control S, and you can trigger an output. One output, more than one output. It's really up to you. One or more than one output. Output. Each output will correspond to an output condition type. Each condition type will be associated with a bunch of parameters. Parameters being 1, 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. The first is about timing. 1 corresponds to immediate, 4 corresponds to a different option by a batch process, so on and so forth. It also contains the processing program. It also contains the medium. Is it email?
Is it fax? Is it print? Is it EDI? So on. It also contains a whole bunch of other parameters that we are not going to bother about. Okay, this is the flow logic. Now, coming to the trigger. Okay, we know that this trigger happens as soon as you save, but in order for the trigger to happen, this document type should be assigned to an output determination procedure. An output determination procedure which comprises of multiple output types. And each output type will be associated with an access sequence, and each access sequence will contain multiple condition tables, each condition table, as usual, will contain a bunch of fields. This is your good old condition technique. And these fields will be picked up from the field catalog, so on and so forth. So this comprises of your configuration, and as usual, step number 7 is condition record creation. Pricing condition records were created in week 11, whereas your output condition records are created using a different transaction. So you can go to logistics, sales and distribution, master data, output. For example, if you're doing output for billing, you go to billing. If you're doing output for sales, you go to sales. And the transaction is VV11. Now this is different from week 11. VV11. Alright, so let's do an example and see how things are working. The scenario is going to be something like this. So we have created an order of type ZOR5. Right? We will create a new output determination procedure called Z whatever, and it will be a copy of the standard V1000. Copy, and we'll modify it to include a new condition type. Insert the new condition type in it, and the new condition type will be associated with a new access sequence. This new access sequence will contain a parameter. Let's say it should be triggered only for a particular customer. Let's say 1000 or 10,000, whatever that customer is that we want to use. Right? So if you work backwards, because when configuring you have to work backwards. From the field catalog, you select the field Kunnar because you want to trigger this output based on a customer. If you want based on sales, or if you want based on some other parameter, choose it, no problem, depending on your business requirement. I'm just taking a much simpler case. Only customer. For 1000, this output should be triggered. Alright, and this access sequence should contain a condition table that contains Kunnar, and work backwards, so on and so forth. Let's start with the condition table. So you go to VOK2, which is our output determination configuration. Go to sales document, condition table, create. Let's say 801. Okay, it already exists. 832. Okay, this seems to be working. We want just the customer, right? So customer, select it, and it gets dragged to your left. Go to technical view, make sure you have selected Kunnar, Okay, sometimes it's really trial and error. Sometimes it really doesn't work properly because you might be expecting Kunnar, but it might be KDNR or Kinnar_V, but it's really trial and error. So try and work out a couple of options there. If one thing doesn't work, try something else. Okay, but it will not be too far off, don't worry. And hit your generate button as usual. So your condition table is being saved, and the table number is 832. So let's go here, and step number 1, condition table with customer Kunnar is 832. And remember, in pricing the prefix was A, so it was A832. Here it's B832. Output is B832, but that's not very important. So 832 is there. Okay, good. Next is an access sequence. Go to the access sequence, create your own access sequence, as simple as that. So go to new entries, Z005, test, start, double clicking on access, new entries, 10, and then 832, hit on exclusive. If you have requirements, you can put them here. But if you don't have, you can just skip that and double click on fields. As usual, watch out for this warning sign and then hit enter. Make sure everything is either green or blue. If not, something is wrong. Now that we've seen everything is in blue, go ahead and save this transaction. Now we have created an access sequence Z005. Access sequence Z005 and assigned this to 832. Third step is condition type. So we'll take a standard condition type for output called BA00, and then we'll make a copy of it and create our own. BA00 is the standard print output, meaning when you issue BA00, you're supposed to get a print of the order. So let's take that and make a copy of it. All right, there we go. Copy and call it Z05 test order blah 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 whatever, and then copy all and assign it to the access sequence Z005 that we have created in the previous transaction. And here you can set your transmission medium. We want a print output, and we want to go, let's say, with a periodically scheduled job. Okay, it's 1. And then let's say go to processing routines, and then you'll see that for print, this is the program that will be the processing program. The trigger is what we are defining here, but after the trigger happens, this is the program that will be executed when that batch program runs. Alright, and if you want, you should also define the partner functions. So for which partner function this output should be triggered, and for which medium. Okay, so we have created our okay, sometimes when you mix up config non-client specific transaction, this happens. So make sure that you don't mix those kinds of transactions. It's really not very useful. Data was changed. No, let's start all the way again. Condition type. See if there is Z005. If there is Z005, make sure that it is assigned to Z005 access sequence. Alright, that's done. You're good to go. Next is of course the output determination procedure. Standard output determination procedure is V10000 for output orders. So we're going to copy it and then call it test. Right? See, all along we are not using the standard procedure, standard condition type, standard access sequence. We are always copying and creating our own. And go to control and then create your own output type there. You don't need the rest of the things. If you want, you can delete all of this stuff. Whatever is not required can be deleted. But make sure you do it only in the custom procedure starting with Z. Do not change the standard. Alright. So this is saved. Procedure is done. Oh, by the way, we didn't assign it yet, right? So go to VOK0, go to condition type, sorry, VOK2. We just got to use to pricing. VOK2, sales document, and then assign. Typically, output determination procedures are always assigned to header. Okay, so select header and select your document type. In our case, our document type is ZOR5 and the output determination procedure is Z005 test. Alright, and then click save. You don't need this output type, you can as well delete it. Okay, next is the creation of condition records. So we want to create a condition record for the new condition type Z005 that we have created, and our trigger point is a specific customer. So if customer, let's say 1000, and for that 1000 customer, if we are creating an order, then for a particular order type ZOR5, an output should be triggered. That's what we want to do here. So, and now let's go create an order. VA01, order type Z005, 101000, sold to party of 1000, and some material. Right, now go to express, output, header, edit, and you should see Z005 being issued. If it's not issued, then you can go to the determination analysis and see why it's not being issued. For example, if you look at KRML, credit processing, that's an output type. The requirement 009 against that particular condition type is not being fulfilled. This is very much like how we have seen requirements in pricing. If a requirement is not met, then that output condition type will not be triggered. Let's go back and review the customization that we have done. So go to sales and distribution, basic functions, output determination, output determination for sales documents. And then the first thing that we have done is create a condition table. The condition table was created as 833 with just the sold to party, right? And once we have done that, we have clicked on generate and the condition table was created. The next step was to use that condition table. In order to do that, we have created an access sequence. What was the access sequence that we have created? Z005. So go to Z005 and we have entered the condition table there, 833. And as usual,
select that and click on fields to make sure that the mapping has been done. Now go back again. Then we have created the condition type. The condition type was Z005. So we have basically copied it from BA00 and then assigned the access sequence to it, and we let the rest of the things remain, like what kind of processing routine to use, what kind of partner functions to use, and the default values, the timing, print, mail, all of that remains the same. We have not touched any of that. And finally, we have had to assign it to a procedure that is further associated with a document type, right? So the output type is there, and we have gone ahead and created a new output determination procedure, Z0005, as a copy of V1000, which is the order output. And what does it contain? We have let everything else remain, but we have overridden the first entry with Z005. If necessary, we can delete all of these other condition types because it's our own custom condition procedure, right? So we can do anything we want. For now, I've just let them remain. Now, once you have created the procedure, you have to assign it, right? So where did we assign it to? We assigned it to our own custom document type Z005, and that is assigned to our output procedure Z005. That was the configuration. And finally, what we had to do was create an output condition record. To create it, we have used VV11. Now that we have already created it, I want to show it to you. So I've used VV12 Z005 for 1000 sold to party. And there is our record. So select that, go to communication, make sure that you have entered a printer there. The printer will be given to you by the basis consultant. In an IDS system, you can use any printer you like. And then that's it. We have set everything for the output to be issued. Now you can go to VA01, create your sales order of the corresponding document type, use the correct sold to, because only for the correct sold to for which you have maintained the condition record will the output be issued, right? And then enter some material, and you should go here and you should be able to see that the output for Z005 should be issued. Now in terms of troubleshooting, if you don't see your output type here, go to this button I, and then you should be able to see all the different condition types in that procedure, the output determination procedure, and why each of them have been issued or not issued. The most common reasons are output condition record not found, or access not initialized, or an output requirement routine is not fulfilled. Some simple examples of that are incompletion. You don't want to issue an output for a sales order, say, if the document is incomplete, right? Or you don't want to issue an output to an order under certain conditions, say the credit limit is exceeded. So if the credit limit is exceeded, you don't want to really work on the order, right? So you don't want to instruct your warehouse or plant to start manufacturing goods, right? So this is output determination.
Hey guys, welcome to this class on material listing and exclusion in SAP. It's a very small and sweet concept. We'll talk about the business scenario first, and then we'll move on to the configuration as usual. A customer need not be sold everything that you have. So you have 1000 materials only certain set of materials or a certain subset of materials need to be sold to a particular class of customers, or a certain set of materials or a certain material group needs to be hidden away from the customer's ordering. Now, the reasons for that could be pretty simple as you don't want a gold customer to see an inferior grade products, so that the customer service guy, when creating an order for a gold customer, will not enter those inferior grade products even by mistake. Let's take a more realistic scenario. So here is our customer. Let's say he is a government customer. I was working with an electronics company that manufactures some electronic power controllers. So the products that they manufacture are some electronic products, doesn't matter what they are, and they are similar to your routers but very large. Now, for government customers, the type of products that they order are very particular in nature, and they have very stringent requirements that the regular commercial customers would not require. Okay, you can just take this case and present in an interview. It's a very simple, realistic case. So we are selling to government customers. We are also selling to other non-government commercial customers. And when we are selling to the government customers, the type of products that are sold to this customer are very specific, made stringently according to the government restrictions and regulations. So in this case, a government customer can order from these specific list of products: M01, M02, M03. Similarly, if you have a scenario where there is a commercial customer, now take the case of a commercial customer. Now he is no longer a government customer, he is a commercial customer. For a commercial customer, you really don't want a certain set of products that have been specifically manufactured for a different grade of customer. Example, let's say your company also sells to the military. When selling goods to the military, there are even more stringent requirements, and those class of products are totally different. So it could be classified by a material group, or it could be just loosely a mix of products. So these products are only sold to the military, and by definition they should not be sold to the commercial customer. So how do you ensure systematically that these products that are graded for the military are not sold to the customer? You use what is called as exclusion. So these products, even if you type them in your sales order, will not be taken in by SAP. So how do you configure this? This uses the condition technique. Again, if you know condition technique from our pricing class, this is very easy. As long as you understood the concept, the 4 or 5 minutes that I have discussed until now, you are good to go. The rest of it is all a small variation to the condition technique. You don't really need to go into the details if you don't have the time. If you have the time, yes, please do an example. That will give you a very good understanding, hands-on understanding of the condition technique. So here we go. As usual, you go to SPRO, IMG, sales and distribution, basic functions, listing and exclusion. Now if you go to the configuration, you have these same set of 6 or 5 different steps that you have, starting with the field catalog, condition table. So this is the field catalog, allowed list of fields. Condition table is step number 2. Access sequence is step number 3. Step number 4 is the listing and exclusion type. The equivalent for that is the condition type in pricing. Step number 5 is the procedure itself. The equivalent for that is the pricing procedure. And step number 6 is the assignment. So you assign the pricing procedure, the listing and exclusion procedure to the corresponding sales document type. And step number 7, of course, is the condition record that we're going to see at the end of configuration. So you can see from this point on, it's pretty straightforward. I really don't want you to spend a lot of time on this, as long as you understand the basic concept. Now I'm going to just breeze through listing and exclusion, the configuration, maybe do a quick demo on the system. Right? First I'll go through the configuration in screenshots, and then I'll do it in the system. Alright, so let's take a simple condition here. So we want to do this based on a customer material combination. Now, it need not always be customer material combination. And just like the way you do all these different variations in pricing, you can do quite a lot of variations in listing and exclusion as well. You could list a certain hierarchy of products. You could list a certain product hierarchy only to a certain customer hierarchy. So the mix and match is pretty flexible, right? But we're not going to go there. We're going to do a very simple example. Customer material. For a particular customer, a certain set of materials will be allowed or disallowed. As simple as that. That's what we are trying to solve here. Alright, so let's log on and see it in the system. Okay, you go to SPRO, IMG, sales and distribution, basic functions, and listing exclusion. So click on that, then you get this cool pop-up where you start by looking at the list of fields, which is step number 1, the field catalog. We just want to make sure that material and customer are available for you, especially the sold to party, right? So if both of them are available, your job is done. Kunag, right? Make sure it's not Kunar, it's Kunag, because you might want to do it by sold to party. Alright, so maintain condition tables, select that, and if you are in change mode, this is another common problem that students face. If you are in change mode here, you look at the title. If it is in change mode and then you enter some number here, system will say does not exist. Any number you enter, any number says it doesn't exist. So you'll be very frustrated and you'll be thinking that the number does not exist, or those numbers already exist. In fact, that's not really the case. And all you have to do is go here and then click on create. Now look at the title. You are in create mode. Now you enter a number. If it exists, it says it already exists. If it doesn't, it will take you to the screen. Alright, so where do we want to go? We want to select sold to and material. So double click on Sol2 and select material. Double click on material. Both of them have been selected, and you go to the technical view. Make sure your field names are correct. Like I said in the other classes, like pricing, partner determination, text determination, so on and so forth, this will only be got by experience. So don't worry if you don't understand these technical fields to a greater length. They're not really required. Alright, so click on the generate button as usual to generate the condition table. Click yes, and your condition table is generated. Right? Go select a new package, new listing, exclusion, condition table. Okay, and our condition table that's created here is 890, and then you will see that it's prepended with KOTG, KOTG. Now pricing was A890, output was B890, for example, if we were creating a table of number 890, and in this case we are creating a table of 890 prepended with KOTG, KOTG. Well, it's not really important at this point, but to an ABAPer or for debugging it's important, but you can ignore it for now. 890 is our table. Alright, now go to access sequence, click choose. Alright, go to new entries, and we are creating an access sequence. So Z, let's say 005. Let's first do listing. Okay, so select listing and then double click on accesses. New entries 10, 890, and enter. Select again and then double click on fields to go to the third level. Once again, to the left bottom corner, if you see this message, it's a warning, and you can ignore it by clicking on this button. And in this screen, you have to make sure that the IO column is either green or blue. If it is blue, you're good to go. Your mapping has been done properly. Now click on save, create your own request, new access sequence, and then whatever. Alright, Z005 is our listing, and if you want, we can do Z006, which is exclusion. Select exclusion, double click on accesses, and if you want, you can do the same listing exclusion based on the same condition type. Now remember, there is a requirement here, and this requirement is similar to your pricing requirement, and by definition, a requirement is a bit of code written in ABAP that evaluates whether a condition type needs to be followed through or not. Meaning, should the system really evaluate that condition type or not? Alright, moving on to the fields. Enter, make sure it's blue, save. So you got two condition types, Z005, Z006. One is listing, one is exclusion. Sorry, two access sequences, not condition types. Now, once that is saved, go back and look at the types. These are called listing exclusion types, similar to pricing condition types. Only thing is they are less complicated than pricing condition types. As usual, go to new entries. Z005 is our listing condition type, and we assign it to an access sequence Z005, and Z006 is an exclusion condition type, and we assign it to Z006 access sequence. Now it just happened that both the names are the same, but the names can obviously be different. It is very similar to your pricing condition type that is associated with a access sequence, and the name of that access sequence could be anything, or any other existing access sequence could be selected. The name need not be the same as the condition type. Alright, step number 5 is your procedure. So you got two different procedures here, one for listing and one for exclusion, provided by standard SAP. Now you can just copy it, create your own called Z005 or 005, call it listing, copy all, and then you can modify whatever suits your requirement. For example, go to listing and click on control data, and instead of A001, Z005 is our listing condition type for condition listing and exclusion. Select it, save it. Similarly, you can create a new entry Z0006. Now this time I'm creating on my own, I'm not copying from anything, and you can see that it's not pretty complicated. Just go there, click on control data, and click step Z006, call it exclusion. Alright, so we have got two listing exclusion procedures. One is listing, one is exclusion. Now final part, step number 6 is the assignment. Now in case of pricing, it's pretty complicated because you have assignment to sales area, document procedure, customer pricing procedure, so on and so forth. In this case, it's very, very simple. All you have to do is assign it to a sales document type. Now a corollary of this is that you cannot have listing and exclusion for delivery or billing because it's not really required. It's only required at the document type. So go to position and click on ZOR5 or your own custom document type, and please do not change the standard document types like OR, COR or QT, because it causes more problems than it solves, believe me. Alright, so we select our own custom listing and custom exclusion. Alright, now this document is assigned to a custom listing and exclusion procedure. So anytime you create a document of that type, these procedures will be activated. Let's close this because we are done with the configuration. But before we go create an order and test this listing and exclusion, we have to create or do step number 7 in condition technique, which is creation of condition records. And remember, this is more or less like master data. Right? So go to sales and distribution, master data, and is it in products? Yes. Select listing and exclusion and go to create. Z005 is our listing procedure and Z006 is our exclusion procedure. So let's go back to our step where we have those list of materials in the picture. So we'll include O1 but and O2, but we'll exclude O4 and O5. Right? So sold to party, let's say 1000, and include MO1, MO2. Okay. So these two materials are, consider it like the positive list, meaning the customer can order from that positive list. Right? Now go to the create the negative list, which is exclusion Z006. And for the same customer, MO5, MO5, MO4. So these are the negative list. Alright? Now, you might have a question here. Why do you need to include as well as exclude? Because when you include a certain set of materials, by default, no other material can be ordered. It's only those set of materials. Which means, in principle, all the other materials are excluded. So why do you need to create a separate exclusion list? Now, generally, it's either inclusion or exclusion. It's not used together. It's either inclusion or exclusion. A simple business case is, if you have 1000 materials and you want to exclude maybe 3 materials, then it's better you use exclusion. If you have the same 1000 materials but you want to include or allow 900 materials for a customer, then you use inclusion. Alright, so we have created our condition records for listing and exclusion. So let's go ahead and create an order of type ZOR5, because if you choose OR or something else, it doesn't work, because we have created our custom listing and exclusion procedure and assigned it to ZOR5. Hit enter and choose our sold to, for which we have created this condition records. Now let's try to enter a different material, not MO1, MO2. Let's say a material like so. You see the message here? P109 is not listed and therefore not allowed. But if you type in MO1, it goes absolutely fine, because we have put that in the positive list, in the listing section. If you type in MO2, that's still in the inclusion as well, the positive list, so it goes through fine. If you put in MO3, which is not in the listing condition record, but it's in the exclusion condition record, then look at the message. MO4, I believe. MO4 has been excluded. Now this message is different from the message that you get when you do a listing. Both are two different messages, by which you understand that materials can be listed and they work differently. Materials can be excluded as well, and the way it works is different. Alright, so try to do this example. So I'm gonna talk about this example. Create a new material group or choose an existing material group. The title would be listing by material group. That's our example. That's our exercise. Listing by material group. So you got a material group, say ZX, whatever you want to create, it's up to you. Let's create another material, say PC1010, and assign this to this material group in the material master. Now, similarly, create, or rather do this. For a sold to or for a sold to group, it's really up to you. List all materials in material group, the XXX, the one that you have created. As simple as that. Same thing can be done using exclusion as well. Exclude all materials from this material group. Alright, that's your exercise. Just finish up that exercise and post your answer and configuration in the forum. Alright, thank you very much, guys.